Bear by John R. Curtis. Chapter 1, Page 1, Part 1. It was dark. No one saw him. He wasn't surprised. He'd never been spotted before. He was lucky like that. He liked to think of it as divine intervention. After all, this was his special purpose in life, an extension of the hand of God. He was untouchable, chosen above the rest of the world's population. Even the people that he worked with at the auto factory gravitated towards him, seeking his approval for even the most mundane things. His birth name was Robert Hastings, but preferred his nickname, Bear. He was a big man, hairy, aped up, so to speak, over 6 feet tall and easily weighed over 250 pounds. At 35 years old, he was married to his high school sweetheart, Becky, and blessed with 2 wonderful children, both boys, Adam 13 and Robert Jr. 11. His stature in the community was secure. He volunteered at the boys' club, coached Little League, and was an active member of his church. He had worked at the Ford plant in their suburban town in Ohio for 15 years. His performance record was exemplary. Yes, on the surface, Robert Hastings was a pillar of his community, trusted, well-liked, stable, but he had a secret that lived and thrived in the deepest part of his soul for as long as he could remember. He loved to kill. It started out small as a child, birds, insects, and the like. Eventually, though, he graduated to larger prey, dogs, cats, and on one occasion, he even crawled through a farmer's barbed wire fence in the middle of the night. He killed a small calf with a hunting knife. He was just 13 years old. That particular memory was one of his favorites, even causing him to get an erection to this very day. The sight in the frightened animal's eyes, the thrill he received as the animal's last gasp of his life left its body. Yes, killing was his gift, his secret, his destiny. Tonight was no different. He stalked his prey, spending several weeks learning her routine, her little tics, even gaining an measure of trust before he did what needed to be done. He was careful, of course, never in his own neighborhood, not that any mere mortal would be able to stop him. He preferred to hunt in unfamiliar territories anyways. It added to the thrill, the ecstasy of the kill. His prey varied, both men and women. He enjoyed them both equally. If it was an attractive woman, he would usually rape them before he delivered a death blow. If he decided to target a male, there was no sex. Rather, he enjoyed torturing his victim before administering his final judgment. His plan worked flawlessly this evening. The girl, no more than 18 years old, never suspected that the nice guy who offered to help her load her car in the grocery store parking lot would turn into the monster that took an innate pleasure in her demise. She had run into him on a couple of early occasions at the same supermarket, even engaging in small talk at the grocery aisles. He was always pleasant, talked of his family and how his wife had broken a leg in a car accident, and now he was in charge of the family chores for a week. Not once had he ever tried to hit on her in these conversations, or appear even the slightest bit creepy. Yes, Robert Hastings was good. He took her lifeless body to a remote area of the Ohio River. It was a spot that he had used for years with great success. He had lost count of the exact number of bodies he had buried on the muddy banks of the river, but at pressed to guess, the number would easily have been a dozen or more. He had used other areas as well, but preferred the ease of digging graves in the soft, muddy floodplains of the great river. The trick is to dig the graves deep. That's the difference in covering your tracks from the fools who think they can catch you, he would tell himself. He laid the body in the grave and began to toss the first shovel full of dirt on the young girl's body when he heard a slight groan. "Wow, look what we have here," he said, then added with glee, "Bonus." He put down his shovel and hopped into the grave excitedly on top of the near lifeless woman. Pulling down his pants, he could hardly contain himself as he raped her for a second time that night. To add to his pleasure, he decided not to kill her on the spot after his orgasm, electing instead to just slowly bury her alive. After each shovelful of dirt that he threw on top of the woman, he would stop and listen carefully for any signs of a struggle, a gasp, a sign of a fight for life. On a couple of occasions, He thought he detected some faint noises. This brought him a great deal of pleasure, and he wished he could recover his sexual ability quick enough to perhaps go another round with his victim. It wasn't in the cards, though, as he spotted a river barge heading up the Ohio a little too close to his area that he deemed safe. Quickly, Bear started shoveling the remainder of the dirt into the grave. "Sweet dreams," he mumbled as he hurriedly filled the grave to the top. He covered his dirty work with an assortment of scrub brush he had placed nearby to avoid detection like he had done on countless times before. Scanning the approaching barge, he was satisfied that he hadn't been spotted. He walked back to his car, several hundred yards from the crime scene, slowly whistling a tune from The Wizard of Oz. Ding dong, the witch is dead, the witch, oh witch, the wicked witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. Burn in hell, you fucking slut, he thought, a grin widening on his face. Part 2. "How did the senior center go tonight, dear?" Becky asked her husband as he entered the back porch and onto the kitchen. "Well, you know the story. Mrs. Graveside, you know, the recently widowed lady I told you about last week. She had asked if I could please help her set up her computer in her room. One thing led to another, bless her heart. She had a million questions. Never used a computer before, and she was quite excited. I'm sorry I was so late, dear," Bear said. He kissed his wife on her cheek and sat down heavily in the dinette table. "You look exhausted, sweetheart. Can I make you something? A sandwich, perhaps?" Becky asked. No, thank you. I think I'll just grab a shower and head up to bed." "You're right, I'm bushed," Bear replied. "Sure you're feeling well, honey? You really do too much for people sometimes. You're not Superman, you know," Becky said, concerned. No, just tired. Long day, I guess. Tomorrow's going to be another one with little Robert's first football game." "Oh, by the way, I brought you home a little something," Bear said. He reached in his pocket and produced a gold ring with a pear-shaped amethyst and presented it to his wife. He enjoyed taking reminders of the kills home with him sometimes. Not always jewelry, however. That would raise suspicion. "Oh, Robert, it's beautiful. Why in heaven's name would you do this? It's so expensive," Becky exclaimed, obviously excited. "Well, to be honest, Mrs. Graveside gave it to me. You know, because of the help I gave her and all. I didn't want to take it, of course, but she insisted. She's got a ton of jewelry. I talked so much about you tonight and all. Out of the blue, she comes out of her bedroom and gives me this beautiful ring, telling me that she would be thrilled for you to have it." Bear lied. Lying came easily to him, of course. "My God, Robert, you had to give me her number. I need to thank her. Send her a card or something," Becky gushed. "I'm sorry, can't do that, honey. She insisted I gave this gift as if I'd bought it for you. She'd be angry with me if she knew that I told you the truth. Seriously," Pear countered with another lie. Oh, I feel terrible," Becky said dejectedly. "Hey, I have an idea. Mrs. Graveside wanted me to help her get on Facebook. You know, to keep in touch with her family. If it makes you feel any better, why don't you bake her one of your famous chocolate cakes? I'll bring it to her, you know, as a gift," Bear offered. "That's a wonderful idea, honey. I'll go to the market tomorrow, pick up my secret ingredients, and make her a beautiful cake," Becky said, speaking to herself as much as to her husband, then added, "How did I get such a wonderful, thoughtful man in my life?" She bent over and gave Bear a hug and a kiss. Responding to his wife in his well-rehearsed voice, he said, "I'm the lucky one, sweetheart." Perfect, he thought. I'll head back to that little bean-picking store in a few days. There's a bag boy, Ben. Yeah, I think his name tag said, yeah. We'll head back there and give Ben a little visit, he thought with the stifling of a snicker. It was good to be the king. Chapter 2. Ben. "Hey, Four Eyes, you know the drill, Pencil Dick. Hand over the money," Mike McCauley said. Ben Richards reached into his pocket and handed over the $2 his mother gave him for lunch. "Another day of missing school lunch at school," he sighed. Mike McCauley was the toughest kid in school. He and his band of henchmen had a cottage industry in place, strong-arming lunch money from the weak and geeks that attended Johnson High School in the tiny town of Canon, Ohio. Ben was just one of the many clients that the McCauley gang shook down on a daily basis. Sure, Ben probably could have put a stop to the extortion if he reported the activity to the proper school authorities, but that would mean almost certain death, or at least a thorough ass beating once he left the safe confines of the campus. He had resigned himself to the daily humiliation in a spirit of self-preservation. It's only $2 anyways, who gives a shit, he would tell himself, although he knew deep down that wasn't the point. His mother worked hard raising him and his sister on a waitress salary and nothing else. $2 meant the difference between eating and not eating at their home many nights. But what could he do? He would ask himself. Not only was Mike McCauley bigger, stronger, and definitely meaner than he could ever be, he also had a tight-knit goon squad that followed his every command. Defying his crew with anything short of a howitzer seemed futile. Someday, McCauley, you ass bag, you're going to get yours, he thought, attempting but failing to even convince himself. Part 2. How'd school go today, sweetheart? Beverly asked Ben. She had just returned home after another back-to-back shift down at the truck stop diner, Big Ed's. Same old shit, Ben replied, disinterested, sitting at the dinner table working on his algebra. What'd I tell you about that kind of language? Beverly scolded. Sorry. Meant to say same old stuff. My bad, Ben offered. Beverly walked up to Ben, giving him a kiss on his forehead, then said, Where's your sister? Upstairs, probably fawning over the latest Noah Schnapp tweets, Ben answered. His sister, Annie, was 10 years old and just discovering boys. Noah Schnapp, the latest preteen IO, had her heart secured if he wanted it. I'm going to go up and see her. You eat anything yet? Beverly asked. Yeah, I made us some hamburgers around 6, Ben answered. Beverly smiled approvingly at her son, then headed up the stairs. Ben tried to turn his attention back to his algebra assignments, but found it difficult to concentrate. He was still stewing over his daily strong-arm robberies he was experiencing from the McCauley gang. He thought, I'm sick of being a tool for this guy. He's big and all, but he sure isn't an Einstein. I've seen circus animals smarter than him. Maybe I could get enough friends we could all stand against him. What am I thinking? What friends? Time to face facts there, Ben. You're kind of a loner. When's the last time you got invited to a party? Or for that matter, when's the last time someone even called you up just to talk? You're on your own, pal. And what about Shelley at work? What do you think she would think of me if she knew what a wimp I was? Yeah, she's a little older, but I think she kind of likes me. We're a lot alike in a lot of ways. She's new to the area, and she told me about her rough past. Should even a loser like me feel sorry for her. Growing up in foster homes her whole life, and as soon as she hits 18, she gets tossed out on the street. No family, no real friends, around here anyways, just kind of bouncing around until she landed here in good old Canon, Ohio. I remember her telling me that she was just glad to be able to find a job somewhere. Thank God for the pickle penny supermarket, right? Well, it's time for action. I am sick of this shit. I'm smart. Well, at least I think I am. I'll come up with something. McCauley, get ready for Judgment Day, asshole, he thought with a growing sense of resolve. Part 3. Hey, Ben, isn't it? You seen Shelley today? The store manager Al asked Ben as he was stocking the canned good aisle. No, I haven't, but I didn't know she worked today. Ben answered. Well, she's supposed to be working today. I don't know, maybe she's out back smoking or something. Wouldn't it be nice if these damn kids for once would just take their job seriously? Al said to himself more than Ben and just walked off. That's weird. Shit, I hope she didn't quit or something, Ben thought worriedly. He quickly realized he liked Shelley more than he had admitted to himself. He finished the canned vegetables section and decided to investigate the whereabouts of his friend. First stop, the time clock. Ben entered the small break room area where the punch clock was located. Checked to make sure no one was looking, he took Shelley's time card out to examine it. If she is here, it looks like she forgot to punch in, he mumbled softly. He knew that the lack of a punched-in time card was a bad sign, but he pressed further by canvassing the entire supermarket, hoping to find her. Nothing. She wasn't here. He was 99% sure. Shit, he said simply and headed back to the stockroom to get another loaded cart. Damn, I hope she just forgot that she was working today, or maybe she's sick. Yeah, that's probably it. She's just probably sick or something. She'll be here tomorrow, he told himself. He wanted to believe it, but something inside his head told him that it wasn't the case. Face it, man, she's gone. Probably blew out of this shithole town. Who could blame her, he thought dejectedly. Part 3. The moon hung low on the horizon, large, full, a bloated reddish yellow. Known as a harvest moon, it lined up like a beacon towards Canon as Bear sped through the backcountry roads. He was in a grand mood on this cold autumn night. Planning for his next kill always put him in a good space. Getting closer. Tonight's a little chat with the stockboy should get us right where we need to be. Get a little more info about his pathetic life, then seal the deal, Bear thought with satisfaction. He often liked to refer to his actions in terms of us and we, when in fact all roads led to him. It was a sense of self-importance. His work was required, his deeds legendary. This night's visit was about one thing, developing trust between himself and the stockboy. Also, and this was his favorite part, he would decide the method of torture he would use to complete the kill. It had been a while since he had a male target, and even longer since it was one that was so young. He grew more excited with each passing mile, just envisioning actual events. It wouldn't be this evening, he knew that, but soon. Perhaps on the next road trip. Becky thought he was going to stop by Mrs. Graveside's, the fictitious Mrs. Graveside, when he head to the Rockton to check, and then head to Rockton to check on some sporting equipment for the Pee Wee Football League. He set that story up perfectly as well, telling her that the gear was going to be donated by a used car lot. When the deal falls through, he'll have no trouble convincing her that the offer was less than sincere. Who trusts car salesmen anyways, he thought with a smile. He wheeled into the Pickle Penny parking lot at approximately 15 minutes before close. The store looked to be nearly empty, just as he expected, but parked toward the outskirts of the lot. Several older vehicles were scattered about, presumably employee vehicles. Part of his mission tonight was identifying which one was Ben's. If he couldn't solicit the information from him through conversation, he'll try to time his exit from the store at the same time as Ben's. Worst case, he would pull out and park in the neighboring store's parking lot and stake out the stockboy's departure. Bear was breaking one of his own rules on the assignment, taking two preys from the same place, but he felt that he had completely covered his tracks to the girl's disappearance. Besides, he thought, who's ever going to stop him? He reigns supreme, a god amongst mortals. The night air felt refreshingly cool on his face as he walked towards the store. Early autumn weather in Ohio was always Bear's favorite time of year. Prime hunting season, he thought, with a smile. Becky had cooked a beautiful chocolate cake as promised for the fictitious Mrs. Graveside, which Bear had already tossed out the backcountry road's window as he was traveling. Crow food, he thought, as he heaved the large cake out into a passing farmer's field. He liked crows, the smartest birds on the planet, a lead amongst their peers, just like him. Tonight's mission would be simple. Make initial friendly contact with the stockboy and follow up with the girl's status within her circle of co-workers. Nearly a week had passed since he had attended to her disposal, and he hadn't seen any evidence in the papers or the internet that she had been reported missing. He wasn't surprised. The inept authorities were no match in intellect for him. He was like comparing a god's intelligence to a colony of slugs. He had taken all the necessary steps to cover up his deed. By doing his homework on the girl first, he knew that she had few, if any, friends or family, was new to the area, and was staying in some flea-bag motel alone. When the execution was complete, he took her motel key and returned to the room. She had few belongings. He was able to clear out the room and dispose of her things quite easily. It only stands to reason that the motel manager would think that she merely skipped out, no doubt still owing money. It's not like that type of thing didn't happen all the time in shitholes like that. Taking care of her car was a piece of cake as well. He would use her vehicle for the duration of the crime so not to incriminate his own vehicle. Stupid employers making their employees park in the furthest reaches of their parking lots in order to save prime, well-lit parking spots for their customers makes it all too easy for him. A well-soaked rag with chloroform placed over the girl's mouth and nose, administered from behind, and bingo, you have yourself an easy target. The biggest effort he had was switching cars, hers for his at the end of the crime. He had to park his vehicle almost a mile from the supermarket at a large rundown apartment complex, then walk back to the store before he apprehended her. He always kept an extra license plate in his car, and it took him all of 2 minutes to switch the plates when he returned, emptying out her car of registration and belongings. Her car was nothing but a beater and fitted in perfectly with the other pieces of crap in the parking lot. There was always vehicle identification numbers that could be traced back to the girl, but odds were in his favor that the longer that her disappearance wasn't reported, the less likely any action to contact her in regards to the car would be made. It was just another abandoned vehicle ready for the junkyard. Yes, He had done his homework, and it appeared to have paid off. He arrived inside the Pickle Penny at exactly 8:45. The store closed in 15 minutes, and experience taught him that it's easier to engage in conversation with employees who were focusing on getting the hell from their crappy jobs. Managers were usually busy in the back offices as well, counting the day's receipts and dealing with the mountain of closing paperwork most corporate offices demanded. He grabbed a grocery cart and slowly meandered down the aisles, softly whistling the theme song from the show The A-Team. The store was nearly empty, just the way he liked it. Rounding the produce section, Bear headed for the drink aisle. His instincts were dead on. Ben was busy restocking the Coca-Cola products. Ben knew from his own high school stockboy days that the soda products were the heaviest and most picked over by day's end. He wheeled his cart over towards Ben and feigned interest in a couple products. "Looks like you're working up a sweat there," Bear said to Ben as he grabbed a six-pack of root beer and placed it in the cart. "Huh? Oh, yeah. Stuff gets kind of heavy after a while," Ben answered, but still continued to work. "I know what you mean. Used to do some stocking back when I was your age. Real bitch of a job," Bear said good-naturedly. "Small talk. He was good at it." "Really? You were a stockboy?" Ben answered. "Oh, sure was, and a pretty damn good one. I had a system, you know, and to make things interesting, I used to bet all the other guys I could get my work done quicker than them. Made myself a little money on the side. You know what I mean?" Bear said with a smile. Ben stopped working and faced Bear for the first time. The man was quite a sight, a large, imposing figure who wore a big grin that was infectious. Powerless to stop himself, Ben returned the smile. "My name is Dan. Just doing a little shopping for my family. My wife broke her leg, so I'm picking up some of the slack around the house," Bear lied, extending his hand to shake Ben's. "My name's Ben. Pleased to meet you," Ben said, shaking Bear's hand. He was immediately impressed by the size of the man's hand. His own hand disappeared while enveloped in Bear's giant mitt. They talked for several minutes about a variety of topics and said their goodbyes. Ben didn't give the conversation much thought after the meeting. He often engaged in small talk with customers in the store, and chatting with Dan seemed innocent. If he had been paying closer attention, he may have caught a couple things, though. First, the questions pertaining to his work schedule, and second, the inquiry concerning Shelley. Both were posed as simple curiosity questions, the type that many regular customers ask about employees of their local supermarkets. Harmless on the surface, certainly if that customer's name was truly Dan, the guy helping out his injured wife. If that person's name in reality is Robert Bear Hastings, well, then you have a problem. Chapter 3, The A-Team. "Give it up, dickweed," Mike McCauley said to Ben as he was crossing the school parking lot. Surrounded by three of McCauley's henchmen, Mike Cooper, a.k.a. Psycho, Ernest Riley, and Vince Bass, Ben saw the writing on the wall. Another day, another $2 lost. "Hey, that's a nice ring you got there, Four Eyes," Vince Bass said, grabbing Ben's hand as he was forking over the extortion money. Bass held Ben's hand up to show it to McCauley. Well, what have we here, shithead? I like it. As a matter of fact, I think we need to tax him for it. What do you say, guys? I'm thinking $50. Yeah, $50. Hold him for a second. I'm going to get a deposit," McCauley said with a wide grin. On command, his stormtroopers took Ben to the ground hard. The pavement wasn't kind to Ben, catching his chin at an odd angle, creating a deep gash. "Ow, stop it, you dumb jackasses," Ben croaked while two of McCauley's goons held him down. "Stop your crying, you homo. Here, I'll just take that till we get our tax money," McCauley said as he yanked off Ben's ring. "No, that's my dad's ring," Ben cried. "Pay your tax, you get it back, just like that," McCauley squealed in delight, then added, "You hear that, guys? I just made a poem. I should be famous or something. All right, let the little sissy boy up. We got some other rounds to make." Obedient to their leader's commands, McCauley's gang retreated, leaving Ben lying in a heap on the pavement. Ben checked the gash in his chin, detecting a fairly good amount of blood seeping from the wound. More pissed off than hurt, he yelled out to McCauley as he was walking away, "You're not getting away with this, motherfucker. I'll get you." Mike McCauley heard Ben's threat and decided to make a further example out of his wounded victim. He turned and told his crew and said, "Wait here." Then he walked over to Ben, who was still on the ground but sitting upright. Ben saw him coming, that much he would remember when he came to. The rest was fuzzy. McCauley came at Ben like a field goal kicker, using his steel-toe biker boots and all 200 pounds of his body behind a well-placed kick to Ben's ribs. The shot knocked every bit of wind out of Ben's body, putting him flat on his back. Next, McCauley jumped on top of him and put his hands around his throat. The look in his eyes frightened even his own gang as they pulled him off Ben. Come on, Mike, let's go. Let's get out of here, man. People are watching, man. Come on, let's go. Ernest Riley cried out as he and Vince Bass pulled their boss off Ben. Next time I see you, you better have my money, dickhead, or I'll wipe my ass with you, Mike McCauley said, then added another kick to Ben's semi-conscious body before finally retreating with his gang. Ben lied on the pavement for a few moments, allowing his brain and body to reconnect. He could hear McCauley's gang yucking it up as they left him in their wake, just another hapless victim, and certainly not the last for the day. Better just lie still here for a while. Man, that motherfucker was going to kill me, I think. He had his hands around my neck, and that's just fucked up. Yeah, better just lie here for a while, get my breath back, Ben thought. He remained still for several moments, listening carefully for any sign of a secondary attack. Satisfied that the coast was somewhat clear, he slowly began to get himself upright and eventually standing. White-hot pain shot up to his right side as he initially stood up, then amplified as he attempted to make a couple steps. Shit, that caveman broke my ribs, Ben cried out in agony. He had to stop and take a knee to catch his breath. His rib cage and his lungs were not happy with each other, creating an alarming shortness of breath. Son of a bitch, Ben whispered, closing his tear-swelled eyes. He was hurting, in incredible pain. The walk to his beat-up pickup truck was exasperating, but one thought did drive him forward. Revenge. Part 2. Honey, how did Mrs. Graveside like my cake? Becky asked Bear at the breakfast table. Huh? Bear answered, still working on his first cup of coffee. My cake, for Mrs. Graveside at the senior center, Becky replied. Oh, yeah, right. I'm sorry, honey. Sorry, I'm still not awake yet, I guess. She loved it. I mean, she was just thrilled. You should have seen the way she carried on to the others. And let me tell you, she made a couple of those people jealous, I could tell. Bear lied convincingly. Oh, come on, you're just saying that, Becky replied, blushing but obviously pleased. Oh, no, I'm not. Her little circle of elderly lady friends was quite envious. It was cute, actually, seeing the way they acted. And Miss Graveside didn't suspect a thing about, the ring. I guess I told her a little white lie to cover the fact that I told you about her gift, Bear said. He was doing what he did best, create a palatable explanation for everything he did. Becky took it all in, hook, line, and sinker. What'd you tell her? Becky asked innocently. Well, I told her that I wanted to give you the ring the following day. I waited to give you the ring the following day that she gave it to me. Then I told her that you were so excited about the gift that you baked me my favorite dessert, your chocolate cake. Now here's the tricky part. I had to use you in this one. I told her that I told you after you surprised me with the cake that I was going to bring it to work so my coworkers could enjoy it. To finish my little white lie, I told Mrs. Graveside that my real intention was to bring it to her, the cake, and to show her the appreciation for the generous gift, which actually, now that I think about it, was the truth, right? Bear said, with just the right amount of sheepishly. Becky's face radiated a warm glow as she put her arms around her husband's neck and said, My little fibber, even when you try to be bad, you're still the sweetest man on earth. What can I say? I guess after I was born, they broke the mold, Bear said with a laugh. Part 3. What am I going to tell my mom when I get home? I look like crap. She's going to freak. And Dad's ring, if she notices that's gone, I'm dead meat, Ben said aloud as he drove home after his ass whipping. The ring belonged to his father, Reggie, and was given to Ben after he died. He was close to his father. Well, as close as anyone could be anyways. His dad was a serious drug addict whose dangerous dalliances led him to a very predictable death. As a little kid, Ben used to idolize the man, following him wherever he went, imitating his every move. His dad was a talented artist, and Ben cherished his memories of spending time in their small studio, his dad giving him pointers on drawing. Let your brain and your hands do the work. Your eyes just follow to watch the show, Benny. Reggie used to say to him. Ben knew that something was wrong with his father even at a young age, though. Memories of him not coming home, disappearing for days at a time, his mother trying to hide her fears in front of him and his sister, but not doing a very good job of it. When he would finally show up, he would have the appearance of a person who had just been dragged behind a pickup truck through a pile of shit. He also recognized at a young age that despite all his father's faults, that his mother truly loved him. When the police knocked on their door that fateful night to inform them that their dad was found dead in a crack house, the family was never the same. His mother soldiered on in front of him and his sister during the day, but many nights Ben would hear her crying in the bedroom, often till the wee hours. She gave Ben the ring after the funeral, saying, "You're the man of the house now, Ben. This ring belonged to your father's father. It was very important to him, very important. You keep it safe, you hear? Give it to your own son someday. That would make your father happy. That would mean a lot to him, and to me, Ben." "And now that numbnuts McCauley has it," he cried out in rage. He could feel tears welling up in his eyes, but he forced himself to fight them off. Time to stop being such a crybaby. This is it. No more shit from this guy. I'm getting that ring back all right, and that motherfucker's gonna pay. I don't know how, but I swear to Christ, on my father's grave, I swear, McCauley, your reign of fucking terror is over. Over, he thought, with resolve. Chapter 4, Larry. "I'm off. See you in the morning," Larry said to his wife, Mickey. "Okay, all right, be careful, see ya," Mickey replied. She stayed on the couch, making no attempt to kiss her husband goodbye or offer a parting embrace. Larry wasn't surprised. They hadn't had much physical contact over the years. He figured the last time they had sex was well over a year ago. He should have seen this coming, he told himself. After all, he was 15 years older than her, and their initial contact 10 years ago didn't bode well for a happy future together. Him, a beat cop, her, a prostitute, whom he personally arrested numerous times in the small red-lighted district that is located in Canon, Ohio's east side. He wasn't sure to this day if she married him more out of pity than for love. He was never much to look at, even in his prime years. Now, just crossing the 50-year-old threshold, Larry looked closer to 60. For starters, his hair was gone. Not just receding, gone. He started balding while he was still in high school and had suffered through endless teasing from his fellow classmates. The unflattering nickname Cue Ball was his and his alone by the senior year. It had gotten so bad that when the senior yearbook came out, he purposely feigned an illness to stay at home so he wouldn't be subjected to the humiliation of signing his fellow classmates' books. He knew he'd be obliged to sign the yearbooks, "Good luck in the future, Larry Cue Ball Parkinson." Never much of a student, Larry posted a pedestrian 2.1 GPA. After graduation, he quickly enlisted in the Army. Military life seemed to agree with him. He liked the structure, and although he would never admit it to himself, he liked being told what to do. The country wasn't at war during his 11 years in the service, but Larry had managed to enter the military police. He had gained a measure of confidence that initially he was able to carry into his civilian life. What had worked out well for him in the service didn't pan out as well on the outside, however. He joined the Canon police force after his discharge with hopes of someday making detective. 21 years later, he still found himself driving a cruiser solo on the graveyard shift. His 12-toned MP body had eroded over the years, eventually turning into a slumped, shouldered, beer-gutted, middle-aged, very bald man. Mickey was the one bright spot in his life, particularly during their early years. In spite of his numerous run-ins and subsequent arrests that he had performed on her, the pair had developed a blossoming friendship. He saw a lot of himself in the young prostitute. She was wounded, flawed by forces that were not entirely her fault. A handsome woman on many levels, life's cruel turns left its scars on her physically as well as her soul. The years of walking the streets had prematurely aged her face due to the sun exposure and lack of a proper diet. To deal with the mental side of hooking, she became a heavy drinker and a drug abuser. Her pimp, JC, was a cruel and unforgiving son of a bitch. Larry had the pleasure of making what would be the defining arrest of his career when he busted the pimp on a heavy drug possession and distribution charge. It was a bust that guaranteed JC a mandatory 20-year jail sentence in the state lockup. Mickey, free of her tormentor, welcomed Larry's advances, which soon followed after the sentencing. He offered her a place to stay, and she accepted. Larry was smitten with her, and despite the negative, unsolicited advice of well-intended friends, family, marriage soon followed. The first couple years, the two of them were very happy. Larry was thrilled to have someone to finally call his own, and Mickey was grateful for a second chance on life that Larry was able to provide. But old habits die hard, and sometimes the best intentions aren't enough to fix what's badly broken. Mickey suffered severe mental issues stemming from a difficult childhood and subsequent years spent on the streets. Larry dutifully supported his wife and provided her with the best professional care their health insurance would allow. Still, Mickey struggled mightily. Lapses resulted in renewed addictions were frequent. Larry would come home in the early mornings of his shift to find Mickey passed out, many times with her head hanging in the toilet, surrounded by cheap wine bottles and a heavily used crack pipe. He would nurse her back to health, only to have the same scenario play out again several days later. Finally, when he could take no more, he would admit Mickey to a private detox facility. Things would be good for a while when she returned, but invariably she would stumble again. The doctors called her condition manic depression, but Larry called it something else, fucked up life syndrome. Still, he loved her even in her current detached state and held out for the hope of better days for both of them. "Base, this is Officer Parkinson. I'm checking in," Larry said on his radio as he pulled the cruiser out of the driveway. "Okay, Larry, 10-4. Let's have a quiet night." The dispatcher, Rosemary, responded. She worked the same shift as Larry for more than 20 years, and the two of them had grown fairly close. In the wee hours of night, Larry could always count on Rosemary to be there and provide a kind word or two. Larry's mind drifted back to Mickey as he began to make his first path through his zone, an area politely referred to as the low-rent district of town. He was particularly concerned about his wife lately. The issue of their deteriorating sex life had brought on a maraud of thoughts and suspicions. At first, he suspected an affair of some sort. He even entrusted a close friend of his, Bob Murphy, an ex-cop who had turned private investigator, to look into his suspicions. When Murphy turned up nothing, Larry was stumped. If not an affair, what? Perhaps he was ill, maybe cancer. He didn't dare make that leap, but the thought was there nonetheless. "Well, it's time we both got physicals," he told himself, hoping to relieve the stress these thoughts were giving him. There was a third reason that crept in his mind, in many ways the most frightening of all. Maybe she was just giving up. Not just on him or their marriage, but life in general. She was devastated when she was told she couldn't have children when they were first married. Countless abortions, not performed in the best conditions throughout her previous life had seen to that. The damage to her reproduction system was irreversible. They tried to adopt, but her long police record and ongoing drug dependency had all but crushed those hopes. Canon's a small city, about 30,000 people. It's a tough place to start over. He knew that she suffered from depression. Hell, he could relate to it, as he often had the same feelings. For Mickey, though, it went deeper, further than he could even imagine. He knew that, and he was worried. Worried that one morning when he came home, she might not be there, that she might just run away, or worse, just take her own life. "We have an altercation at Timberlake Apartments. Suspects fighting, 2 African-American males. One male blue shirt, blue jeans, the other black shirt, ball cap," Rosemary announced over the neighborhood. Larry snapped out of his thoughts and responded to the call. 10-4 Parkinson here, I'm on it. 10-4 Mitchell here, I'm heading there too. Sam Mitchell responded from his squad car, providing Larry with backup. Larry flipped on his lights minus the siren and headed to the 12 blocks towards the apartment complex. He was no stranger to Timberlake, a government-subsidized housing that had its share of trouble. Known for its drug and gang activity, Larry sympathized with the majority of the law-abiding citizens that lived there who were being held hostage by the criminals who frequented the complex. The call he received was all too typical, and it could prove to be dangerous. He was happy to hear Sam Mitchell's voice over the radio. Sam was an imposing physical specimen who had the respect and muscle to back it up if needed. A former defensive end for the Ohio Buckeyes, Sam was a local legend who grew up in these very same apartments. His nickname in college was the Duck, for the unusual way he walked or waddled when not running down opposing quarterbacks and driving their heads into the turf. Men at the local barbershops around used to say about Sam, "You fuck with the Duck, you got to pay the bill." Larry arrived at the scene first. A small crowd quickly dispersed when he pulled into the parking lot. The 2 men fighting also took flight, one heading behind a dark lawn area that ran between the lead row of the apartments. The other headed for a tree line that separated the complex from a neighboring residential area and light industrial park. Larry realized he had zero chance of catching either one of the perks, but made an attempt to follow the man who fled behind the apartments. Grabbing his flashlight, he double-timed to the area that deemed the most logical path of the suspect. Quickly and predictably, he was soon completely out of breath. "Shit, man, I gotta get in some kind of shape. I'll be dead by spring if I keep this up," he gasped, slowing down to catch his breath. Taking his flashlight, Larry began checking the immediate area and hoped that he'd catch the man hiding. Nothing. "Well, that little SOB's gone," he uttered and headed back to the parking lot. When he returned, Sam Mitchell was there looking for any clues they could tie to the fight. "Hey, Laurie, sorry, man. I couldn't get here any sooner. I was clear over in the Watson neighborhood when I got the call," Sam said, then added, "You got anything?" "Hell no, not really. Same old shit. As soon as I get here, everyone hightailed out of here. 2 guys fighting included. Probably a drug deal gone bad, be my guess," Larry answered. "Yeah, no doubt. Well, guess we'll knock on some doors and see if we can get anyone to talk about it," Sam said. "Yeah, sure, that'll have some luck with that," Larry answered sarcastically. "Well, I'll take the 100 bill and you take the 200. Hey, wait a minute. Check this out," Sam said, pointing his flashlight to a small, battered foreign car parked several spots down from Larry's cruiser. The rear window had been bashed in with a brick. Specks of a broken glass were spewed about the trunk of the car as well as on the ground. "You think this just happened?" Larry asked Sam as they approached the vehicle. "I don't know. Sure looks like it. I mean, makes the most sense," Sam answered. "Well, I figure the owner's going to want to know," Larry said. He went to the front driver's side window and peered in. The car's interior was remarkably clean, void of any trash, clothing, or any kind of miscellaneous debris. "Wow, whoever owns this piece of crap sure keeps the inside neat," Larry remarked. "I'm going to call it in. Maybe it'll save us some time knocking on doors to find out who the owner is," Sam said, then headed to his car to the radio and calling the plates. Larry nodded, then continued to investigate the car. On closer inspection, he noticed a couple things that told the story of the vehicle. First, the windows were extremely dirty. A thick layer of dust actually indicated the car had probably been parked for a while and not driven for some time. That wasn't particularly odd, probably due to a mechanical failure of some type that the owner couldn't afford to repair. Certain nothing strange about that in this neighborhood, he thought. Second, he noticed the tires were encrusted with a thick caked mud, like the driver took the battered car four-wheeling or something. "Why the hell would anyone take this piece of shit off the road?" Larry asked himself as he continued checking out the vehicle. "Well, it looks like I've got a little problem here," Sam announced as he headed back to Larry. "What's that?" Larry asked. "Car and plates don't match up," Sam answered. "Yeah, well then, probably stolen plates, huh? I bet one of those drug dealers who just split probably jacked it off the car," Larry said. "Oh, well, maybe, but it gets better," Sam answered. "How's that?" Larry asked. "Plates are registered to a Harold Bentley. Lives over in Madison," Sam answered. "Madison? Shit, that's a couple hours drive from here," Larry exclaimed. "Yeah, and that's not all. Harold Bentley reported his life missing about 4 months ago. I got Rosemary making a couple calls for us, but one thing I already know is that the guys over Madison suspect foul play," Sam answered. "Son of a bitch," Larry muttered. "So you think maybe one of those jokers fighting out there might have had something might have been their car?" Sam asked. "No, I mean, I thought that at first, but I was checking out the car while you were calling on the radio. It doesn't make sense, really. This car's been sitting a while. Check out the windows. They're covered in dust. Whole car is. This piece of shit's been sitting here a while," Larry answered. Yeah, I see what you mean. Probably need to tape it off. I got a feeling we're in for some company. This might be something. It's going to be a long night," Sam said, and he headed back to his car to get a roll of crime tape. Larry walked around the abandoned vehicle slowly, his light piercing the filthy and suddenly forbidding windows. A million thoughts swirled in his mind. How did Bentley's plates end up on this car? Whose car is this? They would run the vehicle identification numbers through the state to get the answer, but what would be the connection? A person who was involved in a disappearance certainly wouldn't use the victim's plate on their own car, which leads to the next question. What happened to the owner of this car? Sam's right. This is going to be a long night, Larry said, shaking his head. Chapter 5, Becky, Part 1. Becky Hastings, wife to Robert Bear Hastings and the mother of 2 healthy and happy young boys. Like her husband, she was a native of Canon, Ohio. Born and bred in Canon, Ohio, round on the edges and high in the middle, her father, Michael Pruitt, liked to say when people inquired about his own personal history. She was a pretty girl in her youth, long strawberry blonde hair, deep blue eyes, a wide smile with perfectly straight teeth, and a blossoming body that attracted many hormone-driven young men in Canon. One of these young suitors, a certain Robert Bear Hastings, put young Becky on his radar in the 10th grade. At the age of 15, Bear was already a starter linebacker on the varsity football team, 6'2", and tipped the scale with 200-plus pounds of solid muscle. Becky had known of Bear mostly through his growing gridiron reputation at Canon High School, but their earlier childhoods never crossed paths. She was from the south side of Canon, and Bear hailed from the rural area surrounding Canon, which put them at different schools as children. Their first official meeting was fairly typical for high school kids at the time. Mary Jane Jacobs' parents went away for a weekend retreat, leaving the door wide open for a gathering of just a few friends. This, of course, turns into code for, we're going to party the shit out of this place. With just the right amount of alcohol, the usually quiet and reserved Becky Pruitt was quite receptive to the measured but confident advances of a young and still evolving Bear Hastings. The moment that Bear saw Becky at the party that evening, he became overly and maybe a bit dangerously excited. Even at 15 years old, Bear knew he was very different from just about everyone else on the planet. There she is, it's her, he thought to himself as she came into his field of vision at the party. He immediately became obsessed and thought of her often after that first meeting, fantasizing on what he would do with her and even what he would do to her. Most fantasies were run-of-the-mill, high school jerk-off scenarios. Those thoughts kind of left him feeling slightly ashamed as he cleaned up his own cum. Other fantasies Bear had about Becky had been much more disturbing for the teenager. They would start out typical enough. He'd be screwing Becky and working towards a climax, but he needed something more. He needed for her to be afraid of him. Not just afraid, but very afraid of him. Disturbing thoughts would pop into his head during his fantasy, which would confuse and to a certain degree frighten Bear. Becky, lying on a bed, Bear on top. But he wouldn't just be pumping her, he would find his oven-mitt hands around her neck, squeezing it. Gently at first, but with each thrust he would squeeze a little bit harder and then harder. Her eyes would look back at his, locked in his psychotic gaze, only she wouldn't be afraid. On the contrary, she'd be willing him, begging him to squeeze harder and harder. Bear would meet her demands, squeezing the life from her body while he achieved his orgasm. This is how we both get what we want, he would tell himself. Bear was recently beginning to come to terms with his own self during his adolescent development. He knew now that his path would be different than the average human on the planet Earth. He determined that he was destined to rule, command, and in his own twisted reality, help others that needed him. They were helpless in a sense to deal with their subconscious needs. They were only mere mortals after all. Certainly not, they were less than him, much less. Yes, he would help them, he would. But he wouldn't be able to help them if he was perceived as some type of a monster. That just wouldn't do. He had to fit into their community, to be one of them. Becky Pruitt, that was the answer. Becky Pruitt. Hi there, Becky. I'm Robert Hastings. My friends and coach just call me Bear. Becky, Part 2. It was Wednesday, laundry day at the Hastings house. Oh boy, look what my guys have left for me this week, Becky sighed as she saw both clothes hampers filled to the brim. It was moments like this that allowed Becky to take measure of her life. I really should have finished college, she thought to herself as she began emptying the first hamper. It was tightly packed with smelly soiled clothes that fell with a soft thud on the mudroom floor. Becky began to sort through the pile, separating the colored clothes with the whites, when she noticed something misshaped in the front pants pocket of Bear's work jeans. What have we got here? Becky murmured as she fished the item out of his pants pocket. The Regent Inn was inscribed across a battered plastic motel key that Becky held in her hand. The Regent Inn, she said aloud as she examined the object. Why would Bear have a motel key from the Regent Inn? Becky said again. Becky had seen the rundown motel a few times when she went to visit her parents in Waynesburg, about 30 miles west from Canon. It had a not-so-sterling reputation and found itself on the crime blog page of the local newspaper for a variety of offenses, including prostitution and drugs. Becky was confused. Her first reaction was there must be a reasonable explanation for this. Her husband couldn't possibly be involved in the nonsense that went on with the Regent Inn. Don't jump to conclusions, Becky, she told herself. After all, if Bear was up to something after all their years together, she would certainly sense it. Bear had never given a reason to suspect that he was being unfaithful or involved in something illegal, she told herself. Although, there was an incident Becky remembered. It was 3 years ago. She was home alone while the kids were in school and Bear was at the plant. Becky was cleaning the house and came upon Bear's laptop. Time to clean and disinfect the keyboard, she thought. As she opened the laptop, she saw the computer was downloading an update. Bear must have closed the device before it had finished the process. When Becky opened the laptop, it completed its update and brought Becky to an open screen. They both had their own laptops and simple passwords to unlock the screen. She didn't know Bear's password, nor did she care. But with the computer now available to her, she couldn't help but take a little peek at what her husband was looking at on the net. Oh, what's the harm, she said aloud as she clicked on the history icon. To her minor surprise, sitting on top of the history was what appeared to be a porn site, Rough Times, one that Becky had never heard of. So, my little honey's being naughty, she thought with a smile. Without giving it too much thought, Becky clicked onto the site. What came next was nothing less than shocking. Expecting to see the average run-of-the-mill type porn, Becky was brought directly into a private member-only portal. The images and video content were violent and deeply disturbing dark web stuff. With her first reaction was to slam the laptop shut, she managed to read some of the headings for available videos. Dealing mostly with rape and torture, she felt sickened as she finally exited the site and closed the laptop. What the fuck? She muttered to herself as she walked out of the room. When Bear came home from work that evening after the computer incident, he was his usual cheery and attentive self. The kids worshipped him, and he was the model husband. Maybe it was hackers. After all, I did open the computer during a paused update, she thought to herself. There's no way my guy could be into something like this, she reasoned. It took a few days, but Becky put the incident behind her and contributed the incident to some kind of hack. That was 3 years ago, and she barely gave it another thought until today. What's going on here? She said aloud. Chapter 6. The McCauley Clan. Mike McCauley wasn't born a bully. Like all of us, he entered this world as an innocent. Perhaps if he was born into better circumstance, Mike would have taken a more positive path in life. Who knows? He could have been an Eagle Scout by now. But that isn't the way the cards turned out. At 16 years of age, he had already had numerous run-ins with the Canon police department. He had begun a long succession of suspensions and even a couple of outright expulsions from the school system beginning in grade school. Nearing his 17th birthday, he still was technically only a freshman in the high school. He wasn't dumb. Indeed, far from it, as he tested very well in the standard test giving administered to all students at certain grade levels. In fact, Mike knew, given his physical and mental abilities, that he could maneuver people to do his bidding through fear and intimidation. Loners and outsiders gravitated to him, looking for his approval and to feel a sense of belonging, even if it meant causing pains to others. Mike was very good at identifying weaknesses in others and using it to his advantage while employing a total lack of empathy for people that he hurt. Sociopath? Maybe. But he was very aware of right from wrong. He just didn't care. So, how did Mike end up turning into the terror of Canon High School? Sigmund Freud would point to McCauley's family, one member in particular, Leslie McCauley, his mother. Part 2. 6 years earlier. Mikey, honey, be a good boy and wash Mommy's back, Leslie McCauley cooed to her then 10-year-old son as she sat soaking in the bathtub. Mike was already in the bathroom with his mom. He always was around at bath time. She insisted. Many times they would take a bath together. As a toddler, it was a fun experience. The two of them in the tub. He would have all his bathroom toys, boats, floating animals, lots of bubbles. He loved those bubbles in the tub. Playing with his mother. Good times. Happy times. But as he aged, the tone of these baths were changing. He was still too young to put a stamp on exactly how things were changing. He only stood that it was different. That's it, Mikey. Use those strong hands of yours to get all Mommy's dirt. You don't want your mommy dirty, do you? Leslie said in an impish tone as she let out a giggle. Mike did as he was told, of course, lathering and working his mother's back. Leslie, her head tilted slightly forward, eyes closed. He could see that her arms were moving somewhat, although the bubbles masked a clear view of exactly what was going on. His mother let out a soft moan. That's it, Mikey, right there. That's where Mommy's got all that nasty dirt. Just keep scrubbing. Harder, harder, she said as her eyes remained closed. Something was happening to her. He didn't know what, but he continued to do as he was told. He was wondering if he was somehow hurting her as her soft moaning became more laborious. It scared him a little, so he asked, "Mommy, you okay?" She didn't answer him and continued panting, moaning. Finally, she let out a small scream. This terrified him, caused him to cry. He blurted out, "I'm sorry, Mommy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm sorry," he sobbed. Leslie, having achieved what she set out to do, turned to young Mike and spoke. "Now stop your crying, boy. Mommy's okay. You didn't hurt Mommy." Confused, Mike looked at his mother and said, "You're okay? You're all right?" "Of course I'm okay. Look, a woman needs to relax sometimes, Mikey. You understand. Being a grown-up sometimes, you just need to relax, okay? Now listen, your father's never home, right? Driving that big truck all over the country. That makes you the man of the house. Never mind those two crazy sisters of yours. You're the man, okay? Now, with you being the man, your mommy needs you to help her relax at bath time, all right? And if I get a little scared at night, your mommy might need you to sleep with her too. Like when you were little, remember?" Young Mike nodded his head. He remembered when he would have a nightmare as a toddler. He would climb into his parents' bed to ward off the boogeyman. But his father was rarely home even then. A long-distance truck driver, Big Mike was more or less a stranger to the 10-year-old. When he was home, Mike had to struggle to remember any happy memories with his father, who generally was indifferent to the whole family. His mother ran the household a bit in a non-traditional sense. Mike, being the man, had virtually no restrictions, even at a young age. He was allowed to do pretty much whatever he pleased. No chores, no homework was an option, even school was an option. He also was the recipient of many gifts and treats from his mother. Mike's sisters, on the other hand, were treated like indentured servants. Even though they were both older than him, they were required to do his bidding. Leslie openly fawned over young Mike, and as he matured, even flirted with him in front of his siblings. "Okay, now that you understand me, Mikey, I need you to get in the tub. Mommy's going to show you how you can relax too," Leslie said to her son, a wide grin appearing across her face. Chapter 7. There's no place like the Regent Inn. Larry Parkinson pulled his white neon Ford into the parking lot of the Regent Inn. "Got some memories here," he murmured to himself as he navigated the beaten potholed lot and brought his vehicle to a halt. While not in his jurisdiction of Canon City limits, he had provided backup several times for the county sheriffs in a myriad of criminal activity scenarios over the years. He'd even had developed a somewhat friendly relationship with the on-site manager, Jolly Hansen. Hansen had a big heart, was handcuffed on just about everything positive that could be done to the much-needed improvements the Regent Inn desperately needed. The proprietors, the Patel Group, owned a string of equally dilapidated properties across the tri-state area. "Can't say I call them Christians," Jolly used to tell Larry. "They got more money than God, though. They just don't feel like sharing." Hansen, heavy-set and 60-something years old, had demons of his own. A heavy drinker with a criminal past, his employment options were limited. "I just wish they could find it in their small little hearts to let me spruce the place up a bit," he used to tell Larry. "Hey, Jolly," Larry called out with a wave as he walked towards the blighted, blotched stucco office. Jolly had seen Larry pull in and had already started out the front door to greet him. "Howdy ho, Larry. Good to see you." Hanson called out, happy to see his old friend. "What brings me the pleasure of your company, officer?" Jolly asked, grinning. Larry approached Jolly, hand extended, and they shook hands. "Well, Jolly, I was kind of hoping that you could help me out here. Seems like we might have a little situation," Larry said. "Uh-oh. Don't like the sound of that one, Larry. What you got?" Jolly replied. It might be something, might be nothing," Larry replied. "Had a call out to the Timberlakes the other night," Larry said. "Nothing serious, just some stupid drug shit. Anyways, in the middle of this thing, we noticed a car. Blue Chevy, four-banger, Navio. Real piece of shit, actually. The car was kind of banged up, rear window was smashed in. That's what drew it to us. On closer inspection, come to find out the plates were changed by someone. That got our attention. The closer we looked at the car, the more it didn't add up. Someone switched the plates," Larry said. He omitted the part about possible foul play with the owner of the plates. As a cop, you just don't do that. "We ended up taking a look inside. Wasn't much in there, which we found strange, but did come across a small business card in a glove box. Guess where it was from?" Larry said to Jolly. Jolly's eyes widened, saying, "Well, I'm not some fancy police like you, Larry, but I'm going to guess and say the Regent Inn. And I'm going to guess one more time, buddy. I know that car you described. It belongs to a Miss Shelley Banks. Nice kid. Couldn't understand why she would skip out on a bill. Just didn't seem like the type, you know. But now you got me worrying a bit, Larry." Larry listened to Jolly. Got a sinking wave feeling that began to take hold. He didn't think he really had anything when he drove up to the Regent Inn. They had traced the car's ownership through the system, and Shelley Banks was listed as the owner. Her last known address put her a couple 100 miles away. She hadn't been reported missing nor her car stolen. The consensus down at the station was that she probably loaned the car out to a boyfriend or something, and based on the car's condition, probably didn't know or care where the car was. The car wasn't really tied to a specific crime. Larry was just following a hunch. It was his day off, and heck, what else did he really have to do? The fact that Shelley Bank was even in the area and staying at the fabulous Regent Inn changed things. We're going to need to follow up with her parents, Larry thought. "Okay, Jolly. Well, maybe we should head in your office. I got a couple more questions to ask you," Larry said. Part 2. Larry put his car in reverse, pulling out of the Regent Inn parking lot, and he let out a small wave to Jolly. "Nice seeing you, Larry. Don't be a stranger. You need anything else from me, you know where to find me." Jolly called out to Larry, as Larry pulled back into the 2-lane Royal Highway. It was a 20-minute drive back to Canon, giving Larry time to process the information that Jolly had provided. Okay, so Jolly said Shelley Banks skipped out on her bill about 10 days ago. That means her car was probably at the Timberlakes for about a week or more when we first came across it. Funny, it looked like it had been sitting longer with the heavy dust, but it's been unusually dry, and she probably wasn't going to waste money on a car wash, not for a junker like that. It had an unusual amount of mud on the tires, though, and along the bottom edges, too, he recalled. Jolly remembered Sally telling him that she had found a job at a grocery store. He couldn't come up with the name. "I don't remember, Larry. Dang, I don't. Too many beers and hard living, I guess. If I think of it, I'll call you," Jolly said, racking what was left of his brains to come up with something. Okay, so Jolly does remember it was a grocery store. That helps. Probably start with the big ones and work my way down. Jolly also said he didn't think she had been in the area too long. She'd been at the motel for about 2 weeks. That's going to make it a bit tougher with little or no paycheck trail. Larry now had to make a decision. Does he go to his boss with the new information, or does he continue with his own little investigation? At face value, all he really had was a car subtracted from its owner. Hardly headline stuff. He couldn't prove it, but he had always wanted to make detective, but felt those ambitions were not shared by the people who could make that actually happen. He knew for a fact he was being made fun of behind his back. Rosemary, the night dispatcher, had confirmed what he had already knew. "There's some people work around here, Larry, who got the maturity level of a 12-year-old, she once told him. They like to make people feel small so they can make themselves look better. But you're better than that, Larry. The world could use more people like you. It surely could. Rosemary always had a way to put things to spare his feelings, but she knew what he meant. Canon was a small town. Hell, half of the people Larry worked with, he went to high school with, and you know how that turned out, he reminded himself. His marriage to an ex-prostitute with ongoing issues didn't help his cause, not that he cared. Fuck 'em all, he whispered. He'd reach out to Sam Mitchell, though. Sam was the one who got a whiff of this thing at first, he thought. He knew he could trust Sam, and for the first time, really, he acknowledged to himself the fact that Sam was his only real friend besides Rosemary that he had. Maybe it's something and maybe it's nothing, he said aloud as he approached the city limits of Canon. But he couldn't shake the feeling of dread, the look of genuine concern on Jolly's face as he provided every bit of information he could recall, angry at himself for having such a poor memory due to his shortcomings. Inside his gut, Larry knew. The switch plates on the vehicle, the condition of the car, its location, the girl, young and in Jolly's opinion, a good kid? No, he thought, it's definitely something. But what? Chapter 8. Your Neighborhood Pickle Penny. Supermarket stop number 4, Larry said aloud, as he was working his way back to Canon, and so far nobody had heard of a Miss Shelley Banks. His tip from Jolly at the Regent Inn was so far not panning out. He was beginning to feel the seeds of doubt creeping into his mind. Maybe I'm just looking for something that's not reality. Jolly says he knows some girl with a car like the one I described, and I make the leap that foul play is the endgame. Nothing for nothing, but Jolly's a good guy and all. But he suffers from a strong dose of wet brain from all that drinking. Maybe I'm just chasing my tail, Larry thought as he wheeled into the parking lot. Hi, I'm Officer Parkinson from Canon PD. I'd like to speak to the manager, Larry said, flashing his badge to the young girl at Register 2. I guess I should have dressed a little more professionally. I look like I just got off a week-long bender, Larry thought. He really hadn't thought when he had left the house this morning that he would be out in the field playing detective. Okay, let me just see, and I'll see if I can go find Bobby, the girl replied. While she was looking for the manager, Larry took a quick survey of the store. Pickle Penny was a regional chain that catered to local customers on a budget. Its offerings were on the low-end side of things with strange brands versus name brands. This particular store had definitely in need of some TLC in terms of cleanliness, as Larry noticed outside. The parking lot was not even being maintained on the most basic levels. This place is a dump, he thought to himself. Hi, officer? I'm Bobby, the assistant manager, Bobby said as he approached Larry. He was just a kid himself, Larry noticed. No more than 21, bushy hair, heavily tattooed, and in a pickle penny uniform that needed washing, or better yet, probably just thrown out. Bobby also looked like he had just finished up burning some fairly potent weed. This is going nowhere, Larry thought. Okay, yeah, thanks, Bobby. Thanks for your time. I'm sure you're busy, but I'd like to ask you a couple quick questions, Larry said. They continued. We're trying to locate a young woman that we have reason to believe worked in the local grocery store. Larry hesitated for a moment, certain that, Bobby was definitely stoned. His eyes bloodshot, and a lingering scent of weed hung on his body. Larry continued. Anyways, we believe her name to be Shelley Banks and... Shelley? Shelley Banks, did you say? Bobby interrupted, then called out to the young girl at the register. Carmen. What was Shelley's last name? You know the girl we had here last month who was a no-show and kind of, disappeared? I don't know. I do remember her, though. She was nice, Carmen replied. Go back in the office and ask Julie to go through the old time cards. See if she can find out, Bobby instructed. We had a girl named Shelley here for a while. Nice kid, kind of quiet. Didn't really hang out with the rest of us, you know. She wasn't from around here, you know. Canon, everybody knows everybody, right? Bobby said, his bloodshot eyes now squinting. Jesus, can't I find anyone in this town sober, Larry thought to himself. Carmen returned from the office and announced, Shelley Banks, that's her name, Bobby, Shelley Banks. Her voice cut through Larry like a knife. He couldn't put a finger on his feeling of dread, but it was real. Gathering thoughts for his moment, Larry then said, Okay, good. I need to ask you a few questions. Bobby, when was the last time you saw Shelley? Why? You don't think anything happened to her, do you, man? Officer, Bobby said. At this time, I can't comment, but whatever you can tell me about Shelley, like when was her last day here? Did you see or notice anything unusual? Friends of hers or anything like that? Larry asked. He felt unprepared. He hadn't thought of what exactly he was going to say or do if he did uncover any information about the girl, or really anything at all for that matter. Okay, Detective Larry, get your foot out of your ass and do this right, he scolded himself. Bobby's face contorted a bit as he tried to think and then said, wow, man, I didn't really know her. You know, man, Officer Parker. It's Parkinson, but go on. Can you find out the last day she worked here, Larry said. Yeah, man, let me check it out with Julie. Yeah, I'll do that. Back in a cinch. Bobby seemed happy to be of some help and started to show some signs of mental clarity. Yeah, I remember Shelley. She was nice, the cashier Carmen offered after Bobby disappeared. Did you know her? Were you friends? Larry asked. No, not really. Like Bobby said, she was real quiet. Carmen answered, then offered. But you know who might know something? One of our stock boys, Ben Richards. I always seen those two talking and all. I kind of think Ben had a little thing about her. He was asking around after she left, if anyone knew what happened and all. He seemed kind of sad. I think that was sweet. Ben Richards, you said. Okay, great. You know when Ben's working again, Larry asked. No, but Bobby should be able to tell you, Carmen replied. Okay, great. Thank you, Larry said. Okay, this might be an actual lead. Get the info from the kid, Ben, see what he has to say. Yeah, not sure what we have here, but this has a feeling it might be something, Larry thought. Chapter 9, The Bentleys and that little incident in Madison. 4 months earlier. Part 1. Oliver and Regina Bentley were what most people would consider a happily married couple. Their story would follow a fairly common script. They met while both were students at Ohio State University. He was pursuing a degree in finance and her a degree in liberal arts. 2 years of dating accumulated into a marriage and 3 children, 1 boy and 2 girls. Oliver landed a job with Chase Bank in the credit card division. Regina juggled raising the kids along with a part-time job at a downtown local brewery as their bookkeeper. The job offered her the flexibility needed to get her young children off to school in the mornings and be home by the time the bus dropped them off in the late afternoon. Madison, Ohio, a town of 50,000 people, was a place they called home. It lies close to the Pennsylvania-West Virginia state line located in the foothills of the Allegheny Mountains. While the metro area is your standard medium-sized city fare with strip malls, fast food restaurants, and general commerce, it also is easy to escape the city and get to some quite beautiful remote rural areas. In short, it was Bear's kind of town. Summer was the busy season for Parrot Head's Brewery. The establishment where Regina worked, she normally worked a consistent 10 to 3 Monday through Friday schedule, but had on occasion been asked to cover manager shifts for vacationing management staff, or if there was a medical issue that sprang up and required coverage. She didn't mind. Parrot Head's owners, Dale and Masha Creek, were good to her, and for that matter, the whole staff. It was in essence her second family in a good way. Besides, she didn't get a chance to socialize much with the kids and family and all. So it was an opportunity to get out of the house and make some extra money. In this particular scenario, Brenda James, Parrot Head's young assistant manager, was 8 months pregnant. She continued to pull shifts throughout her pregnancy, but became concerned with the persistent back pain that was becoming unbearable. Regina, can I see you for a minute? Masha Creek asked as she popped her head into the small office door that acted as Regina's workspace during the day and was shared by all managers during the remaining business hours. Sure, yeah, Masha, what's up? Come on in, Regina replied. Well, you know about Brenda, it's getting close. She looks like a dam that's about to burst. I swear there's got to be more than one baby in that girl. She says there's only one, but good Lord, that kid's going to be a football player or something, Masha said. Oh yeah, brings back memories for me, carrying those 3 of mine. Yeah, I sure don't envy her, Regina said with a crooked smile. She remembered all right that boy of hers, Timmy, weighed almost 10 pounds when he joined the human race, and she had had her share of difficulty with him, especially the last couple months of her pregnancy. Yeah, I got those 3 boys of my own. She's got my sympathy too for sure. Anyways, Dale and I were discussing what's next, seeing as Brenda looks to be out for some time, and we're wondering if you would like to maybe be interested in picking up some shifts over the next couple months. We know you have a family, and of course that comes first, but if you would like to maybe, pick up a night or two a week for the foreseeable future, let us know. We're thinking we can get, hopefully you, maybe Dennis, and Hope to fill in the rest of her schedule as she has the baby, until she has the baby, and get yourself ready to come back to work. The other option is looking for a full-time manager, and that's getting tricky when Brenda is ready to come back. I don't need an answer this minute, Talk it over with Oliver and just let us know, okay? Masha said. Yeah, okay, will do. It could maybe work out. Summer's coming and it would give me some flexibility with the kids' school routine out of the way. Yeah, let me run it by Oliver and get his take, and I'll let you know. Probably by tomorrow, okay? Regina replied. Thanks, Gina, you're the best, Masha said and scurried back into the dining room. This might work out. Okay, I know Oliver doesn't like me being gone at night. Maybe I could cover a couple of the slower weeknights. We close at 10. That should get me home by midnight at the latest after cleanup. It'd be nice to make some extra money too. I think he'll be okay with it. After all, it's only for a couple months. What could possibly go wrong? Regina thought. Sure, it was only for a couple months, and 99.9% of the cases there wasn't a need to worry. Except when a customer who calls himself Dan, big fella, weighs about 250 pounds, lots of hair, kind of aped up. Quick with a smile, first impressions, seemed like a nice guy, a gentle giant as some might describe him. If he decides to visit your place of employment one night, then, unfortunately, something could go very, very wrong. Part 2. It was Monday evening at the brewery. Regina was talking with a regular group of 40-something-year-old male customers at the end of the bar. She was an attractive woman, and the guys liked to flirt with her a bit. She enjoyed a playful banter with them, as they were harmless. Most of them married themselves. She considered them friends. Hey, Gina, when are you going to dump that husband of yours and run away with me to Mexico? Sam Castro called out mockingly. Sam was the city attorney. His wife, Rebecca, was friends with Regina and the Creeks. Don't you think Rebecca would have a problem with that, Sam? Regina teased back. Oh, no, she'll be okay with it, really. We could head down there and get one of those quickie Mexican divorces. That's all them Hollywood types do. Besides, I think she'd be relieved, to get rid of me. She says I snore too loud. You don't have a problem with snoring, do you? Sam said, laughing. Forget it, Sam. I'm a light sleeper, Regina deadpanned. This got a rise out of the group, and they all shared a good laugh. All right, you got me there. Let me get my tab. Time to go back to the old ball and chain, I guess, Sam said, feigning a bruised ego. Sam, you, me, and the whole world knows what a lucky guy you are to have Regina and those great kids of yours, Regina said, smiling. Damn it, Regina, you don't fight fair, Sam said meekly. Sam and his friends paid their tabs, said their goodbyes, and headed out. Looking at the clock, Regina saw that it was around 9:30, half hour till closing. Part 3. Summer was in the air. He had to get out of that house. Becky and those kids were just getting into him that day, and the urge was there again. The urge that would lie dormant for a while, then rise again unannounced. Usually those feelings listed that it was time to begin pursuing Bear's next victim. The urges would arouse him to a degree, and seeking out a fresh kill would be coupled with a certain amount of time to carefully plan it before he put it into action. Usually. This time it was different. The urge was stronger. It swelled inside his chest, suffocating him. He felt like it would just burst at the seams if he couldn't get his hands around anybody's neck, and just squeeze the pathetic life out of this next unlucky victim. It would have to be tonight, no exceptions. He knew it, and besides, there was the issue of Becky and those damn kids. He'd had these feelings before about them. Feelings that told him that maybe his next victim should be the ones that lived under the same roof as him. No, he had to get out of that house now. Becky, honey, I just got a call from an old school friend of mine. You remember Charlie Jones? Charlie, big goofy Charlie, played JV football. Well, until he washed out junior year, Bear said to Becky. No, I don't remember him. Charlie Jones? Nope, Not ringing a bell. Sorry, sweetie. I don't recall him. Why do you ask? Becky asked. Yeah, well, I guess you probably wouldn't remember old Charlie. He was kind of an outcast, and his family did move away that junior year. I was probably the only friend he had in school. Guess I always kind of felt sorry for him. Anyways, we reconnected on Facebook the other week, and I guess I said that, we ought to get together sometime. Catch up. Truth be told, I really didn't mean it, but old Charlie, well, he kind of ran with that idea. So, would you mind if I saw him tonight? He lives about an hour away from here, some little godforsaken town in East area. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but I wrote it down somewhere. He says that there's a local watering hole that he frequents. Wants to know if I can make it there tonight. Have a couple beers. Bear said convincingly. He was good at these types of excuses. They sounded totally plausible, yet just vague enough to fill in the gaps with lies that fit the narrative when they were needed. Well, I don't know, Robert. I mean, define a couple of beers. You know how I hate it if you're drinking and driving. Promise me that you only have 2 beers, Becky said scoldingly. Okay, honey, I promise. Scout's honor, Bear replied, flashing the Boy Scout salute and his best fake smile. Perfect, he thought. And if things get a little out of control tonight, he can call her late this evening and saying, oops, guess I drank too much. I'm going to grab a motel and I'll be home safe and sound in the morning. Part 3. Saying his goodbyes to Becky and the kids, Bear jumped in his car and headed east. He had a pretty good idea where he was going, but nothing concrete. A couple summers ago, he took Becky and the kids on a long weekend on the east side of the state. Close to the Pennsylvania-West Virginia border was a small city, Madison, Ohio. Beautiful area, he remembered. Madison had many of the amenities that a vacationing family would find desirable. Shops, restaurants, a decent nightlife scene. But the reason Bear found it attractive was it was a close proximity to the wilderness. Perfect, he thought, for a person to get lost and never found, especially if that person was no longer walking on this earth. Yeah, Madison, Ohio was on the radar for tonight. Make it a great night in Madison, folks, he thought with a wide grin spreading across his face. Part 4. Bear saw the billboard along State Road 60. Parrot Head Brewery, drink local, great food too. He pulled up the brewery on his phone with a quick internet search that got him what he was looking for. Hours of operation. Monday through Thursday, 11 to 10, he said. Monday, probably one of their slower nights. It's about 9 now. I can be there in half an hour. Let's see what we got there, he thought. The urge was strong, even stronger than early in the day, but although he would never admit it to himself, it worried him a bit. He felt rushed, and if he had even the slightest bit of self-awareness in the confidence department, he would have bailed on this evening's festivities. But that wasn't an option. Besides, in his mind's eye, what could possibly go wrong? He was a king. They were just mere fodder. There solely for his entertainment. Nope, the show must go on. Pulling into the brewery's parking lot, Bear began to map out his plan. He knew that businesses in general always put their patrons first and their employees last when it came to parking. He loved that. The Parrot Head Brewery was no different. The brewery was a freestanding building off the main business section of the entertainment district. This offered less lighting for the parking lot, less visibility from the busy main drag, and along with that, less exposure to any of those annoying security cameras that were being employed with greater frequency. Upon closer inspection, Bear noticed by the rear of the building 3 small parking spaces, pretty much off on their own with minimal lighting. That's got to be some of the staff parks. Or the staff parks. No doubt the manager, maybe a couple late-night closing employees, he determined. He pulled his vehicle as close as possible to the park employee vehicles. He took a quick check of the items needed to perform the necessary act. Okay, let's see. Chloroform, extra license plate, rope, stun gun. Not like I need it, but just in case. Okay, that's it. This'll do. Party time, he thought with his usual gusto. He got out of the car and did a fast check for mounted security cameras. He didn't see anything, but decided to work this detail into a conversation with an unexpected employee, very innocently, of course. Bear headed into the restaurant. It was about 9:30. The brewery layout was typical of most mid-sized restaurants catering to a varied customer base. Upon entering the building, customers are greeted by a hostess and seated in one of the 2 main dining rooms. This accommodated probably about 150 people. The bar was to the right of the dining rooms, separated strategically, offering a more casual and at times noisier environment. On weekends, sports on the big screen were the draw, and Friday and Saturday nights featured local bands or karaoke along with a late menu. This Monday evening, Bear walked through the front doors and noticed the dining room was almost completely empty. The hostess was already gone for the night. He headed over to the bar. Like the restaurant too, it was quiet. A small table in the corner sat a young couple who were probably way past the .08 alcohol limit, drunkenly making out. Bear walked by considering the prospect of giving them an evening they would never forget. No, as much as I would love to slit that fucker's throat, fuck his girlfriend until she bleeds and bury them both upside down, it's too risky, he thought with more than a hint of disappointment. Heading up to the bar, Bear grabbed a seat. Behind the bar, Marty, the part-time evening bartender, and the manager, Regina, were consolidating the night receipts. Bear innocently said, "Oh, am I too late?" No, you're fine. We're just getting ready to close, so no, you're fine. There's still time for a drink if you care to order one," Regina said. "Okay, sure. Look, I don't want to keep you all here. I can just leave," Bear said with a great deal of believability. "I should have been an actor," he silently mused to himself. "No, please, it's fine. I'm not going anywhere soon. I'm just trying to get Marty here home. He's got a big math test tomorrow, don't you, Marty?" Regina said with a warm smile. "Yeah, algebra too. Brutally. Actually, don't remind me," Marty said with a look of dread. Bear smiled at both of them, thinking, "Yeah, hey, she's pretty, very pretty, just what the doctor ordered. Take a hike, Marty. Hope you flunked that test, and by the way, go fuck yourself while you're at it." His groin area was rapidly gathering heat. "Okay, then. I see that you're a brewery. I'll try the beer that you think is the best," Bear said, putting on his biggest smile. He could come across as damn near cheery. He knew exactly how to win people over with it. "Coming right up," Regina said with a grin. She placed a glass of Parrot Head's Charcoal IPA. It had won several awards at regional beer festivals and was a fan favorite at the restaurant. Regina turned her attention back to Marty, cashing out his drawer. Within a few minutes, Marty was on his way out, and Bear was left alone with the attractive manager on duty, Regina. "Good luck tomorrow," Bear called out to Marty as he said his goodbyes. "Yeah, thanks. I'm going to need it. Somehow I feel like I should be in that movie Dead Man Walking. I suck at math," Marty said with a certain amount of resignation in his voice. "You'll be fine. Think positive, man," Bear replied, not meaning any of it, just wanting the kid to get the fuck out of there already. "Yeah, Marty, you need to listen to... I'm sorry, what's your name, sir?" Regina asked. "Well, it certainly isn't sir. It's Dan, and I'm pleased to meet you both," Bear answered again with his award-winning smile. It was infectious, and Regina replied, "Oh, pleased to meet you, Dan. My name is Regina. I guess you've already picked up on young Marty's name." "Regina, huh? My sister-in-law's name is Regina. Small world, I guess," Ben responded with a grin. It was a lie, of course, but he wanted to keep her attention, keep the conversation going. With the dipshit kid leaving and a young couple in the corner gathering their things drunkenly, he would have her to himself. Perfect, he thought. "So Dan, right? Dan, what brings you to our humble little brewery tonight? Is this your first time here?" Regina asked. "Well, actually, I saw your sign on the road. I'm heading to Delaware to meet my wife. She flew there to meet her sister, Regina of all names," he chuckled, then continued. "The plan is for us to have a little mini vacation, just the two of us. We're going to take 3 days and slowly head back to our home in Indiana. We'd like to go junking at thrift stores, maybe visit some state parks, hike, just the two of us. My parents volunteered to watch the kids for a few days, so we both took off time from our jobs. We're going to have a little fun," he concluded. Not a bad cover story, he thought, impressed that he literally made it up while he was explaining it to Regina. "That's so sweet. My husband Oliver and I need to take some time for ourselves. It's so important to stay connected as a couple. Like you said, with the kids and work and all, you just have some time alone," Regina said. "Yeah, right. So I saw your sign, and I thought I'd stop by for beer, then try to find a motel for the night. I didn't get away from work as early as I would have liked to, but I think I'll just bed down here in town and get going at first light in the morning," Bear replied, fully engaged in his imaginary small talk he'd created. He was getting anxious. He really just wanted to jump over the bar, rape pretty Regina, and then maybe slowly choke the life out of her. Then call it a night, but even in his elevated state, he could gain some measure of self-control. He had to get some intel off her first. When pulling into the back lot, he noticed there were 3 cars parked by the back door. He needed to know which one of those was her car. One was a total beater, some kind of ancient rust Chevy. He could rule that one out. The other two were newer SUVs. One was a Mazda, the other a Kia. Hey, Regina, I have a question. Maybe you can help me with it. My car, it's a Mazda CX-5. It has this weird rattling that's starting up. Do you know if there's a Mazda dealership in town? Bear asked innocently. Yes, yeah, I have a Mazda CX-5 too. That's weird. Yes, there is a Mazda dealership on Highway 23, about a mile from here. They're super nice down there. I'm sure they'd be happy to look at it for you if you stop by there in the morning, she offered, then continued. Well, it's funny. Your sister-in-law with the same name as mine and we drive the same car. That's funny. Yeah, that's a coincidence, all right, Bear said, nodding his head and maintaining his trademark grin. This is getting tough. I got to get out of here, get my ducks in a row to snatch this little bitch. Just one more thing, he thought. Well, Regina, it's been a real pleasure talking with you. I guess it's time for me to pay my tab and let you get out of here. What do I owe you? Bear asked. You know, this one's on the house. My husband any husband who puts his wife first, like you do, deserves a beer, Regina said glowingly. She really was just a nice, genuine person. Not that it mattered to Bear. He despised all humans. That's really nice of you. You sure? Bear said softly. Absolutely, Regina said with a smile of her own. Bear saw an opening for his last bit of intel that he was looking for and said, Looks like this place is emptied out. Hope you can get back to your family early tonight. Oh yeah, it should be an early night. The cooks are all gone. The dishwasher's just finishing up. All I gotta do is just finish up in the office and I'm homeward bound, Regina replied. Well, okay then. It's been really nice meeting you and thanks for the beer. Don't forget to set that alarm too. Can't be too careful, Bear said good-naturedly as he got up. Yeah, don't worry, I will. It's from the 90s, though. I wish they'd just put in a Ring camera system like we have at our house. But, you know, just easier, but there's not much crime around here anyway, so that's a good thing, Regina replied innocently, not considering the words she was saying to a complete and total stranger. Big mistake. Part 4. Bear's heart was racing faster than a speeding bullet, a sensation he loved when he was closing in on his prey. He had said his final goodbyes to Regina and slowly walked back to his parked car. Okay, let's see what we have here, he thought, surveying the dimly lit parking lot. He'd gotten the information he deemed necessary to pull this off, although he again, for the slightest moment, felt he might be rushing things. The notion was quickly dispelled after all. He was a superior being, here he assured himself. All right, that's the bitch's car. We know that. Good, perfect. Boy, the owner really needs to invest in some better lighting around here, he thought with a smirk. Bear went to his vehicle and jumped in. His plan was pretty straightforward. He would drive his vehicle several blocks away, parked in an area that would provide the best cover and least chance of those annoying cameras. Then he would gather his wares, the chloroform, a couple zip ties, his replacement license plate. He would take her plate. His jacket, along with his large frame, provided perfect cover for his tools. The rest would be simple. After all, he had plenty of practice. Part 5. By morning's light, a good man had lost his wife. 3 children lost their mother, and Bear was heading home. His mood was ecstatic. Chapter 10. Destiny, Part 1. I'm heading out, Mom, Ben called out to his mother on his way to his evening shift at the Pickle Penny. Another Friday night at the Rock, Ben thought as he jumped into his shop-worn pickup truck. Well, it's not like I have a full social calendar to attend to. Might as well make a few bucks, he thought, as his pickup's noisy, worn muffler was winning the battle against his inept AM/FM radio with cracked speakers in the audible contest from hell. Friday nights at the Pickle Penny were generally uneventful, but tonight would be the exception, with Ben's high school playing an important conference game against the Hampton Spartans. Not that Ben gave a shit about who won or lost. The local fans for both teams would be out in force, though. Pickle Penny was a mere 4 blocks from the stadium, affording fans easy access to snacks, beer, and whatnot. There was an unfortunate byproduct of the game being this evening. A better than 50% chance that Mike McCauley and his gang would be in the store at some point tonight. Ben had seen them there before during games. He made it a point to avoid them, of course, but sometimes it was too late to get out of their way when his attention was elsewhere. He'd even seen them shoplifting in the store several times. Once McCauley saw Ben looking at them while he was lifting a bottle of wine. Don't you dare say a fucking word, dickweed, McCauley whispered a blunt warning as Ben tried to avoid his eye contact. Those fuckers are going to show tonight. I can just feel it, Ben thought as he pulled into the parking lot. Part 2. Come on, you guys, let's go, Bear called out impatiently to his sons. Canon High was playing against the arch rival Hammond, and Bear wanted to bring the family out to the game. Tonight he would channel the domestic side of his personality, he liked to call it. He did actually enjoy football, and this evening his focus will, for the most part, be on the game. But his inner demons will eventually rise as the evening progresses. They always did. There will be someone, a pretty girl or a loudmouth teenage boy, maybe even an annoying old lady. Haven't snuffed one of them out lately. Make a note, he thought. That'll bring him back to his more true self. Boy, let's go. Your dad means it, Becky called out as she entered the living room with Bear. It had been 2 days since she found that motel key from the Regent Inn, and she hadn't forgotten about it. She fully intended to confront her husband, but was having a hard time finding the right moment to do it. This is family night. I'm not going to blow that, she thought. But she had a difficult time focusing on anything but that damn key for the last couple of days. She would try to find a plausible reason in her mind for Bear to have it, but always came up empty. Of course, in her mind, the worst possible outcome she could think about would be imagine it was her husband was having an affair. If she knew the real reason Bear had that key, she would likely put it in her perennial state of denial. She could never accept that beneath the veneer of the man that she loved lived an unspeakable monster. She loved her husband very much. She knew that even if there was an affair, as much as it would hurt her, they would work it out. No, not tonight. No, but soon, she thought. Part 3. Ben headed into the employee break room to punch in and stash his coat. The employee break room was really more of an oversized broom closet with a card table, 4 chairs, and a trash can that rarely was emptied. A couple hooks on the dirty wall were available to hang a jacket next to the time clock. You wouldn't want to actually take a break in there unless someone forced you in there under gunpoint. The break room fit the motif of the store itself. Just kind of gross. Hi, Ben. You closing tonight? Carmen asked. She was gathering her things and had just clocked out as Ben came in. Yeah, unfortunately, Ben answered, then added, it's going to be hell, too, with the football game going on tonight and all. Did Bobby get a hold of you yet? Carmen asked. Bobby the manager? Ben replied. Yeah, some guy, a cop, came in the other day, asking about Shelley. You know the girl working here for a while? Looks like you two were friends. Anyways, yeah, he was asking if anyone knew what happened, you know. Her just kind of disappearing and not showing up to work and all, Carmen said, then added, Bobby said the cop was going to get a hold of you and see if you knew anything about Shelley. He probably forgot, though. Big surprise, right? That guy's always stoned. No, I never heard from him. Did the cop say anything? Like, what happened to her? Is she okay? I mean, she's not in any trouble or anything, is she? Ben said. He felt a certain panic rising when he spoke. I don't know. He really didn't say, I know he was interested in talking to you, though. He asked for your schedule. Damn, if I can remember the cop's name. I think his last name sounded like a candy bar or something. He's got a bald head and kind of a big gut. Didn't really look like a cop, almost looked like a homeless dude, but I'm pretty sure that he was a real cop. He had a badge and everything, Carmen said, and then added, Bobby will probably know. You should ask him. I will for sure. Thanks, Ben replied. A cop looking for Shelley. Why? I mean, she sure didn't seem like some sort of criminal. What else could it be? He thought worriedly. He wasn't sure. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. He had just come to terms with the idea she probably just split town, maybe found a better job, or just wanted to move on to a different area. Nothing was holding her here, certainly not the pickle penny. Now a cop was looking for her? Why? Got to talk to Bobby, he thought, and then headed out to the floor. Part 3. Honey, I'm going to head up to the grocery store. What do you guys want? Bear asked. After many annoying starts and stops trying to get his crew into the car and on the way to the game, they had finally arrived. He was more than a little peeved with his family. Actually, he had on more than one occasion during the fracas considered bludgeoning to death a whole lot of them and going to the game alone. He was able to, of course, this time anyways, to suppress the urge, but there was no doubt in his mind that eventually he would have to carry out with that particular mission in the future. The very near future, Ben thought as he pulled the loaded car out of the driveway. But it would have to wait. After all, there was a game tonight in a little recon mission to feed his alter ego that evening. That kid Ben. Tonight was his night. We wouldn't want to spoil that. Part 4. Ben was in aisle 3 when he heard the voices he dreaded the most. They caught him by surprise, really, as his mind was swirling over the disappearance of Shelley. He found himself running on autopilot, stacking canned vegetables in a fog. Earlier, he had searched for Bobby, the manager, after his talk with Carmen, but found that he too had left for the day. "Over here, numbnuts, get the ones with the raisins in them," Ben heard Mike McCauley instruct one of his lackeys. They had just rounded the corner where Ben was working. There was no escape. He was eyeball to eyeball with Mike McCauley and 2 of his crew, Vince Bass and Ernest Riley. "Oh, hey guys, look who we have here. Good old Ben, little Benny dipshit," Mike McCauley cooed. Part 5. Bear headed into the pickle penny. He grabbed a shopping cart, loading it in a couple things his obnoxious family had requested. It gave him the perfect cover he needed to seek out his newest target, Ben. He knew that he was usually working Friday evenings. He got that little tidbit of info in his conversation with the kid on his initial visit. He knew how to work in the most critical intel in the most innocent ways. The store was surprisingly slow. Many of the aisles had virtually no one shopping in them. Bear passed by aisle 2, grabbing a couple bags of chips. He turned the corner towards aisle 3 and, bingo, spotted his prey. He was on the far end opposite where Ben was and noticed the kid was being approached by 3 other teenagers. His instincts kicked in. Rather than approach the whole group as a whole, he would continue to aisle 4 and wait it out. Wait it out and listen. Part 5. "Hey, Benny dipshit. Hey, you hard of hearing, shithead?" Mike McCauley called out, then added, "We come for our tax payment, remember, motherfucker?" McCauley and his 2 flunkies walked towards Ben. Vince Bass and Ernest now spread out a little bit as they approached, creating a semicircle around Ben. No way out now. Bear had positioned himself on the next aisle, separated only by a double row of canned goods on Ben's shelves and baking supplies on Bear's side. He could clearly hear the conversation that was still in its infancy stages. He wasn't sure where exactly the context was going, but knew that he was in the right spot to find out. He was, in these types of situations, very disciplined. He would wait quietly and observe. "You're not getting any tax. That's not happening. Just give me back my dad's ring," Ben stated simply. He was scared, terrified actually, but managed to croak out that much of response. He was also banking on the setting. He didn't feel like Mike McCauley's gang would pummel him in the store. Too many people to witness the assault. Then again, McCauley was an unpredictable psychopath, so there was that. Speaking of psychopaths, unknown to the 4 boys, there was a much larger, more dangerous one lurking in the next aisle. That one, however, was quiet for now. Mike McCauley looked at Ben hard and long, saying nothing. Ben could see that this wasn't going to end well by looking at McCauley's face. After all, he had his crew with him, and that meant he had to show Ben and them who was calling the shots. Finally, McCauley said, "Listen, shithead, this is how it is. You reach in your pocket right now, take out everything you got, and hand it over. Everything." His words took Ben off guard. What did he mean exactly? Was he robbing him in the store? Confused by the demand, Ben simply said, "What?" "Empty out your motherfucking pockets now," Mike McCauley bellowed. His face took on a weird, distorted look that brought a chill down Ben's spine. It was the same look that McCauley had when he was on top of Ben with his hands around his throat during his previous beatdown. He wasn't fucking around. No, the fuck I will," Ben replied. He was trying to process what was happening, or more importantly, what was about to happen. Part of him was utterly terrified, for sure, but another part of him had just had enough. Enough of this motherfucking bully who stole his father's ring. Enough of the daily humiliations at school. And finally, just enough of always being afraid. "Would you say, you little pussy?" McCauley said, drawing closer to Ben, his face a crimson red of hate and menace. "I said, give me back my fucking ring," Ben screamed. As the words flew out of his mouth, he had already prepared himself for the wailing fist he was about to receive. His only hope of survival at this point was that there was enough customers in the store that would at least call the police before he was beaten to death. But it didn't happen. Seconds later, to his utter amazement, an angel did appear for Ben. Well, maybe it was an angel from hell, but nevertheless, it still qualified as a miracle for him. Hey, Ben, isn't it? The voice called out. It was a strong, powerful voice from a very big, hairy, aped-up guy. All 4 teenagers looked up in unison at Bear as he rounded the aisle. Bear didn't swoop in causing a scene or was in attack mode. He didn't have to. His mere presence was a look of authority and command. Ben, bewildered, for the first time to speak, said, "Yeah, it's Ben, right." He didn't recognize the man at first glance, but he did look familiar. "Yeah, it's Ben, yeah. Remember me, the guy whose wife broke her leg, the ex-stockboy? We talked the other night. Name's Dan. Who's your friends?" Bear said, looking squarely at Mike McCauley. "They were just leaving," Ben said flatly. Mike McCauley looked over and said, "Let's get out of here," to Vince and Ernest Riley. Bear never took his eyes off McCauley, and Ben detected more than just a little fear in his tormentor's eyes as they left. Thanks, I guess. I have a little problem with those guys, I guess," Ben said sheepishly to Bear. He was more than a little embarrassed. If a rock would have been available to crawl under, he surely would have taken the opportunity. Bear, ever the opportunist, recognized Ben's discomfort. He knew he had to choose his words carefully. This was a unique situation for even him. He had to go over the data he had just received. He wasn't sure exactly what he had in front of him, but felt that this could bring him a legendary trophy, an incredible addition to his already impressive career. "Yeah, I kind of picked up on that a little. Hope you don't mind me saying, but that one kid, the leader, I guess, seemed like a real prick," Bear said. He wanted desperately to say more, go all in, with the most graphic details, but of course he didn't. It was too soon. And besides, he needed time to assess how he wanted to go about with this encounter. It literally just fell in his lap. "Yeah, a prick is one way to put it. I have a couple other words to describe him, but..." Ben trailed off. He felt very uncomfortable talking to anyone about his little problem, especially a customer who he didn't really know. "You said something about a ring?" Bear asked innocently. He had processed the information he had overheard to a degree. Now he would learn a little bit more, again, being very careful. "Yeah, well, they took my ring from me at school, my dad's ring, but I want to get it back," Ben said with a quiet resolve. "Oh, your dad's ring, huh? Does your father know?" Bear asked again in a soft voice dripping with empathy. Strange. He really knew nor cared about empathy. He only knew that these mere mortals would be reactive to it. "What? My dad? No, he doesn't. I mean, my dad passed away last year," Ben replied simply. Bear caught off guard by Ben's response, but ever the technician, he pivoted and said, "Oh, hey, I'm sorry. Really, I didn't know. It's none of my business." "It's okay. Don't worry about it," Ben said, then continued. "Thanks for your help. You saved my butt for sure, but I got to get back to work. I'm going to deal with those guys. I'm getting that ring back." Bear hesitated for just a moment. The next words out of his mouth had to be just right if he was going to pull off a blossoming plan that was growing like wildfire inside him. "Ben, what if I could help you get that ring back?" Chapter 11. Detective Larry Parkinson. Larry had spent the past couple days on his case. He decided not to inform his superiors about the intel he had collected so far. He knew they wouldn't take him seriously anyways. Besides, he truly didn't know what he had to begin with. He did, however, decide to confide with his friend, Officer Sam Mitchell, for 2 reasons. First, he knew that he could trust Sam, and second, he knew Sam wouldn't ridicule him as he shared his hypotheses. The 2 men talked briefly on the phone, and Larry offered up a lunch with him at the local truck stop. Ironically, Big Ed's. Larry arrived first at the restaurant and grabbed a booth in the back of the main dining room. Big Ed's was a busy place during the lunch rush, providing an acceptable noise level that allowed for a private conversation not to be overheard. Sam followed shortly afterwards and joined Larry in the booth. "Hey Sam, thanks for coming, man. Sorry if I pulled you away from your day off. Probably the last thing you want to do is talk about work," Larry said. Oh, now, come on, Larry. Only thing you pulled me away from was a honey-do list a mile long my wife gave me. Besides, you got my curiosity up a little with your phone call. What you got? Sam asked. Well, not sure yet, but our little mystery car is keeping me up at night. I can't shake this feeling that we might have stumbled into something, Larry said. He filled Sam in on his talk with Jolly over at the Regent Inn. The conversation led to his visits at the Pickle Penny and finally to the stockboy, Ben. I really didn't think Jolly had anything of value at first, you know. Jolly's a nice guy, but I wouldn't put him on a witness stand, you know what I mean? Larry said, then continued. But when I made the first stop at the Pickle Penny, I don't know, don't laugh, but I just got, I don't know, maybe a premonition or something? I can't explain it, especially after I heard that young girl was actually real and worked there. Larry looked nervously over at Sam, checking to see what kind of reaction he was getting. Sam said nothing except, yeah, I ain't laughing, go on. Okay, yeah, thanks, Larry said, relieved that he'd been taken seriously. Suddenly, he was very glad that he had called on his friend. The kicker for me was a conversation with that kid Ben. I don't know, but for a 16-year-old, that kid seems light years ahead of most teenagers in the maturity. You know what I mean? So during my little interview with him, I knew that something is not adding up with his friend, the girl, Shelley Banks. The kid kind of verified what Jolly told me about her. You know, good kid, not the type to skip out a bill and all. And another thing I can't get out of my head. The kid was worried. No doubt because now a cop is looking for her, but really upset, and I guess you could say scared for her safety. You think maybe he had something to do with it? Sam asked. No, I doubt it. I mean, the thought crossed my mind, you know, but it would take a pretty big leap for this kid to be involved. No, he answered every question I asked, and he wants to help any way he can. You could see it in his face. He was, I don't know, heartbroken maybe? Not only that, the crew at the Pickle Penny said Ben was asking everyone if anybody knew anything about where she was. He was pretty frantic when she stopped showing up to work. If he's involved, I'd say he deserves an Academy fucking award on covering things up, Larry said. Plus, nothing for nothing, the kid's about 110 pounds soaking wet. Guns ain't heavy, Sam said simply. True enough. Probably a good idea to keep the kid on our radar, I suppose, Larry agreed. So what do you think happened to Shelley Banks? Sam asked. Well, I just got off the phone with Miss Banks' foster parents before I headed here to meet you. Actually, I made 2 phone calls before I came here. I would love to say they were a big help, but they weren't. In fact, they didn't seem to give 2 shits where she was or what might have happened. Some of these foster parents take in the kids for the money they get from the state. You know, stack them up in the house, do the bare minimum, pocket the rest of the money. When they hit 18, they're shown the door. These people seem to fit that profile, Larry said, then continued. I did, however, get a little something out of that conversation that might be useful. What was that? Sam asked. Shelley Banks had located her birth mother. She lives out west, out in Montana, Helena, I believe. The foster parent dad said Shelley was planning on heading out there when she could afford it, I guess. He said Shelley and her mom were communicating on a consistent basis, best he could determine. Like I said, these foster parents and Shelley were not close. He did manage to turn up a contact number for me. Mother's name is Sabrina Hunt, Larry said. Did you contact her? Sam asked. He was now laser focused on what Larry had to share. I did. Called her right away. I gotta tell you, Sam, that lady sounded worried, even scared, especially getting a phone call from a cop. She said that she and Shelley had been speaking and FaceTiming regularly for the past couple months before she disappeared. She said she was just a drug-addicted kid when she gave up Shelley to the state and never forgave herself as she got older. Having Shelley back in her life was a dream come true. Shelley planned to come out and visit, maybe see where things went, possibly even stay. About 3 weeks ago, the calls stopped coming. The mother, Sabrina, tried numerous times to get a hold of Shelley, but it went nowhere. She thought maybe Shelley just got cold feet, decided maybe she wasn't ready to meet her yet or something. She was hurt by the thoughts, but tried to keep a positive attitude that when the time was right, Shelley would reach out again. Like I said, that was over 3 weeks ago. Now with my call to her, she's pretty much freaking out, Larry said. Sam sat in silence for a moment. He was processing what Larry had shared with him, then spoke. Larry, Listen, man, I agree with you. There's more to that car than just being abandoned. Can't say exactly how much more, but there's something there. I guess I can quote you on the I just get a feeling category. I think that maybe you and me should go back and try to trace her last known steps. Maybe talk to some people who saw her last at the supermarket she worked at. Maybe the kid, what's his name? Sam asked. Ben, Larry answered. He was now hanging on every word that Sam was saying. Okay, Ben, I think we need to pay a visit back to the Regent Inn too. Talk to your old buddy Jolly again. Maybe shake something loose from his old noggin, Sam said. Yeah, okay, good idea. Yeah. If we go back to the pickle pen and get a list of the people who worked with Shelley on her last ship before her disappearance, maybe we'll get ahead. Jolly too. Maybe we check out of her room. It's been a while, of course, but the Regent Inn isn't known for its maid service. Maybe we can come across a clue, Larry said excitedly. Exactly, Sam agreed and then added, we need to keep this on the down low for now anyways. Don't want to spook anyone, and for that matter, tip anyone off if there's some type of foul play. Wow, yeah, you're right. This shit's starting to feel real now, you know, Larry said. His mind was racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. He felt certain that the Shell's Banks mystery was perhaps more than just a kid who blew through town trying to find a path for her life. He couldn't forget the look on that kid, Ben's face, when Larry asked him if he had any ideas where Shelley might be. He was scared. The call with the biological mother only reinforced his concerns. But the clincher was Sam's opinion. He trusted Sam, and more so, he respected him. Okay, Larry, you want to be a detective. Here's your chance. Don't blow it. Not just for yourself, but for this young girl. Like I said to Sam, this shit's starting to get real, he thought. Chapter 12. What have we got here? Bear was deep in his planning mode. He knew if he was going to pull this off, it had to be done right. He couldn't believe what was practically laid on his lap. A chance to exceed. No, wrong word. The chance to obtain glory in its purest form. He had to stifle a giggle as he was getting downright giddy over the possibilities that he had been gifted. What we have here, my friend, is a BOGO. Buy one, get one free, he thought, again stifling a giggle. He had to be careful, though. He was taking a bit of a risk, he knew, by taking out two fucking humans in the same town, same school, and who had a history with each other. But this is where he could take his advantage, he reasoned. Their dislike, no, their hate for each other, will be the driving force that will make everything come together. The stockboy, Ben, would be the key to Bear's plan. Yes, he would have to use all his charm. No, wrong word again. He'd have to use all his skill to bring the kid around to do Bear's bidding. Not that he would let the kid have all the fun. No, that wouldn't do. He and he alone would deliver the final judgments to both boys. It was only fair and right. Then there was that other goofy-looking motherfucker. Fucker had the balls to give him the stink eye as he tucked his dick under his leg and hightailed out of that grocery store. What do you call him? McCauley, he thought? Wasn't sure. Didn't matter. Bear was going to take special pleasure in taking care of that prick. Is that what old Four Eyes called him? Doesn't matter, because after I cut off his dick and shove it in his mouth while he's still alive, of course, his name will be the least of his worries, he thought with a smile as it grew across his face. This is going to be fun. Part 2. Bear indeed had high hopes for a delightful encounter with the two boys. They would both die, of course. That was to be assumed. But there was something more going on that an earlier version of Bear would have acknowledged to himself. He was getting sloppy. The urges, the desire that drove his murderous personality were getting stronger as he aged, and it was affecting his judgment. He pushed aside any thoughts that would paint him as vulnerable. To admit to himself would be a sign of weakness. He was, after all, a god. Humanity was just props laid out for him to enjoy, as only he could. Snuffing out their pathetic lives with his unique style was actually doing them a favor. He knew that. No, he would carry on his work, his destiny. All was well in his world, and he alone dictated the terms. No questions asked. Still, even Bear, in his rare moments of clarity, knew that it was all coming to an end, and soon. Part 3. Ben pulled into the driveway Friday evening after his shift at the Pickle Penny. His mind was still trying to wrap around the evening's events. Mike McCauley and his crew were intensifying their terror grip that they had him under. If that customer, Dan, wasn't around, Ben knew that at a minimum he would have been nursing some perhaps very serious new injuries. McCauley was getting more dangerous. Ben felt that. Something was going on inside that kid's head that was escalating. Ben was certain. It was as if McCauley himself was losing control. Ben might ordinarily feel sorry for someone like him if he wasn't the one on the receiving end of the danger of an unhinged person. But he was, and he had to do something about it. He knew that. That's where Dan comes in. What exactly did he mean by helping him get his father's ring back? Obviously, having an ally like Dan is helpful just by the man's size and presence. Ben definitely picked up on Mike McCauley's reluctance to take on an imposing figure like Dan. Who could blame him? The guy looked like he could rip off somebody's head with very little effort for sure. After the McCauley gang left, Dan suggested they get together to make a plan on how to get the ring back. Ben reluctantly agreed to meet Dan at the city park Monday after school, as he was going to be called to brainstorm an action plan. He was now having second thoughts, though. I don't know. Maybe this isn't such a great idea. We get the ring back with Dan being the muscle. That's not going to bode too well for me later. I still have to go to school alone every day, and McCauley is going to make it even harder for me. He decided he would call off the plan with his new protector. He would meet Dan on Monday as arranged and tell him personally. That was his plan anyways on that Friday evening. By Monday, however, everything would change. Chapter 13. Three Little Tales. Tale number 1. Sundays were the day of rest for the Hastings family. After church, the family would often return home, have a nice early dinner, then Becky and Bear would generally find a movie to watch together. The boys would usually go over to the neighbors and hang out with their two boys. Becky often looked forward to this little informal ritual. It was like comfort food for the soul, in her opinion. This Sunday, however, was going to be different. Although Bear had no clue what was coming, Becky decided it was time to ask her husband about the key from the Regent Inn. She had played in her head 1,000 times how she'd approach the subject with her husband. She was terrified, really, fearing that he was having an affair, and this was just going to crush her. But she had time to think it through and decided that she could handle the worst-case scenario. Their relationship, in her mind anyways, was strong enough to weather the storm. Nope, this was it. Today was the day. The boys were over at the neighbors, and Bear was on the couch, flipping through potential movies on Netflix for them to watch. Entering the living room, she made her move. "Robert, honey, I think we need to talk. Can you turn off for a moment, please?" she said. She was already trembling, but she was determined to get through this. Bear, seeing his wife looking upset, put on his best concerned husband look and immediately turned off the TV. "What is it, sweetheart? You look like you've seen a ghost," Bear said in his oh golly gee voice he had perfected over the years. "This is hard for me to say, and keep in mind, I'm not accusing you of anything, but I was doing the laundry the other day and I found something in your pocket. I just don't know. I just need you to tell me that That was as far as she could go. Tears were welling up in her eyes. She just couldn't stop them. She had convinced herself over the past few days that her husband had been having an affair. Bear, as usual, quick on his feet, came off the couch and walked towards his wife. He really didn't know where this was going, of course. If it was something to do with his little hobby of torture, rape, and murder, he'd have to take some action. I mean, you can't let a little thing like a wife and family get in the way of your calling now, could you? What is it, sweetheart? I know I hate to see you upset. What's going on? Bear said, utilizing his well-rehearsed, soothing voice. He'd talked her off the ledge many times during their marriage. He really hated being bothered with all this emotional crap, but it was, after all, part of his cover story among the mortals. He'd get through it. I found a key in your jeans pocket. I wasn't looking. It was just there, and I go through all the pockets from you guys before I put the clothes in the wash. She was now talking a mile a minute. Bear had to steady himself as he felt an increasing rage for his wife. It was something he'd been building for a while lately. He was able to suppress it this time. Okay, slow down. Now, look at me, honey. Look at me. What key are you talking about? Bear asked in a calm and reassuring voice. He still didn't really see where this was heading, but he had an innate ability to make things like this go away. They were, after all, mere mortals. It's a key from the Regent Inn motel. I found it in your pocket, and I don't understand why you would have a key from that awful place. I've been driving myself crazy thinking about it. You're not having an affair, are you? Becky half blurted out, half sobbed. Bear said nothing for a moment. He wasn't worried about coming up with a plausible story to tell his wife about the key. That shit came naturally for him. He just couldn't believe that he, of all people, could make a mistake like that. It was unthinkable to him that he could make an error. Clearing out his momentary self-doubts, Bear went back to the task at hand. Honey, come here, Bear said, opening up his huge arms and embracing his wife. Utilizing that most comforting voice of his, he said, I'm not having an affair. How could I ever do something like that to the woman whom I love with my whole heart? That key ended up in my pocket because of Jack Armstrong, one of the guys down at the plant. He was having some trouble at home and ended up at the Regent Inn after a little tiff with his wife. I gave him a ride after work there last week, and he left the key in my car. I called him as soon as I realized it and stuck the key in my pocket, expecting to return it to him the next day. Well, Jack and his wife made up that same night, and I dropped them off, so he went back home. I honestly just forgot about it until now. I am so sorry. Why didn't you say something about it to me when you found it in the first place, sweetie? Bear was looking straight into Becky's eyes. He had an expression of perfect innocence. She bought the story again. Hook, line, and sinker. Little tale number 2. Ben was outside in the driveway that Saturday morning after the McCauley Dan incident. He didn't recognize the man behind the wheel of the small compact car that was pulling up to the curb. Exiting the vehicle was a bald, pot-bellied, middle-aged man who approached Ben saying, Hello, I'm looking for a gentleman named Ben Richards, Larry said. That's me, Ben answered reluctantly. He had a feeling he knew who this was. That cop Carmen had told him about. I'm Officer Parkinson. I was wondering if I could ask you a couple questions. Do you know a young lady by the name of Shelley Banks? Larry asked. Yeah, I do. I did. Do you know what happened to her? Ben asked eagerly. He was more than anxious to find out about the girl he now realized he was pretty much in love with. Well, no, but any information you have could maybe of some help, Larry answered. He took a hard look at Ben, sizing him up. The kid was small, with glasses. He looked he was pretty smart, maybe like a nerd. Larry couldn't help but think that young Ben probably is the type who gets picked on at school. He could certainly relate to that. What kind of information could you use? I asked everybody at work if they had seen her. She was my friend. He trailed off. It was apparent to Larry that this kid was probably heartbroken, and much to his dismay, didn't have a clue what happened to Shelley Banks. Tale number 3. Ben fully intended that Monday morning to meet with Dan at the park after school and do a thank you but no thank you on Dan's offer to help. He would get back his dad's ring, he knew that, but bringing Dan into the mix was going to end up doing more harm than good. At least that's what he thought Monday morning. Fate has a funny way of blindsiding a person, though, and Ben was about to receive yet another cruel dose. He had pulled into the high school parking lot to start the school day. As soon as he hopped out of the truck, he heard that all too familiar voice right behind him. Hey, dipshit, remember me? It was Mike McCauley, alone this time. Ben already sensed that Mike McCauley alone might be more dangerous than Mike McCauley with his crew. What do you want? Ben said. His eyes raced back and forth, surveying who was nearby in case an emergency incoming beat down. There was literally no one within 100 feet of the two boys. Just here to deliver a little message to you, just between you and me, McCauley began. Ben could see right away that his nemesis looked different, not so much physically, but mentally. His voice was almost monotone. His eyes looked distant, almost dead. McCauley continued. You ain't getting that ring back, ever. You hear me? And that ain't all. Next time I catch you alone, I got a little something for you. McCauley reached into his pocket and produced a pearl-handled knife shaft and released a switch. A 6-inch stainless steel blade appeared. What came next was pure terror for Ben. McCauley grabbed Ben by his shirt collar, violently shoving his right arm up, literally lifting Ben off the ground. With his left hand, McCauley brought the tip of the blade within an inch of Ben's eye, knocking off his wire-frame glasses. He literally had Ben's life in his hand at this point. Then came the warning that chilled Ben's blood. You ain't getting that ring back, fucktard. You're still going to pay me that tax of $50 a week, every week, starting this week. McCauley was now enraged. He was literally spitting the words into Ben's face. Ben managed to squeak out a feeble response. I can't pay that. I don't have the money. This only angered McCauley more, if that was possible. The fuck you can't. You got a job, bitch. Every Friday, that's payday for you and me. You're going to meet me at 8 o'clock behind the Brewster building. Just you, alone. And you're going to have my money, motherfucker. Then McCauley made one final threat. His face now a twisted maniacal sneer. And if you don't, you think you're going to get cute, I'll kill you. And if I can't get to you, then I'll get that little sister of yours. She's going to get it. Or hey, maybe I'll kill your mom too. McCauley seemed to take real delight in his last tidbit about Ben's mom. McCauley then released Ben's collar, gave him a hard shove to the ground. Walking away, McCauley called out, Friday, bitch. Then let out a laugh that only could be made from a madman. Ben lay on the school parking lot pavement for a couple minutes. He was trembling, and he wanted to calm himself before getting back to his feet. His adrenaline was pumping. His mind raced. Jesus, what was that? This is getting worse, much worse. He's lost his mind, and now he's threatening my family, too. What can I do? I mean, the cops won't do shit. I'm pretty sure about that. I mean, I got to do something. I mean, the guy is talking about killing my sister, a little kid, for Christ's sake. Okay, get a hold of yourself. You need a plan. He was desperate for answers, but was coming up empty. Then he thought crossed his mind. It wasn't ideal by any means, but it was something. Dan said he could help me get my ring back. Let me hear what he has to say. I mean, I can't tell him about all this, but maybe he's got some ideas that can help me out. Ben then headed into school. He was far from being his best self, but at least he made it a bit of an action plan. He would meet with Dan after classes, see what he had to say. Of course, he wouldn't involve the man with anything radical or illegal. Still, it wouldn't hurt to talk to him. Right. What could hurt to talk to a homicidal mass murderer with an agenda of his own? An agenda that made Mike McCauley's threats look like a day at the beach. Chapter 14. Reasons. Mike McCauley finally felt free. Free from whatever constraints society had bestowed upon him. Free to be his true self. Release his inner child, he thought with a grin and a hint of irony. Those fuckers at school were going to pay, no doubt. Who the fuck were they to kick him out that Monday morning? Expel him, and for nothing. They gave him a list of supposed offenses. Excessive absence, negative confrontations with teacher, bunch of shit. They said that they had given him 1,000,000 chances to redeem himself, but that he never did. Yeah, they told him a bunch of shit while he was getting kicked out. But he knew the real reason. It was that fucking little bitch, Ben Richards. That's the fucker who snitched on him. That's the fucker who's gonna pay. That little incident in the parking lot this morning, right after those fuckers told him he was no longer allowed on campus, that's only the beginning. Little dickhead nearly wet his diaper when I put that knife in his face, McCauley thought with a great deal of pleasure. Well, motherfucker, wait until Friday. You ain't seen nothing yet. Part 2. Ben arrived first. He wanted to get to the park before Dan arrived. He rode his bike to the park instead of driving. He wasn't sure why exactly, but thought it would be best. City Park, as it was referred to, was located just outside the downtown Canon area. It was rarely used by the public for its intended purposes, picnicking, nature walks, etc. Like most parks in small cities, it suffered from underfunding, neglect, and just a general creepiness that drove away most people. What was left was a hodgepodge of homeless street people, dubious single men who sit alone in their cars for long periods of time for God knows what reasons, and an occasional police visit for a litany of crimes. Ben pulled his bike up to the small picnic table array on the far end of the 12-acre park. This is their agreed-upon rendezvous spot that they would allow them with some privacy. Dan, mentioned he would be arriving at 6 at the supermarket last Friday night after the McCauley incident. Ben wondered more than once since then if Ben was serious about even showing up. After all, it's not every day an almost total stranger offers to help with a problem like the one Ben had. Sitting on the picnic table alone in his thoughts, Ben heard a man's voice coming up from behind him. "Hello, Ben. Sorry I'm a little late. Been waiting long?" Part 3. Ben turned toward the voice and saw Dan as he approached. He was reminded again of what an imposing figure he was. Sitting at the picnic table, Dan's silhouette blocked out almost all of Ben's entire view of the rest of the park. "Hi, yeah, no, I just got here," Ben answered. He was a little panicky when Dan arrived, realizing he really wasn't sure why he came at all. McCauley had just elevated his situation to DEFCON 5, but Ben wasn't willing to share that information with Dan. Now that he's here, now what? Good, Dan answered. He had the biggest and most believable fake smile working like a charm. The kid never stood a chance. "Okay, now," Dan said, sitting across from Ben at the table, "let's talk about that ring of yours, okay?" Bear had devised a little general plan before he arrived to talk to Ben, but he also wanted to see where the conversation was going to take him. It was always best to remain flexible when planning a kill. If a person is too committed to a rigid step-by-step process, he might be denied an even more enjoyable experience while delivering what must be done. First, he would listen. Listen to what the kid had to say. This will help build trust as well, and if there's one thing Bear was good at, it was getting his victims to trust him. Plus, he loved the looks on their faces when they realized during the last few precious moments of their lives that they'd been duped. It added to his experience. "Well, like I told you, it's my dad's ring, and they kind of beat me up, I guess," Ben stated. He was now feeling a great deal of shame, but Dan's look of concern helped him continue. And well, I kind of got knocked out a little bit, I think. So McCauley, that's the big guy you saw in the store the other night? He took the ring off my finger and told me if I want it back, I have to give him $50. He called it a tax, but I'm afraid it gets worse. Ben didn't want to go there with Dan. He told himself he wasn't going to, but he did anyway. "What do you mean it gets worse?" Bear simply asked. He was laser focused on what Ben was saying. He saw a potential new opportunity and it excited him very much. Ben hesitated for a moment, then said, "This morning in the school parking lot, McCauley come up to me. He kind of threatened me, I guess you could say. He put a knife up my face and he told me that if I wasn't getting my ring back, and I still had to give him the $50 every week. He said if I didn't, he was going to kill me. He even threatened my family. I found out later at school today that he had just gotten expelled. I don't know, that look in his eye, I think he might have gone crazy." "Think he's got the balls to do it?" Bear asked with a tinge of aggressiveness in his voice. He had to check himself a little. His true self was trying to surface now. For some reason, when the kids started talking about the threats, especially about killing Ben's family, Bear's inner reaction instinctively was, wouldn't that be fun? He also found himself liking this McCauley kid more and more. "What?" Ben asked. He was taken aback a bit by the question. It seemed out of character for a person he had perceived as a gentle giant. Bear sensed he needed to reel himself in what he would want to be viewed as the voice of reason to this pathetic kid. So he switched gears and became that warm, fuzzy character he had created for himself. "Sorry, what I mean is, do you believe that this is a serious threat to you and your family?" "Yeah, I do. Like I said, he seemed like he might have gone nuts or something," Ben lamented. Okay. I think it's wise to take this threat on its face value then. Let me ask you this. You think you could prove this to the police? The threat, I mean. Could you go to the police with this? Bear asked innocently. The question was a crucial one for Bear's plan. If the kid wanted to run to the police with this bullshit, it would ruin the fun that Bear had planned for the two boys. He wanted to know where the kid stood. Bear certainly wasn't going to suggest that Ben tell the police, of course, but in order to build trust, he knew he had to put it out there. No, I mean, what good is that going to do? They won't do shit. Probably telling me to stay away from him or something. Yeah, like that's going to work, Ben said with a good deal of contempt. Perfect, Bear thought, then said, okay, if you're sure about that, right? Okay, then, when? When and where are you supposed to meet McCauley, kid, to make your first payment? He said I had to meet him Friday night behind the old Brewster building at 8 o'clock. You know where that is? Ben asked. Bear knew exactly where it was, and he could hardly contain himself. Brewster was once the town department store before the Walgreens of the worlds caused small city downtowns to go belly up. The building was 4 stories high and was located in a now dilapidated section of downtown Canon, along with a host of other empty buildings on the same couple blocks. It also had a couple of narrow alleys between the buildings that provided almost perfect cover. Bear was impressed with young McCauley's skill as a terrorist amongst humans. It was a good choice. It was almost a pity that he would have to turn out the kids' lights, he thought. He was almost like the son that Bear never had. Indeed a pity, but the show must go on. 8 o'clock was a problem, though. Bear knew this. It's too early. I do know that building, Ben, and I think it could work to our advantage. But listen, there's a couple things we should do, Bear said. Ben was surprised that Dan was even suggesting anything, interrupting Bear, saying, "Wait, listen, I didn't mean to involve you in this. I mean, this is my problem. I don't want you to get in trouble or anything." Bear, always two steps ahead, anticipated Ben might say something like this and was prepared with an answer. "Listen, Ben, no one is going to get in any trouble here, I promise you. We're going to get that ring back from this jerk, okay? You do want to get your father's ring back, correct?" "Well, yeah, sure, but how?" "Like I said, there's a couple things I need you to do, okay? First, get this McCauley kid to meet you later, like maybe 10. Tell him you have to work, but you'll see him right after work. Can you do that?" Bear asked. "Man, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to run into that guy, really, ever. You know what I mean? Maybe I can get a message to him through one of his crew. They're a bunch of dirtbags too, but maybe without him around, I can get a message through to him," Ben said. "Okay, good. At least try. If it doesn't pan out, we'll make it work at 8. Okay, second, and we can talk about this one more later this week. We need to make sure that we do the transaction in the alleyway behind the building, not out front. The last thing we need is some unwelcome interruption while we're negotiating this thing, right?" Bear said. He was explaining his plan to Ben in a calm, steady manner, but his mind was a blur. Thoughts of joyful carnage were rifling through his mind. He even had a picture of him cracking the 2 kids' heads together like they were in some old Three Stooges movie. Only when he performed a trick, there'd be blood. Lots of it. Oh, the possibilities were endless. They agreed to meet up one more time on Thursday and finalize their plan. Bear could see that young Ben was worried, but he expertly calmed the boy, stating that no one would get hurt or in trouble. He even suggested that they might be able to help Mike McCauley somehow, show him the errors of his ways. Fat chance of that happening, of course, but the kids seemed to buy it. This was going to be good. Chapter 15. The Ghost of Regina Bentley. "Where to first?" Larry asked Sam. After their lunch meeting at Big Ed's, they agreed to make their next day off a recon mission. A couple days had passed since the lunch, giving each man some time to consider their options. "I'm thinking we go to that grocery store first. See if we can get somebody to help us retrace the girl's last known steps," Sam answered. Yeah, sounds good, you know. I was thinking, let me run this past you. You think we should reach out to the people at the Madison Police Department? You know, where the license plate came from? The one we found on the Banks girl's car? Maybe there's a connection in her case. I mean, I hope not, because, you know, that'd be kind of fucked up if it was," Larry said. "Yeah, I thought about that too, but I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, and I think we should consider it. Let's see how the day goes first. You know, we got to be kind of careful here. We've been keeping this little investigation to ourselves. We don't want to get wrapped up in some department politics bullshit," Sam answered. Larry nodded in agreement. Sam was right, he thought. He had to take this slow, be certain of their facts before including any outside agency, as well as their own department. There were plenty of people down at the station who felt Larry was sort of a running joke anyways. He knew it. They would love nothing better than to have a new, Officer Larry story to hang on to him. He didn't want to give them any more ammo to humiliate him. The thought crossed his mind that Sam was trying to protect Larry a little bit from himself. Sam's a good dude, I get it. He's taking a chance himself too here, hooking up with me. He's right. Last thing either one of us needs is to get shot down before we even get started, Larry thought. Part 2. Larry pulled the car into the Pickle Penny parking lot. he made it a point to clean himself up and dress business casual versus his last visit to the pickle penny. That look was more akin to a panhandler's wardrobe. Okay, the first time I was here, I talked to a young girl, cashier. I don't remember her name, but she had a lot of piercings and a big tattoo on her neck. Also, I talked to an assistant manager, young kid too. Smelled like he just rode on a tour bus with Willie Nelson and Snoop Dogg. Kid reeked of weed, so hopefully we get a cleaner version this go-around, Larry said as they headed into the front doors. You're not giving me much hope here, Larry, Sam said kiddingly. Next generation, what can I say except God help us, Larry replied with a laugh. The two men walked into the service desk, which was attended by an older, heavyset woman, mid-50s, whose name tag said Dolores. What can I do for you today, gentlemen? Dolores asked. Her tone was neither friendly nor rude. She was just going through the motions. Larry mused to himself that employee morale might just be an issue here at the good old pick-a penny. Well, Dolores, isn't it? I'm Officer Parkinson, and this is my partner, Officer Mitchell. And we were hoping maybe you, or perhaps the store manager, could give us a few minutes of your time, Larry said. One moment, Dolores said curtly, then using the store intercom system announced, Al, can you come up to the front desk? Al's the manager. He can probably help you, she said to the two men. Then she returned her attention to the crossword puzzle she was working on, signaling to Larry and Sam that she'd played her part in the investigation. Thanks so much for your help, ma'am, Sam said, dripping with sarcasm. Al Roundtree, the store manager, made it up to the service desk area several minutes later. He was a tall, thin man, balding, late 40s, who looked more than just a little bit flustered. Sorry, gentlemen, we're short-handed in the deli department, and I got tied up with some customers. What can I do for you? The manager asked. We're inquiring about an employee who worked for you for a short period of time, a Miss Shelley Banks, Larry asked. He wanted to come across as professional as possible this time around, hoping that he could convey some type of authority. Shelley Banks, Al said aloud. Yeah, I think so. Young girl, about 18 or so, I think, right? Yeah, she worked here for a short while. No showed about 3 weeks ago, I think. Nothing new there. I go through employees like water. Nobody wants to work anymore, Al said with a hint of contempt in his voice. Larry and Sam both were keeping a close eye on the man's mannerisms. He wasn't a suspect, of course. Hell, they didn't even know if it even been a crime. But nevertheless, all options were open. Mr. Roundtree, could you tell us the last day Shelley worked here? Maybe give us a list of people that worked with her on her last day, Sam asked. Why? She do something wrong? Al asked. It was obvious to Larry that the stoned-out assistant manager he spoke to before didn't bother to tell Al about Shelley. No surprise there. We're just trying to see if maybe we can talk to the people who saw her last, if it isn't too much trouble. That list of names and contacts will go a long way to helping us. We'll wait here. The quicker we get that list, the sooner we'll be out of your hair, Larry said again, using his best professional demeanor. Oh man, okay, sure. I have to go, give me a little while. I'll get my office girl to put something together for you. Thanks, we'll just wait right here, Larry said. It was obvious from the behavior of Al Roundtree that he had his own personal battles with morale. Part 3. The two men moved over by the tobacco products, granting them some privacy as they waited for the manager to gather their list. What do you think, Larry asked Sam. I think this is the kind of place where employees come and go. I'm probably not a lot of long-termers. If we were to have come here a couple months later, chances are nobody would have known anything about this Banks girl. So really, Larry, I gotta hand it to you. This kind of shit gets overlooked all the time. The fact that you took action shows you got good instincts, Sam said. Larry felt a small rush of pride. He rarely, no, more like he never received compliments. So he allowed himself to soak this one up a bit. Felt good. But it also brought back what drove him in the first place and was weighing heavy on his mind. Where are you, Shelley Banks? Where are you and what happened? Al Roundtree returned 15 minutes later. In his hand was a list of names of employees who worked on Shelley's last shift. Here you are. Here's a list of everybody that worked that day. Problem is there's a couple people who are no longer with us. Imagine that. The manager said with a hit of contempt rising again. Okay, thanks, great. I see you gave us the phone numbers. That's great. Thanks again, Larry said. Anyone on that list here now that we might talk to, Sam asked. Let me see that list again, if you don't mind, Al asked Larry. Yeah, Miguel's here. He's my produce manager. He closed that night with Shelley. He's in the back. I'll send him up, Al said. Al left the two men and promptly sent Miguel up front to speak with them. Good afternoon, gentlemen. My boss said you'd like to speak to me, Miguel said. He had a slight Spanish accent, mid-50s, and an affable good nature about him that seemed almost out of place amongst the downtrodden pickle-penny workforce. Yeah, thanks. We won't take up a bunch of your time. Just a couple questions, Sam said, then continued. How well did you know Miss Banks? Oh, Shelley? Not well. She was kind of a quiet kid, but she was a hard worker, I can tell you that, Miguel answered, then added, she wasn't here long, but you could tell if somebody has a good work ethic. Yeah, you're right about that. Can you tell me if you can remember anything different about her or anything in general? Anything at all? Doesn't matter if it's a small detail. Maybe you saw, her talking to someone, or maybe she had an issue with another employee. Anything at all? Sam asked. His voice was calm and non-threatening. Larry was more than impressed with Sam's way with people, even a bit envious. Let me think. It's been a while, No, nothing really. I mean, she got along with everybody here, I can tell you that. Customers liked her too. She was a sweet kid. Good God, I hope she's okay. I mean, what do you think happened to her? Miguel asked with genuine concern. Well, we're just trying to reach her. That's all I can tell you. And if you remember anything at all, here's my card. I put Officer Parkinson's number on there as well. Please call us if you can recall anything, Sam said as he offered his card to Miguel. Okay, oh, wait a minute. There is something I do remember. Maybe it's nothing, but I do recall her speaking with a customer, late, just before store closing hours. I remember because the customer, the man, he was a very large guy. You don't forget someone that looks like him. Looked like a professional wrestler or something. Kind of hairy, too. I mean, bushy beard and all. He was hanging around the register, the two of them chatting. He seemed okay. I mean, he wasn't bothering her, I don't think. They were just talking. I seen him in here before, and a couple times since. He was in the other night, talking to our stockboy, Miguel said to Nana. I mean, I don't know nothing. Just like I said, the guy, he just kind of stood out, So anyways, don't know if that helps or not. Larry's ears pricked up, again, as he had this weird premonition feeling that was becoming more prevalent. Miguel, could you tell me the name of the stockboy that customer was talking to the other day? Larry asked. Oh, sure. Good kid. His name's Ben, Miguel answered. Part 3. Larry spoke as the two men headed back out to their car. It happened again, I think. What happened again? Sam asked. That feeling, it's weird. I can't explain it. That guy Miguel recounted that little tidbit about some big dude talking to our girl, then seeing him talking to the kid, Ben. He must have been the night before I talked to the kid last Saturday. It just seems like maybe, I don't know, but maybe there is a connection. Probably just wishful thinking, but you gotta admit it's a hell of a coincidence. No, maybe you're rubbing off on me a bit, but I felt something too. We don't know if there's even been a crime. No body, no missing person report, nothing. That's a problem, but I think it's time we took a little drive to that town of Madison. Have us a chat with a couple of the PD guys there. It's time to compare notes, I think, Sam said thoughtfully. Part 4. They drove the hour-and-a-half distance to Madison in pretty much silence, each man alone in their thoughts contemplating what questions to ask and how much they should reveal in their unofficial investigation. Pulling into the parking lot of the Madison Police Department, Larry spoke first. Okay, it's showtime. The missing person's name is Regina Bentley, age 39, married mother of 2, went missing about 4 months ago. Last seen at her place of employment. She was a restaurant manager, never made it home that night, according to the report. Okay, Larry, now we gotta be cool about this. Remember, our bosses don't even know we're here, so let's try to keep our hypotheses close to the vest, you know what I mean? Sam instructed. Got it, Larry replied. They entered the building and approached the desk sergeant. It was attended by a young female officer whose badge identified her as Officer Cruz. Good afternoon, Officer Cruz? I'm Officer Mitchell, and this is my partner, Officer Parkinson. We're from Canon PD, and we were hoping we could speak to the person in charge of the Regina Bentley case, Sam said, again, with just the right tone and the personal touch. Oh yeah, Mrs. Bentley. It's a terrible thing. I knew her from down at the restaurant she worked at. Super nice lady. Let me see if Mike or Melissa are in. They're the heads in the case. Hang on. The young officer replied. She made a couple of quick calls to the back office and was able to locate Detective Melissa Watson, a 10-year veteran of Madison Police Department. Detective Watson greeted the two men and invited them back to her office. Gentlemen, have a seat. How can I help you? I wasn't aware Canon PD was sending anyone in our way, she said. Larry was immediately impressed by her. Detective Watson had a cool confidence about her. She was direct but not rude. She looked you straight in the eye, and not that it should have mattered, but with her slender body, dark green eyes, and long brown hair, she was drop dead beautiful. Sam spoke first. Well, Detective, Melissa will do. Sam, right? And Larry, she responded. Okay, yeah, right, great. Melissa? Larry and I were doing a little research on an incident we came across, Sam said. I know which one you're referring to. You're the two guys that found the plate on the car down there, right? The plate that belongs to our Regina Bentley? Melissa interrupted. She obviously was hoping the two men had something for her case. Anything. Yeah, that's the one. Well, here's the thing. Can I ask you something first? Sam said, then continued. We think we may have stumbled on to something, but we're just not sure. I mean, listen, I'm going to tell you flat out. Larry and me are looking into this on our own time because, frankly, we don't know if there's any type of connection here or even a crime. So I guess what I'm asking you is, since we have can we have an off-the-record conversation right now? Sam looked Melissa straight in the eye. She picked up immediately on his intentions and calmly replied, I get what you're saying. I really do. But one thing you both need to understand. We have next to nothing on what happened to Mrs. Bentley. My partner and I have spent countless hours trying to get something, anything we can, to find out what happened to her. Maybe you don't know this, but Regina was well known around here. You couldn't ask for a kinder or sweeter person than her. So yes, I will honor the conversation we're having as confidential, but if there's even the smallest tidbit of information we can use to get to the bottom of our case, we're going to use it. She's a mother, a wife, and a friend of a lot of folks around here. Sam looked at Larry. They both nodded together. The hell with looking stupid, if it was nothing more than a hunch. Regina Bentley mattered to these people. Okay, agreed, Sam said, then turned it over to Larry. Melissa, we have a missing person of our own in Canon. A young lady by the name of Shelley Banks. She's the owner of the car the plates were found on. Our problem is she's a transient in our community. The reason Sam and I are unsure on some things is because we don't have a reported crime. In fact, we don't have much of anything. No missing person report, no evidence of foul play, nothing. But we do have a young lady who seemingly has disappeared. Sound familiar? She was only in town for about a month, but the people who knew her are concerned. We found that abandoned car parked in an area where a car could go unnoticed for a long time, and that was her only transportation. Hard to imagine she would just take off without her vehicle. She was a foster kid, so no family, at least not at first glance, but we were able to find her foster parents and her birth mom, and they haven't heard a thing from her since her last day at work. That was 3 weeks ago. We traced back her final steps, the last known day anyone had heard or seen her. We didn't get anything concrete, and we're only able to come up with one tidbit that might be useful. What was that? Melissa asked. The produce manager at the supermarket where she works stated that he saw her talking to a customer late, right at close. She said she had seen the guy back in the store a couple times since. Mind you, he said, the guy didn't appear to be doing anything wrong, but it's something we're looking at. Let me stop you right there, Larry. Did this witness describe to you what this guy looked like? Melissa asked. Yeah, actually he did. Why, something? Larry answered. Melissa took a deep breath and spoke. Any chance this guy was described as a big guy? Looked like an NFL linebacker. Kind of hairy. Aped up, you might even say. As her words hit Larry and Sam hard, their impact left only one option. Sam spoke first. Larry, I think it's time to tell our boss what we got here. Larry, still in shock, and replied, Yeah, man, you're right. Melissa, tell me you have a witness. Gentlemen, you made my day, Melissa replied, then added, I gotta make some calls. Sit tight. Chapter 16. At home with the Parkinsons. Larry walked into the kitchen, threw his keys on the table, and sat down with a flop. It had been a long day with Sam chasing down clues that accumulated into a series of potential leads and, unfortunately, more unanswered questions. Melissa Watson, the detective from Madison, stated she indeed did have a potential eyewitness on a night that Regina Bentley disappeared. A young kid, the bartender on duty that night, witnessed a late-night customer, big guy, who seemed to match the description of their suspect from the Pickle Penny. After an extensive interview and all the mugshots they could gather, the kid was unable to identify anyone. The fact that the produce manager at the Pickle Penny saw a similar person was, of course, a big deal. The biggest issue was that neither place where the suspect was seen had security cameras that caught their images. Detective Watson contacted Larry's superiors with these findings and agreed to meet with them in Canon tomorrow. Larry could sense with the brief conversation he had with Captain Terrence, his boss, that Sam and himself were going to be pushed out of the investigation sooner, more likely than later. He told Larry he wanted to see both men first thing in the morning, where Larry figured they would be debriefed, then shelved of any further action in the case. This is why I'm never going to get a promotion. They just think I'm an idiot, Larry thought. Mickey was home, on the couch as usual, but at least she acknowledged Larry when he got home. Where you been? Mickey asked with a mild bit of interest in her voice. Larry was surprised. She rarely even spoke nowadays. Oh, out with Sam, working on this case. Just can't seem to get out of my head, Larry answered, assuming this would be the end of their conversation. To his surprise again, it wasn't. What case you talking about, Larry? Mickey asked. This time her head came off the pillow. She was actually talking to him. This day is full of surprises, Larry thought, and then answered. Oh, there's this girl, missing girl. Her name's Shelley Banks. She appears to just have vanished off the face of the earth. What makes it even more of a mystery is I think a missing woman over in Madison might be related in some way. To Larry's utter amazement, he looked over and saw his wife now sitting straight up on the couch. She even turned off the TV. Larry, why do you think they're related? Mickey asked. She had a look of clarity on her face that Larry hadn't seen in months. Well, it's just a theory, but it's gaining steam. There are people out there in both our departments who suspect foul play. We have a couple witnesses who hopefully are able to identify a man who was last seen around the same time as these ladies disappeared. It could be a break. I sure hope so. Problem is, we don't have any bodies, no evidence of a crime, but it's a start, Larry said. Mickey listened intently as Larry spoke. She said nothing for a moment, then asked, You say both these women are missing and nobody's heard from them? Yeah, it's weird. A real mystery, Our girl here, Shelley Banks, just a kid, really. She seems to have just vanished. She doesn't have any real family around, kind of a transient, not from here. The only reason we even know that she's missing is because we found her car abandoned over in Timber Lakes with the wrong license plates on it. Turns out the plates belong to this missing lady over in Madison. Regina Bentley, the missing lady over in Madison, is a different story, though. Lots of friends, family, husband, kids, whole thing. The thing they have in common, though, is they're both seen with this guy, big guy, looks like a football player with a lot of hair and a beard. Descriptions seem to match. That's what we're working on right now. Mickey looked long and hard at her husband. She hesitated for just a moment and then said, Larry, I think I need to tell you something. You said they were both seen with this guy, this big guy? Yeah, why? Larry asked. Mickey hesitated again for a few seconds and then said, Those two women, the women over at Madison and that Banks kid, they're not the only ones. Part 2. Larry was dumbfounded. His wife, who until recently hadn't said more than 2 sentences in a row to him for months, dropped the mother of all bombshells on him. What are you saying? They're not the only ones. What do you mean? Larry asked, more like gasped. It felt like all the wind had just gotten knocked out of him. What I said, they're not the only ones missing around here. And that guy you described, the big hairy guy, I heard of him too, Mickey answered. Larry knew his wife had her challenges with drugs, alcohol, and mental illness. He also knew that Mickey wasn't a liar or prone to conspiracy theories. She had enough rough life, real experience on the street. She didn't need to add a layer of Fantasyland bullshit. What are you talking about? I mean, who are you talking about? Who else is missing? Larry asked. He was now feeling desperate and a little bit sick to his stomach. Sure, he had considered the possibility of their suspect being involved in both disappearances when Detective Watson broke the news that they may finally have a lead on their case. But now he was faced with the real possibility that this could be worse, much worse. Larry, I'm going to tell you all I know. I promise, but you got to let anyone else know. You can't let anybody else know I told you this. I want to help. I do. I don't even know if everything that I got to say is true. Can't prove it. I don't want to get in trouble or anything. I don't think I can handle that again, Mickey said. Larry saw it in her eyes. She was scared and vulnerable. He walked over to the couch, sat down beside her. He put his arm around his wife. Probably for the first time in a year, he'd gotten this close to her and said, "You tell me what you know, okay? And I promise you, no one is ever going to hurt you again. Ever again." Part 3. "Well, you know my pimp JC, right? Of course," Mickey said to Larry, then continued. "You know better than anyone, I guess, what a mean piece of shit that guy is." Larry nodded his head. Yeah, he knew JC all right. The only person Larry had ever met in his life whom he seriously considered doing the world a favor by burying him 6 feet under. This is probably about 5 years ago or so. I can't remember. It was right before you guys finally busted that prick and put him away. Anyways, he had 5 of us girls working for him then. One of them girls, her name was Alice or something or other, but everyone just called her Juicy. She was from up in Toledo somewhere, living with some guy who was beating the shit out of her on a daily basis, I guess. Anyways, she ended up being one of us, JC's girls. Juicy was young, real young. Doubt she was more than 16, 17 years old. But you know, that's how JC liked them. He could control the young ones easier. Plus, he charged the guys more for the young ones. That fucker would take every cent we'd make, throw us some drugs, keep our habit going, you know? And back on the street, me and Juicy, we got kind of close, you know? Like I was a big sister or something. Or, well, we were close as 2 junkies could get together anyways. She would confide in me on some stuff sometimes, like talk about her shitty childhood, you know. She had a great singing voice. She was good. She had dreams, you know, but, you know, bad shit got in the way and she ended up like the rest of us, a junkie whore. Larry listened intently. It stung him when he heard his wife talk about herself or others like her, like they were worthless pieces of trash. He saw her worth from the moment he met her. He wanted to stop her right there and tell her how he had always felt about her, but instead stayed silent, allowing his wife to continue. One night, me and Juicy were working down on Lexington and Broad Street. It was late, slow night, like a Monday, you know. I remember it was a cold-ass night, too. We were talking like if we could just get one more date, we would be able to have enough money to give to JC, and then he'd hook us up with our dope. That fucker had a quota for us to make every day. No money, no fix, no exceptions, he used to say. And he stuck to it, too, believe me. There was many times I'd be sick as shit with withdrawals, and I thought I was going to die right out there in the streets. Anyways, this night, like I said, it was just slow. So we were talking and stuff when this little compact car pulls up real slow. Well, you know what that guy wants, so we start walking towards it, and Juicy says to me, "Oh, I know that guy, name's Dan. I gave him a date last week. He's a really nice guy, too. Gave me a big tip. Told me to keep it, too," which I did. But don't tell JC, please, Mickey, don't. I said, don't worry about that. You know, that I won't, do that. So we're getting closer to the car. He's parked up the street a little bit in the dark area, like he didn't want to be seen. Now, that's not unusual, I guess, but still, it gave me pause. I stopped walking with him when he got about, I don't know, maybe 50 feet away. I couldn't get a good look at the guy. He had on a hoodie that was drawn up around his face, but I could make out a couple things about him. He was a big guy, especially in that little car. He looked huge. And he had a beard, good size one. She jumped in the car and they took off in the opposite direction. That's the last time I ever saw Juicy. Part 4. Larry felt a nagging feeling yet again after listening to Mickey's story. A serial killer right here in Canon, Ohio? Could it be? Is it possible? A small town like Canon? How could that be? He asked himself. Just as he was trying to wrap his head around Mickey's story, she surprised him again. Larry, that ain't all. Mickey said, What do you mean? What else is there? Larry asked in disbelief. The next day, JC come up to me. He was pissed, started slapping me around. He wanted to know what happened to Juicy. He started accusing me of helping her get away, some shit like that. I told him what happened, what I saw. Like I told him about that big guy in the beard and all, and how she seemed to know him. I figured maybe he took her, took her away. She said he was nice and all. I mean, I don't fucking know. I didn't tell JC that part, of course. Figured just make him madder. Anyways, after he hears that, he just stops hitting me. Then he gets right in my face and he says, You say she got in a car with this big guy with a beard? I said, yeah, guy was huge. She said she had a date with him before. Then JC just turned away from me and I heard him say to himself kind of quiet, That motherfucker's got another one. You could have heard a pin drop in Larry's front room as Mickey finished her story. He was flabbergasted and sickened all at once. He didn't know whether to cry or throw up. One thing he did, though, he was going to make a trip to Youngstown, Ohio after his meeting with the captain in the morning. There was a prisoner over at OSP that he needed to talk to. A man whom he truly could say he hated. He was going to go see JC. Chapter 17. The Forgotten Ones. Bear's lengthy career in mayhem has gone through what he'd like to call phases. As a youngster, of course, he started with a variety of simpler life forms, gradually working his way up to his first human kill at the age of 18. He knew by the age of 16 or so that he was destined would be, but he made that first important leap right after high school graduation. Actually, the first kill was not that memorable to him, almost mundane in the mastery that he would eventually achieve in the art of murder. He had been hiking out at Crystal Lake, a county park with about 1,500-acre lake and several miles of trails on the outskirts of Canon. It was a weekday with few people at the park. While he was on his 2-mile hike, Bear came across an elderly male hiking solo, thin, late 70s, who was walking in Bear's direction. The two exchanged quick pleasantries and continued along their paths. Only, on nothing more than pure impulse, Bear seized the opportunity to check off an item that had been burning on his bucket list, to take a human life. With the speed of a gazelle and absolutely zero remorse, Bear turned and quickly came up from behind the unsuspecting victim. Putting one arm around the man's neck and the other hand over his mouth and nose, it was almost too easy. The hiker was at first stunned, then powerless to stop the attack from coming to its inevitable conclusion. In less than 2 minutes, the man was dead. Bear's heart was racing. He was almost disappointed the man didn't put up more of a struggle. He did take innate pleasure in feeling up close the man's life draining from his body. He didn't even try to cover up for his actions, leaving the man's body slumped over on the trail. He was even a bit let down when reading about the man's demise in the paper the next day. The cause of death had been attributed to nothing more than a heart attack. The fools in charge didn't even look for foul play. Who knew right then and there, though, he wanted more. More of that feeling of power, control, and superiority. No one could stop him. Part 2. Bear's next few murders spanned over several years. They included close to a dozen people. Not one type per se, he was an equal opportunity serial killer. During his first phase, Bear spent a great deal of time honing his skills. That first kill of the old man showed him something, that mortals are idiots. They're way too trusting for starters. He was usually able to quite easily gain their trust, then much to their surprise show them the way to the pearly gates. Not that he believed in such nonsense as heaven or hell. There was only here and now in his estimation. He did regard himself, of course, as a higher power. The difference was that his otherworldly here trumped everybody else's. He and he alone determined who lives and who dies. He had an uncanny sense of how people would act and react during a run-in with him. It always ended up the same, though. Not good for them. He found out that he was very good at planning. It would start first with the undeniable desire to kill again. Then it would almost immediately take him to the next step, selecting a victim. With a target in place, he would start filling in the blanks, the how, when, where, and finally disposal methods. He had several places he liked to take the bodies, but over time he landed on the Ohio River's marshy banks. He made a few rookie mistakes that happened early on.
He didn't take the river's occasional flooding into consideration at first, causing a couple of the bodies to be found during the spring rains. The good news was, in those instances, the bodies were extremely decomposed and often surfaced miles down the river. Causing the deaths were impossible to determine. Even gathering usable DNA was severely limited. He learned from those errors and instituted corrective actions. It is what is now on the way to being a retrospective phase era. This was when Bear was at his peak. Part 3. Confident he could literally get away with murder, Bear started showing the first signs of cracks in his game. His massive ego was allowing him to take unnecessary risks. This could be referred to as Phase 3, his prostitute killing phase. If there was one thing that Bear loved almost as much as killing during that period, it was raping. Well, actually beating and raping. A prostitute first, and then strangling her. He loved it. The mode of operation during this phase was pretty straightforward. He'd pick a slow night of the week, late night of course, and pick up a girl. He wouldn't kill her on the first date. Rather, he would do what he did best. Gather some personal information on the girl, build a level of trust, and of course get a blowjob. The information aspect was important to Bear. He knew that most of the girls that worked the streets in Canon had shitty backstories. That was a given. He was looking to see how established they were in the area. He specifically would look for girls who he hadn't seen before. He pretty much knew who the regulars were around the red light district, and he avoided them for good reason. His instincts were usually good, though, so the majority of women he targeted would end up on the receiving end of his justice. After Bear had taken the lives of 3, or was it 4, he couldn't remember, he realized he had to pursue his little hobby in a different manner. Taking girls off the street was getting dangerous. The last date he had, a sweet little thing called herself Juicy, shared some intel with him on the night that she had her head on Bear's chopping block. He picked her up that night, cold-ass night, he remembered. He took her on an extra long ride out towards the river. She began to get a little nervous. He could clearly see that. She began asking where they're going. The girls usually have a spot picked out close by, do their thing, collect the cash, and get dropped back off at their corner. He didn't say much to her. He knew she was scared. He also knew there wasn't a damn thing she could do about it. As the ride grew longer, young Juicy started to get panicky. That's when she started babbling some shit about her pimp, some asshole named JC. She said JC warned her about some guy, big guy, that was taking his girls on a one-way trip. Said she needed to watch out for him and everything. When she got to the part of asking Bear if he was that guy, he quickly pulled the car over. The back road they were on was deserted. Not good. He grabbed Juicy by her throat, nearly crushing her windpipe right then and there. But that wouldn't do for Bear. He was having too much fun. You know what, little girl? You talk too much, Bear said to his terrified victim. Part 3. This brings us to Phase 4. Bear's current level of mayhem. He was older now, and in his mind, much wiser. His killings now had to be works of art. Not only that, each one had to be the grander than the previous ones. He had high standards. He was facing some headwinds, though. He would never admit it to himself. He personally couldn't put his finger on what was becoming obvious. He was slipping lately, and badly. The ill-advised trip to Madison several months ago to scratch an itch that would not be denied left him with something he hadn't had to deal with before, a witness. Also, taking out a person that was well-known and liked was a big mistake. If he had gone through his usual background check of the victim, he never would have chose her. Regina Bentley had an army of people who will not rest until they find out what happened and who's responsible. Even that Banks bitch down there at the Pickle Penny, that didn't go as smooth as previous killings. And how the hell did he forget about the keys from the Regent Inn? To top it off everything, his current plan to take out 2 people at once was full of problems. He just couldn't bring himself to believe it. Part of him knew it, though. The truth lay deep inside his psyche, but he was making itself known all the less. This was going to be it, the big one, the one that'll live in infamy. He wasn't sure exactly how it was going to end, but he was okay with it. This world was beginning to bore him anyways. Fantasizing about how he would go out in a blaze of eternal glory reminded Ben of a title of his favorite movie, There Will Be Blood. Chapter 18, OSP Redemption. Larry's meeting with his boss, Captain Terrence, went just about how he had expected. Sam and himself marched into the captain's office like they were headed to the principal's office. Predictably, Terrence made them wait over half an hour just to squirm a bit and show him who was boss. Neither man was a fan of the captain, who had a penchant for elevating himself at the expense of his subordinates. When he finally entered the office, Larry could see that he was pissed off. "Well, gentlemen, how long did it take it upon yourselves to have your little investigation before you decided it was time to let an actual detective around here know what you were up to?" Terrence said. His shaved head shined like a full moon. Larry couldn't help but think, what does he do, wax that thing? He'd seen the type in the military, guys like Captain Terrence, gun-ho muscleheads that probably use steroids, always wear a too small size shirt, carry an air of superiority, and more than likely had a small dick. Sam spoke to his captain. "Sir, we're out on our own. We didn't know we had anything to report. It wasn't like we had any real evidence of a crime. We went on a hunch." "Oh, a hunch. That's what you call it, officers? How about you let the pros decide what contributes evidence or not?" Terrence replied. "Yes, sir," Larry and Sam both replied. It killed them both to blurt that out, but the way Captain Terrence operated, they both knew that once it gets you in a submissive state, you can usually dip out before he launches into a more belittling, long endeavor. Total survival mode instincts. Terrence gave them both a solid 30-second stare and then said, "Detective Wilson filled me in on your little meeting you two had with her. I assigned the case to Detectives Moon and Detective Price. Here's what you two are going to do. You're going to make yourselves available to the detectives on the case 100%. That means anytime, any place. You understand me?" Being the prick that Terrence was, he made sure to emphasize the word detective to drive home his point that they were the bottom feeders on his hierarchy. Then he continued, "And if you have any more hunches, you bring them to me or the two actual detectives. Are we clear?" "Yes, sir," Larry and Sam both answered. "Good. Now get the fuck out of my office," Terrence said, satisfied he'd applied the proper amount of humiliation. Larry and Sam walked quickly out of the captain's office. Once safely out in the parking lot, Sam said to Larry, "Man, can that guy be any more of an asshole?" "I would love to say no, but it would be impossible, but I think he's just getting started, to tell you the truth," Larry answered. "What do you mean?" Sam asked. "He'll never admit it because, like you said, he's an asshole. But we really got something here, Sam. I'm not bullshitting you. This is big, and whether he knows it or not, this is ours," Larry said. "Big? I get that. I mean, there are two women missing, and the truth be told, it probably ain't good," Sam said. "Listen, I talked to my wife last night, a very interesting talk, and now I can't bring this to anybody. You're the only one I trust. Really, Sam, no bullshit aside, I trust you," Larry said earnestly. "You should, Larry. I got you," Sam answered. "Thank you, my brother. I mean it. Not many people out there like you," Larry answered. For some reason, he thought he might cry. Sam was his only real friend, a person who accepted him for who he was, and no doubt probably spoke up for him when he was the butt of his co-workers' jokes. "What you got?" Sam asked. "You up for a little ride now?" Larry said with a wise smile. "Lead the way, my brother," Sam answered with a grin. Part 2. "You sure you're good with this, man?" Sam asked to Larry as they headed up to upstate OSP, Ohio State Penitentiary. "Yep. I mean, listen, you know how much I hate this fucker, right? But if he can get us closer to our guy, then it's worth it," Larry replied. "Yeah, I never seen you get like that with anyone else. I mean, you have every right, man. Shit. A couple times back then, I thought you might turn the guy's lights out. No shit," Sam said. "And being my friend, you'd look the other way, right?" Larry said with a laugh. "Goddamn right," Sam said with a straight face, then burst out laughing. They pulled him to the main gate of the prison. OSP was a sprawling complex with several separate buildings for different levels of criminals. When a person gets sentenced to OSP, even the lightest levels can constitute some serious offenders. This is truly the big house. There's no jaywalkers here. JC, the men's person of interest, real name was Julian Campbell. This is not his first time incarcerated at OSP. As a repeat offender, JC was being held in the maximum security building, Building D. Larry had to call in a favor from an ex-Army buddy employed at the prison as a staff sergeant in Building D to get an inside interview. State your business and let's see some identification, the no-nonsense guard at the gated entrance asked Larry as he pulled to the window. He noticed that there was 2 additional heavily armed guards in the Block 8 building, adding an extra layer of security. These guys weren't fucking around. Good day, gentlemen. I'm Officer Parkinson. This is my partner, Officer Mitchell. We're from Canon PD. We're here to see a prisoner in Building D named Julian Campbell. Sergeant Odin called it in. Should be on your manifest, Larry said. He was getting better at presenting himself more professionally since he began on this case. Something good coming out of this shit, I guess, he thought. Parkinson and Mitchell. Yeah, okay, I see it. Okay. Know this, though. You need to check in at the main office, about 3 clicks down the main road. If you have any weapons or contraband, you must declare it there. It'll be secured there, and you're only able to retrieve it on your way out. I see you guys are cops, but the rules are the same for everybody. One thing I can tell you both. You don't want to break our rules. The gate guard explained. 10-4, have a good day, gentlemen, Larry said with a snappy salute. They headed to the main office to check in. The security at the gate wasn't kidding about protocol. Larry and Sam were thoroughly searched and scanned before they could personally escort into the Building D and enter the interview room. Okay, gonna need you 2 to wait here. We'll bring you Campbell to you. You're gonna have 20 minutes, that's it, the escort guard stated, then went to go retrieve their guy. How you feeling, Sam asked. They were in a small drab gray room, looked to be converted jail cell. A steel table was bolted to the floor as well as 4 steel stool-like seats. Each seat had a welded 3-inch in diameter ring attached, able to handcuff whoever the bad guy was. It resembled an example of how not to decorate your room by Martha Stewart. I'm good. I mean, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little amped up. But, this is important regardless of my feelings about this guy, Larry answered. He had time to think about how this might go, but he didn't hesitate for a minute. JC might know something. If there's a God in heaven, he might even give them something they could use. 5 minutes went by when suddenly the steel gray door of the room swung open. In walked the escort guard along with 2 more burly guards, each holding the arm of a shackled prisoner, a certain Julian Campbell. They sat JC at one of the small stools and attached his handcuffed wrist to the steel ring. He also had on leg shackles, which made it difficult to slide his legs under the table. After a couple of moments, he was able to manage a semi-comfortable position. Okay, you got 20 minutes sharp. We'll be back, the lead guard said, leaving with the other 2. The door swung shut and the locking mechanism whirled into lock position. After a moment of silence, JC spoke. How can I help you 2 officers? I mean, I figure you're cops, right? Larry was literally stunned for a couple reasons. First, obviously, he didn't recognize him or Sam. Second, the guy didn't look anything like how Larry remembered him. Sure, it had been, 5, maybe 6 years ago, but the man in front of him just didn't look like JC. This version was clean cut, 20 pounds heavier, but looked to be in good physical condition. And even though they just met him, seemed to be polite and well-spoken. Jesus, this guy could pass for a loan officer at a bank or something in a different world, Larry thought. The JC that Larry and Sam remembered was combative, drug-addicted, skinny, and just looked like a piece of shit physically and mentally. Larry spoke first. JC, okay I call you that? Maybe you don't remember us. I'm Officer Parkinson, and this is Officer Mitchell from Canon Police Department. JC took a hard look at both men. Finally, a sign of recognition appeared across his face. Oh, yeah, you're Parkinson, right? He said, pointing at Larry, and you're Mitchell, the duck, right? Pointing at Sam. Yeah, I remember you guys. Yeah, you're the ones that busted me, right? JC said, not with malice, but with a huge grin. He appeared to be generally happy to see them both. Larry was floored. This is not how he expected this to go. So what brings you guys up here to the Beverly Hills Resort, otherwise known as OSP? JC asked, again good-naturedly. He must be fucking with us, Larry thought, then said, JC, we're here because we were hoping that maybe you could help us with something. Sam chimed in. Listen, I don't know how you feel about us and all, but what Officer Parkinson and I are hoping is that maybe you know something that's about a very important case. Let me just say, this isn't anything about you or any of the crimes you may have committed. We're not even looking for you to say, turn on a former associate, nothing like that. JC nodded his head slightly and asked quietly, what is it? Listen, JC, we've got a missing girl that we're investigating right now. Now, you don't know her. In fact, she's the only one in town. She was only in town for a short while. Point is, we suspect that something may have happened to her. What makes us believe this is her disappearance is very similar to a woman up in Madison. They appeared to be tied together, Larry explained. Now came the hard part, filling in his wife's account with the man who caused her so much misery. He took a deep breath, then continued. The reason we came to see you is, well, it has to do with my wife, Mickey. You know her. Oh man, now I remember you. Mickey, that's your wife now, isn't it? I heard about that. Listen, shit, man. I just want to say to you that I'm sorry, really sorry. I know that doesn't change a thing. The fact that you don't sick the duck here on me, Officer Mitchell, on me right now, I wouldn't blame you. I know I deserve it. I was a monster back then. You guys did me a favor, really, getting me put away. I hurt a lot of people, including your wife. I can't change that, but maybe you guys maybe I can make up, something a little bit. JC said with a great deal of contrition. If he was faking it, he was a hell of an actor. Larry didn't know how to react to JC's apologies. He would save that for another day. He was here for one thing: find this guy who's responsible for killing the people in his town. Okay, well, good, because we could use all the help you can give us. Mickey shared an event that involved a young girl that worked with you. Her name was Juicy. Do you know who I'm talking about? Larry asked. JC's eyes lit up at the mention of the girl's name. Juicy. Yeah, I sure do remember her. Young kid. Yep, sure do. And I think I know why you're here. That motherfucker's at it again, isn't he? Part 3. Larry and Sam looked at each other in shock. They had hoped that Mickey's story was true, not that she would lie about it, but heavy drug use has a weird way of altering a perception of facts over time. JC just put a stamp of authenticity on her recollections. Sam spoke first. JC, what do you mean that motherfucker's at it again? You know this guy? I don't know him, but I know of him. Juicy. She was a good kid. I treated her like all the rest of my girls. Shit. But she really was a sweet kid. Mickey, Officer Parkinson's wife, she was the last one to see her. I remember that. I also remember I wasn't good to her that day. Any day, really. I'm sorry, I really am. But anyways, Mickey told me what happened. What she saw, and I knew she wasn't lying, JC explained. How'd you know that? Sam asked. Because she wasn't the first, The first one this guy got hold of. He got 2 more that I know of for sure, and maybe more, JC answered. He was starting to tremble slightly now. Larry was riveted by JC's testimony. The 3 of them sat in silence for a moment. Then Larry asked, JC, what can you tell us about this guy? How can we catch him? And anything you can do that can help us? Man, this is dredging up some bad shit, Bad shit. I should have done more, JC said, his voice breaking. Anything, man, anything at all. Let us get a needle. Let us get this guy. Let's get a needle on him, Sam said in his calm voice. Like I said, I know of him, but man, I didn't do shit about it. I just ignored it, I got a lot of bad shit that I done. You guys know that, but this shit, it's the worst you can know. I got to go in front of God someday and explain this shit, JC broke down. He was now sobbing almost uncontrollably. Sam and Larry gave JC a few moments to get himself together. After a couple minutes, JC was ready to continue. Sorry about that. I don't know. I got a lot of work to do on myself. There's some good people in this prison, believe it or not, who are trying to help me. But anyways, okay. So like I said, I know of this guy. It started with him a couple years before he got Juicy. First one's name was Sandy. She was one of my best earners. She hadn't been with me for long, but she was a real pro. She was a drug addict like the rest of us, but she was sharp, streetwise, I guess you could call it. She came up to me one day and started talking about a customer she had the night before. She said he was a big guy, lots of hair, beard, stuff like that. Kind of freaked her out. She couldn't put her finger on it. Said he was almost too nice, but there was something there and it wasn't good. Like I say, she was a streetwise person. Maybe if I listened to her then, some people, including her, might still be alive. But of course I didn't. I told her she was just being paranoid and get her ass back out on the street if she didn't want a beating. 2 days later, she was gone. Poof. Just like that. I got pissed. Thought she ran out, but one of the girls who was working at nights saw Sandy get in her car with a guy who sounded like the one she described to me. That incident kind of put this guy on my radar, you know. I didn't say anything to the girls about it. They were already spooked. Some time went by, a few months. Kind of forgot about it, I'm ashamed to say. Then it happened again. This time it was a new girl. I just started her up. Her name was Gigi. At least that's what she wanted us to call her. She was a real looker. I mean, she was hot. Kind of surprised she wanted to do this kind of work, but come to find out she had a fucked up junkie boyfriend that was willing to do anything to keep his habit. Guess she loved him. But man, what the fuck, you know? Anyways, a couple of the girls were hanging around the house, you know, getting high before they went out to earn, and I hear them talking. Gigi was talking about this customer she had a couple nights earlier, what a great tipper he was and everything. I remember she called the guy's name, Dan. I don't know how, but it stuck with me. Well, I hear you talking about a guy tipping you and you don't give me my cut. You got a problem. I grab Gigi by the hair and I drag her into the bedroom. I was beating on her and stuff, and when she blurts out that she was going to put this guy Dan on me, telling me how big he was and everything, like a giant, like a big hairy giant. I don't put two and two together at the time, but later on, after she turns up missing, same scenario as Sandy, a light bulb goes off. This is the same guy that Sandy was talking about. That's when I started to get serious about finding who this fucking dude is. I had to do damage control first with the other girls. The ones that had been with me for a while, they were getting real nervous. So like a piece of shit that I am, I make up a story about how Gigi ran off, went back home to her mom's out west. They bought it, sort of, or if they didn't, they knew better than to confront me with it. It would have brought them to an ass whipping. So now I start doing a little investigation myself on this guy. My line of work, you know. I know people. Some of these people owe me a favor. Some know that I have something on them. Like, you know, information they hide for their wife or maybe their boss. So I start tapping in my sources, you know. I don't have a lot to go on, but I got a good idea what this guy looked like. I had a name, although I was pretty sure it was a fake one. I didn't get far really at first, nothing. It was frustrating, you know. Finally, a friend of mine, mind if I don't mention his name? JC asked both men. Larry and Sam both nodded in unison. JC continued. Good, don't matter much. If it did, he's dead now. OD'd not long ago, about a year ago or so, I heard. But he's got a widow and a couple kids still alive in town. I don't want to involve them. Anyways, this friend of mine, he's got, or he had, like a bad habit, a really bad habit. He would go on benders, you know, like load up some shit, hang out in a couple different abandoned houses around town. He'd be on it for like 2-3 days, then he'd get his shit somewhat together and go back home to his family. Shitty way to live, but that's the life of a junkie, you know. So one day this friend of mine I'm talking about, comes over to the house to score some shit. It was weird actually because he brought it up first, you know, about this guy that I'm trying to find. He didn't even know I was looking for him. It just came up in conversation, so I'm like, you know, asking him some questions. What do you know? What do you see? Stuff like that. And he says that last week he was whacked out of his brain and was looking for a place to crash. It was late, so he headed over to this place on Barker Street, kind of a crack house, you know. Figured he'd ride out his high there and maybe head home later. So he's walking down the street towards the house, and coming towards him is this guy, big guy, lots-haired beard, you know, my guy. This big guy stops my friend, who's blasted out of his gourd, and starts talking to him. Mind you, we're talking 2 in the morning on Barker Street, not a place to make new friends. My buddy, even in his condition at the time, starts to get uncomfortable. He says this guy's being friendly, too friendly. He wanted my friend to follow him to some parties that he was heading to. Said they would score him some dope there, too. All he had to do was just walk with him to this house, right up the street, the guy says. My friend says to this big dude, like, no thanks, man, that's okay, I'm heading home. He said he was starting getting real nervous. Then he says the guy started getting kind of aggressive with him, like saying, you know, I'm not asking you to come with me, but telling you. He said even like this dude's face kind of like started changing and shit. Like there was some serious menace in this guy's eyes. Now my buddy's flat out scared, and he sobered up quick. He started to walk away from the guy, and the guy was just coming at him, keeping the same distance, almost toying with them. Said he started humming some nursery rhyme shit and stuff like crazy-ass shit like that. This went on for a couple blocks. My friend now said he's just going to try to make a break for it, just start running, when all of a sudden this car pulls up to the curb. Right up to both of them, him and the big guy. Inside he sees these two dudes, obviously drunk as skunks, and they call out to this big scary guy that's following them. They know him. What did they say? What did your friend hear? Anything? Larry gasped. He hadn't taken a breath for what seemed like an eternity. Him and Sam were hanging on every word that JC said. Yeah, he did. He said this big dude changed like back to Mr. Friendly with these two guys. Said he acted like he was just taking a midnight stroll, starting cutting up with them and all. Sounded like maybe they worked together or something, you know, JC said. Did he hear anything else? Something maybe we could use? Anything? Sam asked, himself seemingly out of breath. Yeah, he got something all right. This big dude, the one that likes to tell people his name is Dan, well, my buddy said he clearly heard him being called out by another name, a nickname, I'd say. They called him Bear. Part 4. There was a knock on the interview room door. A turning of the locking mechanism, and the 3 prison guards entered the room. Time's up, the guard said, and began unlocking JC's handcuffs from the metal ring. Can't you just give us another minute, Larry asked. You got 30 seconds, the guard replied. JC, you sure you got the right guy? I mean, could it be a coincidence or anything like that? Larry asked. No, it's him. After I got that name from my friend, I started checking around, you know. Like I said, I got some sources, and I got a hit. A friend of mine who plays Pee-wee football told me that one of the kids' dads goes by a nickname Bear. Description matches to a T. Guess what? His wife drives a little compact car. So I asked him to snoop around and see what else he could come up with. I didn't tell him why or anything. He ain't the type to ask, if you know what I mean. He gets back to me about a week later and said everything he heard about the guy is he's squeaky clean. Although my friend knows that don't mean nothing. Also, he got a name for me. Robert Hastings. Larry and Sam looked at each other. Finally a break. It felt satisfying, although they both knew they had a long way to go in proving all these sightings with the same person. Still, this was a win. The guard took JC and headed to the door out the room. On the way out, JC spoke one last time. Thanks, officers. I'm glad you came. I hope I was some help. Yeah, I got some skin in this one too, you know. Officer Parkinson, could you please tell Mickey I'm sorry about, well, everything. I'm glad she ended up with you. She deserves a good life with a good man. He left the room, leaving the 2 men to themselves. What do you think, Sam? Is this legit? Larry asked, hoping Sam felt the same way he did. Damn sure do, Larry. Damn sure do, Sam said with a slight grin. Part 5. Fate is a funny thing, isn't it? It had to have been fated all those years ago when Ben's dad was roaming the dark streets of Canon, Ohio that night, fucked up out of his mind. But he was placed in the exact spot at the exact time for a reason. That evening he was approached by a guy. Big guy, hairy, kinda aped up, told his victims his name was Sam. Dan. But in reality his name is Robert. But friends call him Bear. As frightening as that might have been that evening, Ben's father would be happy to know that even in the hereafter, that encounter might just save his son's life. Chapter 19. All hands on deck. The ride back to Canon was a little more than an hour. Both men had to work the night shift that evening, but the topic of discussion centered on one thing. What next? Sam, we got a name, and it sounds promising for sure, but what do we do with it? I know Ballbuster Terrence is going to expect us to come running to him like lapdogs. Then he'll either call us fucktards for doing our own thing again, or shut us down completely because, you know, we're not detectives, Larry said. I say we don't tell him. Not yet anyways, you know. You're right. He's going to go nuts when we tell him how we come across this information. Especially if it turns out to be useless, you know. I don't need this guy's bullshit right now, do you? No. I think that we pull the shift tonight, try to get a little shut-eye in the morning, then meet up. What's tomorrow? Friday, right? Sam asked. His mind was whirling now. He was putting together a plan in his head, and he had Larry's undivided attention. Yeah, it's Friday. What do you have in mind? Larry asked. We meet up and look into this Hastings dude. I'm going to jump on the internet when I get home, see what I can find out about the guy, where he lives, check his Facebook, where he works, maybe he's on LinkedIn, things like that. You talk to your wife when you get home, see if there's anything else she remembers about the guy. Now, I don't know how you feel about telling her that you saw JC today. That's up to you. But if you decide to tell her, I think maybe it'd do some good for a couple reasons. You know what I mean? Sam asked. Larry knew exactly what Sam meant by telling his wife about his conversation with JC. For one thing, it might give her some comfort knowing that Jerry felt that JC was truly remorseful about his treatment of her. Larry didn't know if she had forgiveness towards him. Hell, he wasn't sure if he had the ability to forgive the guy. His hatred of JC was a big part of who he was. Taking it out of the equation will leave a gap, but maybe that would be a good thing for both of them. Also, if he could retell what he heard from JC to his wife, that might jog her memory for some more details to help their case. Sounds like a plan, and I'm going to talk to Mickey about our visit today. One thing that's bugging me about our newfound reformed boy, when he got this information, I mean the name, the car, even witnesses after the second girl disappeared, why didn't he tell someone, the police, anyone? I mean, I don't get that, you know? Larry asked. That's a question only he can answer, I guess. Even sounds like he's asking himself that one now. My best guess is that guys like JC, you know, hardened criminals, they don't trust the cops. To them, even providing some very useful, even life-saving information is akin to being a snitch. No matter what it's about, even a serial killer. To some of these guys, you go running to cops to put out a lead on a piece of shit like this Bear guy, you're a snitch. You know, that sounds fucked up and all, but I know plenty of brothers on the street even today that don't trust the cops and they don't want to be labeled a snitch. Sam explained. No, you're right. I guess I get that. I've seen plenty of perks over the years that uphold that creed. But, I mean, this fucker doesn't deserve anyone's help. I mean, for Christ's sakes, man, this isn't some fellow drug dealer you're flipping on. This guy's like a monster you see in the movies, exclaimed Larry in his utter disbelief. Movies are make-believe, man. There are people walking amongst us like Hastings who should scare us a lot more than any movie. People like him, they got no soul, no remorse. All they got is some twisted real-life fantasy world that they star in. That means anything goes, anything. And if it's a scary movie you're watching and it's too much, turn off the TV. But in real-life shit, like this guy here, there's only one solution. You gotta take him out. Sam said matter of fact. Larry nodded his head along with his friend. He agreed wholeheartedly with Sam, and if during their little adventure here an opportunity presented itself to be judge and jury, neither man would hesitate to do just that. Take him out. Part 2. Sam dropped Larry off at his house. He knew what he had to do next, talk to Mickey. He wasn't quite sure how to approach the subject to JC. Although Mickey rarely spoke of the man, he was well aware that JC played a significant role in her previous and current mental state. It was a blend of resentment, hostility, and mainly fear of the guy that added to her complex, wounded self-being. Larry walked into the front door into the living room and was met with a surprise. A miracle, really. Mickey was up and doing housework. What the hell's going on here, Larry thought. Where you been, she asked. Larry was shocked when he saw her before him. She was actually dressed, like she could even go out in public if she chose to. This was new territory for her, and also her demeanor appeared lucid. Not fucked up on anything, to Larry's amazement. She looked, well, good. Oh, well, me and Sam were working on a case, you know, about the missing women, Larry answered. He was looking for an opening to bring up JC, seeing that in her current state, he had found some hope. Oh, did you find out anything, Mickey asked. Well, yeah, actually we did, Larry answered. He was about to continue, summing up the nerve to tell her about their conversation when Mickey interrupted him. You know, Larry, I was thinking, you know about those women? Maybe you should go talk to JC up in prison, you know? I think he might know something that could help. Not sure he'd cooperate with you. It wouldn't be in his nature, but I don't know, maybe worth a try? Mickey said. She had an innocent look on her face that reminded Larry why he loved her so much still. Larry hesitated, then smiled. He looked at his wife and embraced her, saying, Honey, I am so glad you said that to me. We did go up and see JC today, and believe it or not, he was a very big help. Larry then told Mickey in detail what JC had told them. Mickey wept when Larry recounted the 3 victims, all known to her, the memories of each woman still fresh in Mickey's mind. She nodded in agreement when Larry shared the description of the killer as recalled by JC. And she was floored when Larry shared the transformation of JC from the dirtbag they both knew and hated to someone who was taking a personal inventory of their own life and the pain that he had caused others. Mickey was even moved to a certain degree when Larry shared JC's apology to her and her sincere happiness that she was in a good place in her life. Larry, I'm glad you went there, to see JC, and I hope that he can get himself on the right path. I do. But it makes me sad you didn't tell me first that you were going there. But I understand why you didn't. Truth is, I haven't been very good to you. I know that, and that's not right. You've been nothing but kind to me, and you deserve better. Fact is, I never met a kinder, gentler man than you, and you even had to put up with so much of my bullshit. I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, especially when you told me about them women. I guess what I'm trying to say is, first off, whatever help you need from me, on the case, I want to do that, even if it's hard. I mean, it's the least I can do. That guy's got to be stopped, and that's that. And there's one other thing, Larry. I just want you to know that even though I haven't shown it to you for a long time, I just want to tell you that I love you. And I hope that you still love me too. And maybe we can get back to being happy again. I just know I'm going to work real hard to make you happy. Mickey's eyes were filled with tears. And when she looked at her husband's eyes, she saw she wasn't the only one. Part 3. Larry had to pull the 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift tonight, his usual. He was buoyed by the positive transformation of his wife confessed to him. For the first time in what seemed like a million years, he felt there was some hope for their relationship. He was physically and emotionally exhausted, though, and the thought of a long shift that evening felt daunting. Between the interview with JC and the fruit that it bore, and Mickey seemingly making an important turnaround in her life, he was just pooped. Man, that bed looks good right now, and even better with Mickey in it, he thought. But that would have to wait. Dude, he called. He wanted to get in a little early, see if he could access the computers in the station if no one was around. He showered and dressed and headed downstairs. Mickey was there waiting. She had even put together a brown bag midnight lunch for him. Thought you might get hungry later. Better than eating that fast food, she said. She was beaming, and Larry felt that ache in his heart for her. He didn't want to get too carried away, though. He'd been down this road before with Mickey, especially when she would first come home from yet another rehab stay. It started out good, and then the cart would invariably go off the path. This felt different, though. Mickey seems to have perhaps made peace with herself to a degree. Maybe it began when she offered up some help on the case. For her, that was a major step towards healing, he thought. Regardless, Larry decided to take it as a positive. Of course, he would always support her 100%. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Parkinson, Larry said with a big smile and slipped her a little kiss. Mickey giggled like a schoolgirl. She even gave a little curtsy, which again tugged at Larry's heart. Listen, Larry, you be careful out there. This guy Bear that you're looking at, he's not someone to mess with, He's a killer, and he's been doing it for a long time. I'm not going to lie. He finds out about you first. I just don't know what I'd do if something happened to you, Mickey said. Her eyes were filling with tears again. Larry took his wife in his arms. Now, there, hey, don't worry. Nothing's going to happen, okay? As he was holding his wife, consoling her there, he was hit with a terrifying thought. What if this guy Bear does find out he's looking at him as a serial killer? This dude is the type of guy who might not even go after him or Sam, but go after their families. This guy, if he even touches the hair on Mickey's head, or God forbid, Sam's kids, his wife, Jesus, Mickey's right. This guy has been at this for a long, long while. And Sam's right. This isn't the movies. This guy's a real-life monster. I think I know what I have to do. I think I'm going to have to do it real quick, he thought. Part 3. Larry arrived at the station an hour before his shift. It was mostly empty as usual this time of day, and he wasn't surprised when he saw Sam was there already. The two men had both had the same idea. Hey, what a surprise, Officer Mitchell, seeing you, Larry said sarcastically. Yeah, right, fancying seeing you here too. I'm thinking we're turning into an old married couple. We know each other better than our own wives, Sam said with a wink, then said, hey, I think I found out something you might be interested in. Let's take a walk outside. I need to smoke, Sam said. They walked to the small courtyard in the back of the station where employees ate and took smoke breaks. No one was outside, so they sat at one of the picnic tables. Sam started. He was excited when he spoke. Larry, I'm 100% sure we got our guy. Yeah, I feel that definitely, but what makes you so sure, Larry asked. Well, I like to call it detective work, although our esteemed asshole for a boss would certainly disagree. After I dropped you off, I went home and I got on my computer. I looked up the last name Hastings, Canon, Ohio. Robert Hastings from Canon, Ohio. I get nothing. Then I look up the last name Hastings, Canon, Ohio, and bingo, I find a Mrs. Becky Hastings on Facebook. And guess who she's married to? Our boy Bear. I start going through her photo pages, and there are literally dozens of photos of her with her husband and kids. Description fits to a T from our witnesses. And that's right. This is a big dude, bigger than me even, and he's hairy. Okay, so that's a good start. So next I go to LinkedIn. See if this guy is a member. Maybe he's got to look for his resume. Bingo, 2 for 2. Now I know where he works, at the auto plant. Now none of this proves anything so far, but it's a good base, right? Here's where it starts getting interesting. I come in early to use our database. There's nobody around. So I just do some general missing persons report within 100 miles area for the last 10 years. Shitload number of people show up, right? But I got some help. What information I got on Robert Hastings through my internet search starts to pay off. I type in his phone number off his resume and cross-reference it with these missing persons, last known locations. Guess what? There are multiple hits of tracking his phone. They're not just coincidence scenarios. There are no fewer than a dozen snapshots of this guy being in the same location as the report indicates the missing person was last seen. Mind you, these towns are up to 100 miles away. This includes Regina, Bentley, and Madison. That motherfucker was there that night, and that night only. Pulled up his phone records. He made 3 calls, 2 to his wife, 1 to his job. And God knows where else he might have matched up with some people that he didn't have his phone with or a conversation. Shit, this doesn't just happen. This guy is out there, and he's been doing this for a very long time. Sam pounded the picnic table to make his final point. Larry listened to his friend and didn't need any more convincing. His mind was made up. The evidence was irrefutable. How the hell's this guy been getting away from us all this time? Larry asked in amazement. Fuck if I know. One thing, he don't have no record, not even a parking ticket. Second, there ain't no bodies out there per se. I mean, this guy's real good at covering his tracks. And I guess, lastly, if you look at his wife's Facebook photos, you'd think this guy was the pillar of society. You know, hard-working husband, raising a family, being a great father, you know, all that shit. A person who could run 2 lives like that and who's smart can go a long way before anyone even suspects him. And that's why he's so dangerous, Sam answered. Larry listened carefully to Sam. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. Jesus, you're right. Which brings me to something else I want to talk to you about, Sam. And I'm just going to come straight out with you and say this. I was talking to my wife, and she said something to me that stuck right in my gut. She was upset and all. Worried at me, you know, tracking this guy, and maybe he got wind of it. And, you know, before I realized he did. She's scared he might, you know, hunt me down, get me first. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, I told her not to worry and all. But the thought that sprung up in my head was something I hadn't really given any mind to either. And this goes for you too, unfortunately. This guy, Bear, he likes to kill. It's what gets him off. And it appears he doesn't care who in particular. We know he killed several women. But I get a feeling that male victim has suited him just fine in the past. Probably some of those missing persons you matched up are male, right? Then I start thinking of that. He doesn't seem to care how old his victims are either. And that brought me to a dark place. What if this fucker finds out about us and decides the best way to get us is through our families? It doesn't seem like it's beyond this asshole's scope, you know? So I guess what I'm saying is, we stop him first, and I don't care about not having enough proof. We know it's the guy. We bring this to Terrence. He'll have the investigation going on for 6 months, gathering evidence and shit. Fuck that. Like you said, this guy is good at covering his tracks. There's a good chance after an investigation, they may not lead to an arrest. I'm not waiting. Look, Sam, this is me talking now, and I don't want you to feel like you need to be on board with any of this. I'm sorry if this makes you uneasy and all, but the way I see it, this fucking Bear has been doing this killing in the shadows for years now, and a lot of innocent people went around now to act for themselves. Look, I felt this way just driving up here now, and the information you came up with only reinforced what I already know what I'm going to do. I'm going to hunt him down, and I'm going to kill him. Sam listened intently to Larry's words and said nothing for a solid minute. Finally he spoke. The thought of that motherfucker harming my wife or one of my kids makes me sick to my stomach. You know that. But what you're talking about here, man, I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. Listen, man, I told you I believe this is our guy, and we know he's killed no less than 5 people for sure. But you're right. There might not be enough evidence to do shit to him. Let's do this, okay? Let's tail this guy ourselves tomorrow. We're both off tomorrow night, right? Track him after he gets off work from the auto plant. See what he's up to. I mean, I don't expect him to see the guy out murdering someone tomorrow, but this way we can start your little, what'd you call it? Hunt. Larry nodded. He knew Sam was right, taking a more grounded approach. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he had to act, and soon. Okay, you're right. That's the plan then. I'm sorry, but I mean, I feel like I have to do something, you know? This shit's just out of balance. What, this fucker gets to just strut around killing people with no repercussions? Hell no. But okay, we'll do this your way. But I gotta tell you again, if there's even the slightest indication that he's gonna strike again, I won't involve you, I promise, but I'm gonna do something about it. Sam looked at his friend and he said, if this fucker looks like he's ready to strike again, my brother, I'm right there with you.
Chapter 20, a busy Thursday night. Dan and Ben agreed to meet at the park again on Thursday at 6 p.m., the day before McCauley begins Ben's weekly life sentence payment plan. Ben was growing apprehensive about his upcoming date with his nemesis. The memory of McCauley's 2 inches from his face with that switchblade was hard to shake. I'm going to have to do something about that. This guy could try something like that again tomorrow, and I got to figure out how to protect myself. I don't think Dan has any idea how fucked up this guy is, he thought. Those thoughts manifested throughout the week, leading Ben to a decision. He was going to arm himself. His mother had purchased a .22 caliber pistol after Ben's father died. She kept it hidden in her bedroom, but she had entrusted its location to Ben. Since she often had to work evenings at the truck stop, she felt the kids would be safer if trouble came upon them. She and Ben both took a gun safety class and even spent some time at the gun range. He felt a tug of guilt and feeling of betraying his mom by sneaking out the weapon, but the situation, in his opinion, demanded it. He had no intention of telling Dan about this little plan, however, as he had hoped it wouldn't be necessary to actually use the weapon. Just a security blanket, that's all. Just in case, he told himself. Part 2. Ben had his own little secrets too, and he had no intention of sharing that with the kid before the meeting that night. However, his were just a tad more sinister. His mind was working overtime these past couple days. The feeling that the clock was about to strike midnight, the grand finale, was upon him. Visions of glorious death and destruction filled his mind. Where to begin, he thought. He wanted this to be good. His biggest decision stemmed from the order of things. Should he kill his family first, or wait until he's taken care of these 2 kids? Both had to be done, of course, but what to do? Decisions, decisions, decisions. Much would depend on the timing of taking out these 2 fucking kids. If Four Eyes couldn't change the meeting time to 10, then Bear supposed he'd have to settle for an earlier killing at 8 for the 2 boys, then head home and put his family out of his misery. Or was it their misery? Whatever. They had to go. He knew that much. Then what? What about him? He was giving that one a great deal of thought. He supposed he could do something dramatic like having to die in a shootout with police. But then what a waste, he thought. Him no longer ruling amongst mortals? Maybe he could just leave, start fresh somewhere else, continue his work. He decided he would stick to his creed, be flexible, see where things go. He felt certain one thing, though. Whatever he decides, no one could stop him. Part 3. Ben arrived at the park early. Fall was quickly turning to winter in Canon, Ohio. The early evening had a definite chill that verified that fact. Again, he took his bike rather than his car. He just felt like that was the right thing to do. Sitting at the picnic table, his mind turned to strategy. Hooking up with Dan just didn't feel right to him. Seeds of doubt crept in. One of those seeds started to question Dan's intentions. He would try to push those thoughts away, but they would find his way back in his mind. Why does this guy want to help me? I mean, it seems kind of weird when you think about it, right? Is he some kind of a religious freak, a father do-gooder or something? It's like, if you think you're going to change McCauley into some sort of born-again Christian, I'm sorry to tell you, that ain't happening. I gotta admit, though, having somebody Dan's size with me can't hurt, he thought. One thing he didn't consider that week, though, was that Dan might possibly be something like, maybe a homicidal serial killer. Hey, Ben, what's up? Dan said, walking up behind Ben, startling him. For a big guy, Dan had a way of coming out of nowhere, Ben thought. Hey, Dan. Nice to see you, Ben offered. Listen, Ben, I don't have a lot of time. I got to get home to the family. Were you able to get that time changed to 10 instead of 8? Bear asked with all the innocence of a 6-year-old. No, sorry. I tried to talk to those guys at school, his gang, Come to find out they're just as big a bunch of assholes without McCauley as with them. Plus, they sounded like they didn't know what I was talking about meeting him, and I don't want to say too much. I'm pretty sure McCauley doesn't want anyone to know about this little deal he's worked out. This is just between him and me, Ben answered. He was mostly telling the truth. He did feel out one of McCauley's gang members, Vince Bass, but he didn't mention to Bass about passing on a message to McCauley. The last thing he needed was for McCauley to show up with his entourage. Ben just wanted to know how much they knew about McCauley's plans for Ben. After a couple of questions to Bass, Ben determined, not much of any. Seemed like the gang was coming apart, mainly because McCauley was kicked out of school. Plus, Ben detected that maybe McCauley was acting even crazier since he was expelled, and these guys were looking for a way out themselves. Oh, well, okay, then. That'll work too. It gets dark around 7. That should keep things private for us. One thing I think is important is to get this thing in the alley, so we can convince McCauley to see things our way, Bear explained. He had to be careful here, he knew. He couldn't spook the kid with a sinister-sounding plot. Before Ben could even ask what Bear felt was coming next, he continued. Now, I know you're apprehensive about this whole thing. Who could blame you, right? The guy shoved a knife in your face and made all those threats. You'd be foolish just to ignore that for sure. So, what I propose is we, or should I say you, get McCauley in that alley. He won't be suspicious if it's just you and him, You get him into that alley, just you and him. Now, I'll be there in the background. He won't see me. I got a spot already picked out. I don't want to share that with you either because it might tip him off as you are heading back there that way. But trust me, I'll be there. I'll be there waiting and listening. When I've heard enough of the extortion he's subjecting you to, I'm going to make myself known. Now, he's going to freak out when he sees me. Might even try to run. But if I have to, I will stop him. Then I'm going to threaten to tell the police everything I heard. You say he's been wearing your father's ring, so hopefully he has it on him. If not, we give him 24 hours to come up with it, or I'll go to the police. Ben listened to Dan's plan. He saw some holes in it, so he asked, I'm not sure this is going to work. You don't know McCauley like I do. He isn't going to just cower because you threaten to bring in the police. I don't think his brain works like that, He might get back the ring because you're there and everything, but believe me, he's going to make my life a living hell after that. Bear acted like he was listening to Ben's concerns, but he really wasn't. To him, neither one of these two dipshits are going to have to worry about anything after he finishes his work, but he gave an answer anyways. Well, you might be right, but I think I'll get through to him. I can be very convincing when I want to be. Let's be flexible. Play it by ear, okay? I promise you this much. After tomorrow night, Mike McCauley will never bother you anymore. Part 4. Larry pulled his cruiser out of the parking lot after his conversation with Sam that Thursday night. He already knew the first place he was heading to be would be the Hastings residence. No doubt, he reasoned. Sam would probably do the same thing, drive by once or two to get a lay of the land. The Hastings house was located on 162 Bonneville Street, a quiet middle-class neighborhood with mature trees and manicured yards. Most of the homes were a 60s ranch style that set upon a quarter-acre lot. Larry rolled down Bonneville Street about 10:30. As expected, the neighborhood stood quiet. He saw the Hastings house in a different distance in front of him. When he got to within a block, he slowed down to almost a crawl. He was startled to see the front door suddenly open and a large man exiting. What the fuck? Larry said to himself, then quickly resumed a more normal speed. He didn't want to cause whatever was about to happen from proceeding. Seeing Bear for the first time in person drove home a flurry of emotions for Larry. This is the guy that has been responsible for an unspeakable amount of misery and death, literally right in front of him. This is a guy who could be a real threat to future victims as well, as to Larry and his family. His mind was a blur. He drove past Bear, who was now opening the garage door. Larry was careful not to make eye contact with him. He had to remain calm. Just a cop out on the beat, making his rounds. That's all he told himself. He took the cruiser to the next block and turned the corner. Slowing to a near stop, he had to decide what to do next. Should I make another pass? Maybe wait a couple minutes first. Don't want to scare him off, he thought.
Then a darker thought crossed his mind. Maybe I should just park here, double back on foot, and just take him out. End it, now. He sat in his parked cruiser for a couple minutes, wrestling with his emotions. Realizing that carrying out an assassination at this moment could be a bad idea, Larry decided to make another pass by the Hastings house. Bear was no longer in the front yard, but Larry could see that even with the garage door closed, the light was on. He was in there. Larry was sure of it. He's in there and he's up to something. I can just feel it, he thought. Part 5. Mike McCauley had plans of his own that Thursday night. The people who had fucked him over his whole life were in for a reckoning. The expulsion from school pushed him over a cliff that he had been straddling for a long time. When he came home Monday, he told his mother what had happened. She reacted like he expected, taking him by his hand and heading him into her bedroom. She was crazier than him. He knew that now, but it didn't matter. He was numb to any of her bullshit, so he went along. But first things first, he had to make a list of people who were going to pay. The order of it wasn't as important as what he would do to each one that was on it. First up, Ben motherfucking Richards. That was going to be the first. Scaring a little shit at school was an appetizer for the main course he was going to serve up Friday night. Tomorrow night, the special at Madman McCauley's Bar and Grill, filet of dipshit. Part 6. That Thursday night brought something that Becky Hastings had never felt before. Fear of her husband. They had been together for nearly 20 years, and she had never experienced what she was feeling now. Sure, they had little spats here and there over the years, but she was the one who would get overly emotional, and Bear was always the one who made things between them right again. He was the voice of reason, the calm one, and after an argument, Becky always felt the need to apologize to him. She never looked at her husband other than someone who was incredibly kind, loving, and even-keeled. He was the quintessential gentle giant, but tonight was different. He was different. It started when Bear came home from work. He was late. Usually he's home by 6, but tonight it was closer to 7. Becky wasn't concerned, but she did asked him why he was a little late. A question she had probably asked hundreds of times over the years, as married couples often will. Not a big deal, just more or less a curiosity type question followed by a "you can't believe the kind of day I had today" type answer from him. For whatever reason, which he is still trying to figure out, Bear just exploded. "Why the fuck do you care, bitch?" he snarled at her. Then he slammed his fist down hard on the kitchen counters. She was mortified by his actions, as well as something else that appeared even more terrifying to her. His face. His face was, well, different. Different in a way that she had never seen from him. It was contorted somehow, full of hate, menace. "I didn't mean to suggest anything, honey. I just wondered, that's all, really. I'm sorry," she said, fumbling out words. She was equally parts scared, confused, and bewildered. Bear just stared at his wife, saying nothing for what seemed like a lifetime. Becky was now trembling. She didn't want to meet his glaring, hate-filled eyes. Finally, he spoke, and his words sent a chill down her spine, all the way to her heels. "You know something, Becky? I know that people in your little goody two-shoe worlds are never late, right? Well, there's going to come a time, real soon, when you're going to wish I never came home at all." He stared at her again, a cold, hard, evil look, and then he went into the bedroom and slammed the door. She was left there standing in the kitchen, shaking and stunned. "What do you mean by that? I'm going to wish he didn't come home. Why? Was that a threat of some kind? No. Was it? Should I go in the bedroom and talk to him? No, not now anyways. Leave him alone for now," she thought. She tried to convince herself that whatever was happening to her husband in the moment would pass, that he would do what he always did, be the voice of reason. He'd come out of the room, apologize profusely, and fix everything. That is what she was trying to convince herself, but deep down she knew that this was more than just a little tiff. That look in his eyes told her the story, and for the first time in their relationship, she was truly terrified of him. Chapter 21. TGIF. Bear awoke to a beautiful late autumn morning that Friday in Canon, Ohio. It was going to be a good day. No, make it a great day. He fucked up last night, he knew it. He smoothed it over later with Becky, sort of. Never show your hand till you're ready to act. That was one of his cardinal rules, and he broke it. It did bother him a little that he broke discipline with his wife,
but forgave himself knowing that she and the kids would be dead by the end of the day anyways, so no harm, no foul, he told himself. After he calmed things down with Becky last night, he went to the garage to set up the car with all the required items for Friday evening's festivities. He would take his wife's car to work Friday, the Honda Civic, instead of the family SUV. Smaller was better in this case, plus it had a trunk, spacious one at that. There was so much to do to prepare for the day. It would have to be perfect, no stone left unturned. He had set up the transfer to take place on Friday with the bank earlier on Thursday. All systems go there to start his new life. Oh, and how silly he now felt, thinking that he, of all people, would have to consider closing the book on his own life. He realized that was utter nonsense. He just needed a change of scenery, that was all. While he worked, he thought about the family unit that had served him so well all these years. He decided some time ago that indeed it had outlived its purpose, he reckoned. The starring role he played as an upstanding citizen and model father was coming to an end. The curtains were coming down. Show's over, folks. It was time for a new start, fresh start. After his earlier outburst with his wife Thursday night, he went into the bedroom to cool off. It was hard. He really wanted to take them all out then and there last night, but somehow he suppressed his urges, promising himself the kill would be so much better today anyways. And he was right. Just look at that sunshine. And to top it all off, he'd be able to notch 5 kills on his belt today. Yes, it was certainly going to be a real red-letter day today in Canon, Ohio. Part 2. She barely slept a wink last night. The sight of her husband, partner of 20 years, sleeping peacefully beside her had her rattled. How can he just sleep like nothing happened last night, she asked herself. She slipped out of bed at first light Friday morning. She just didn't want to be that close to him, in the same bed. Not now. It felt wrong, and she was still afraid of him. She had to admit it to herself, even though she specialized in self-denial. She was still rattled. This was not the man she fell in love with. At least, that's how it felt right now to her in the moment. Sure, Bear had come out finally from the bedroom last night and tried to make amends, but they fell short in her opinion. He blamed the death of a friend at work. He said he was very sudden. It was just hitting him all at once when he came home. That's why he was late, and he was so sorry they took it out on her. At the time, Becky feigned sympathy, but the truth be told, she was still terrified. Also, when she asked a couple simple questions about Bear's deceased friend, like how he died and where to send flowers, her husband was evasive. To top it off, Bear went out to the garage later that evening. Late, actually. He was out there for a very long time. When he finally did come back in, she didn't dare ask him what he was up to. No, something else was going on with him. She was sure of it, and it wasn't good. Part 3. Larry pulled his Thursday night graveyard shift in what turned out to be a rather uneventful evening. The second pass later that evening by the Hastings house yielded nothing concrete. He had caught a glimpse of the 2 vehicles in the garage, and when Bear opened it just briefly on his first pass, he made out a late model SUV and an older compact car, probably a Nissan or maybe a Honda. The quiet night gave him time to reflect on all that was happening as well as what was yet to come. He spent a great deal of time looking inward. This case had gotten him. There was no denying that. It would anyone, he reasoned. But he was disturbed with what was increasingly becoming his own dark thoughts. He considered himself to be a mainly nonviolent person. He liked to think that he was fairly skilled at diffusing potential violent events from happening with his years on the police force. So, it made him question why now he was openly considering a preemptive strike on Hastings. He knew that as much as he could justify eliminating this monster, he was more or less giving himself a pass on murdering the guy. It's just that I know that the real detectives down at the station are going to want to carefully go over the evidence. They're going to drag their dicks around while this guy keeps on killing. Or maybe they'll tip him off so he lays low for a while. Then he goes back to killing. I mean, where's the justice? It's just wrong. But I got to remember that there's a right way and a wrong way here. Plus, I think I'm starting to alienate Sam with some of my vigilante talk. Got to remember who the good guys are here, I suppose, Larry thought. He continued to wrestle with his consciousness for the remainder of the evening, deciding that he would have to tone it down a notch. He was still wholly committed to acting for whatever means necessary if circumstances dictated, but he wanted to be careful to act within the scope of the law. And he would talk to Sam, first thing Friday afternoon, and assure his friend that he was okay, and that he wouldn't fly off like some avenging angel at the first clear sighting of Hastings. He was wholly exhausted by the time he got home that morning. Mickey was still in bed.
He crawled into bed and snuggled with his wife for the first time in months and fell fast asleep. The plan for the day was to meet up with Sam at his house at 4 o'clock. The men would then head out to the auto plant and set up a stakeout of sorts. While they didn't expect to witness actual crime from the guy, they were hopeful they could at least witness some of Bear's habits, where he goes after work, who he might hang out with, what vehicles he uses, things like that. Larry slept like a rock until 2 p.m. He awoke feeling incredibly refreshed and clear-headed, surprising himself considering everything that was going on around him. He jumped into the shower, put on his undercover clothes, blue jeans, flannel shirt, and of course his aviator glasses. He paused for a moment after dressing. Hanging in his bedroom chair was his .38 policeman special. He hadn't really thought about arming himself that day. After all, it was only a recon mission, but it gave him pause. Should I bring that with me, he asked himself. It was a legitimate question. The possibility of anything actually happening today was slim at best, but certainly not out of the question. He went back and forth for a few moments, finally settling on another option. He'd bring along his police-issue stun gun, just in case. Bear, by John R. Curtis. Chapter 22, Destiny, Part 2. Larry pulled up to Sam's house at 4 p.m. as planned. Sam was already in his driveway putting the final touches of a car detail for his son Jamie's 1983 Chevy S10 red long bed pickup truck. The kid was a car buff and had converted the small truck into a tricked-out lowrider equipped with hydraulics and blackout tinted windows. It was lowered to barely street-legal height that could easily be remedied via hydraulic lift kits to get you just about any height a person could want or need. Sweet ride, Larry said, accompanied by a low whistle. Yeah, Jamie put his heart and soul into this little beauty, all right. You ready to go? Sam asked. Sure thing, Larry answered. Great, hop in, Sam said, gesturing to the Chevy truck. What, in this? You kidding? Right? You're kidding, Larry asked incredulously. Do I look like I'm kidding? Hop in, let's go, Sam said as he jumped into the driver's side and got behind the wheel. Larry stood for a moment, then shook his head and got into the passenger seat. The cab was small and cramped for 2 large men, but immaculate. Jamie had the interior tuck and roll leather job done by one of the leading custom car shops in Ohio. The stereo was mind-blowing as well, with 2 subwoofers positioned underneath the front seat. Sam, I gotta ask, what the hell are we doing in your son's truck? I mean, it's beautiful, but, what the fuck? Larry asked. It's called undercover, my boy. Come on, man, think about it. What's the chances that 2 cops are going to be conducting surveillance in a ride like this? Sam said with a wide grin. Larry considered his friend's word and answered. You ever seen Starsky and Hutch? Your son's truck puts them to shame. All right, now you're hearing me, Sam said with a laugh. Okay, so what's the plan? Where to? Larry asked. I thought we should head over to the plant where Hastings works. I did a little research. There are 2 shifts. One gets out at 4:45. The next gets out at 5:30. Not sure which one is his, but best to get there early in case he's the first shift out. I checked with the DMV. He owns a blue 2020 Ford Explorer and a 2013 red Honda Civic. I wrote down the license plate numbers. They're in the glove box. Go ahead and grab them. We'll cruise the parking lot when we get there and see if we can find what he's driving today. Larry opened the glove box to retrieve the numbers. He thought, wouldn't it be funny if this guy had like a vanity type plate, something that reflects who he is? Maybe something like S Killer 21. He opened a paper that Sam wrote down the plate numbers and discovered that they were just regular generic numbers. Now that'd have been too easy, he thought with a grim smile. They arrived at the auto plant with 20 minutes to spare before the first round of employees would call it a day. The lot was huge, but only half full, making it easier to cover ground. Larry, with the plate numbers in hand, began quickly scanning the parked vehicles as Sam went up and down the rows. See it yet? Sam asked. Not yet. Figures this guy would have 2 of the most common cars in the world, Larry said as his eyes stayed on task. Yeah, well, maybe that's by design, Easy to blend in, get lost in the crowd, Sam answered. Yeah, like this truck we're in right now, Larry said sarcastically. Sam was just about to make a smart-ass comment back when Larry stopped him saying, Whoa, wait, here it is. The red Civic, license plate DS134HA. This is it.
Sam stopped the truck behind the Civic. Reading the plate number aloud, Larry confirmed the numbers again. This was Hastings' car, all right. Okay, good job. Let's find a spot to park in the lot where we can see him getting into the vehicle. Not too close, but with a good advantage point, Sam said. Then what? Larry asked. Sam, his eyes cold, his voice low, replied, let's just see where this asshole takes us. Part 2. Becky spent the entire day in complete turmoil. She started to call her mom no fewer than 10 times during the day, then stopped herself. Her mom was also Becky's best friend. She always felt that she could tell her anything but this. Torn between a million conflicting emotions and still gripped with an unyielding feeling of terror, she was literally beside herself. If I drag Mom into this whatever this is, she's just going to freak out, she said to herself out loud, then continued, and who could blame her? Plus, she loves Robert like it's her own son. What worried Becky the most was the kids. What would she tell them if this type of behavior reappears from their father? The boys loved their dad unconditionally, as they should. Bear was a great father who could do no wrong. So there was so much to consider, she thought. Her family was everything to her, but she couldn't shake the fear and hated to admit a feeling of doom. But she also felt conflicted. Maybe she was overreacting. After all, lots of married couples have fights, she thought. She had just been blessed all these years to never have to contend with her partner's temper. Bear never lost his temper in front of her, and she realized, never. So, okay, she was scared last night. She could admit that to herself. Her husband frightened her. But he never tried to harm her or the boys, nothing like that, right? Although he did make some cryptic statement about not wanting to see him come home, but maybe she just misunderstood what he meant by that. It wasn't like he was threatening of harm her, was it? Okay, Becky, get a hold of yourself, girl. This is your husband we're talking about here. The man you share 2 kids with. He had a bad day. Well, a very bad day, I guess. But he's still your husband. Instead of feeling sorry for yourself, maybe he just really needs your support right now, she thought. Okay, she was starting to feel a little bit better now, calmer. God knows it took almost all day, but she was now feeling like maybe she had overreacted a bit. It would be okay. Bear would come home. They'd talk it out and everything would be fine, like it always was. Then she had an idea. Great idea, she thought at the moment. She would call Sonny's Barbecue and order the family-sized baby back ribs, dinners. This was one of Bear's favorite meals, and the boys loved them too. Yep, that's what she'll do. She'll have a nice meal as a family. Everything's going to be okay. Inspired by her plan, she grabbed her cell phone to place the order for 6 p.m. pickup. Sonny Barbecue, to go. Can I help you? The young female employee answered. Yes, thank you. I would like to place an order for a 6 p.m. pickup. The family baby back rib dinner, orders for Hastings. It's a Visa. Debit card number is 3241-4456, 3254-3244. Expires 10/24. Becky said, placing the order. There was a quick thank you along with a 1 moment please from the girl taking the order. Moments later, the employee came back online. I'm sorry, maybe I didn't get your card information down correctly. Let me read back, please. It's a Visa, right? 3241-4456, 3254-3244, expiration 10/24. Becky verified the information. No mistake, it was correct. I'm sorry, is there a problem? Becky asked, truly confused. I'm sorry, ma'am, the card was declined, the young girl said sheepishly on the phone. Becky was flabbergasted. This was their family expense account. They paid all their monthly bills, discretionary expenses, gas, everything. And she oversaw the household money. Becky had never bounced a check in her life. She was very good with money and anal about it to boot. There was over $5,000 in that account when she was certain she had just checked it the day before. What? Are you sure that's impossible? There has to be a mistake. Run it again, please, Becky said, fighting panic. Okay, but I ran it 3 times already, the girl answered. 2 minutes went by, the girl returned to the phone. Same result, declined. Okay, it must be something at the bank. I'll have to check here. Here, use this card number for the bill. This is our Visa card, Becky said, exasperated. She gave the girl their Visa card number to finish the transaction. After a couple moments, the girl came back online. I'm sorry, ma'am, I ran the card 4 times. It came back declined. Becky, phone still in her hand and in utter shock, could only respond saying one thing. What the fuck is going on? Part 3. Larry and Sam sat in the parking lot waiting. The first wave of employees, the 445 crew, exited the plant and the lot, and there was no sign of Bear. Well, we learned this much today anyways. Note to self, asshole gets off work at 5:30, Sam said. I will make a note, Larry said, and he did. He brought a spiral notepad with him on the stakeout to record Hastings' movements. Larry, I got something on my mind. I hate to say it, but maybe it's time we go to Terrence with what we know. I mean, it kills me to do it, and God knows we're going to get our butts chewed, but it might help in catch and disguise, Sam said. Larry looked at his friend. He knew he was right. They couldn't keep this thing to themselves any longer. He said, I know, you're right. We need to tell them. I've been doing some thinking too. First off, I just want to tell you that I was out of line with some of the comments I've been saying about offing this guy. I guess I'm just taking things a little too personally. I think about how this fucker could have picked up my wife one of those nights and she'd just be another hooker who disappeared, you know? Nobody giving a shit. So anyways, for that, I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. Listen, Larry, don't even go there with that shit. I've been having those same feelings about this dude. And you're right. This piece of shit preys on the weak, the forgotten ones that go unnoticed, Sam said. Larry could see his friend too was conflicted about following the law to the letter versus just getting some justice for the victims. Well, let's do this. Tomorrow we go to Terrence with what we know. I got an idea how we might be able to keep him from going ballistic on us with the JC intel we picked up. I'll get with Mickey and we'll put a little story together. That I got the name from her. She got the name from JC back in the day or something like that. I'll think of something. I'll keep you out of it for sure, Larry told his friend. Don't worry about that, Larry. We'll put our heads together, come up with a good cover story. Oh, whoa, look. There he is. He's coming up the other road. Over there. You see him? God damn, he's a big motherfucker, Sam said in a low and excited voice. The two men sat in silence in the truck watching Bear navigate the rows until he came to the red Civic. Larry marveled at the size of Bear along with his friend. He'd gotten a look at Bear last night when he was heading to the garage, but it was only a quick glance. They had positioned the truck perfectly to get a good hard look at their target. Sam's son's truck with the blackout windows provided a perfect cover from their vantage point. Fucking A, was all Larry could muster as Bear came into full view. Interestingly, the two men witnessed Bear looking around, canvassing the lot before he entered the too small car and fired it up. Pulling out, Bear actually headed the car towards Sam's truck, giving the tricked-out ride a hard look in passing. You think he suspects something, Larry asked Sam. Not sure. Probably not. Lots of people stop and look at this little beauty, Sam answered, then continued. Buckle up. It's time to go to work. Part 4. Bear pulled the Honda out of the lot. He noticed a sweet little tricked-up pickup as he was walking to this vehicle. Never seen that truck before. Wonder who that belongs to, he thought as he pulled away. He noticed something else as he drove by the vehicle. There were two guys sitting in the small cab. Big guys. He couldn't be certain, but even though the dark tinted windows, it appeared to Bear that they were looking at him. He decided to make a mental note of the vehicle. It's probably nothing, but he didn't get to where he was today by not being careful. Hope these two aren't going to try to crash my party. That wouldn't end too well for them, he thought with a grin. As he drove away, he pulled out his phone. Checking his missed calls, he saw 4 calls in a row from his wife about an hour ago. Guess she found out she's broke, he said aloud. Little Miss Perfect Bitch is broke, he said, this time laughing so hard his side started to ache. God, how I wish he could have seen her face when she figured out that he'd cleaned her out. Bear, still laughing, then added, Don't worry, bitch. It only gets worse from here. Section 5. It was past 6 p.m. and Ben was already a nervous wreck. He was now checking the kitchen clock every 2 minutes. He just couldn't help it. His mom was working a dinner shift at the restaurant this evening. Fortunately, his little sister had just been picked up by her friend's mom for a sleepover, leaving him alone. Okay, I feel like I'm going to puke. This is fucked up all around. If Dan doesn't show up, what if McCauley brings his gang? I mean, I just got a bad feeling about all this, he worried. And then there was the gun. It was a game changer, and Ben was feeling its incredible weight growing. His mind was spinning. Got to bring it, I know that. But will I be able to use it? If it's just me and McCauley, I don't stand a chance. Worse if his crew shows up. I got a feeling they won't, but who the fuck knows? Shit, I don't even have $50 to give them unless I want to bring my rolled pennies with me. No, Ben, my boy, you're bringing that gun, and you damn sure better be ready to use it. He looked back up at the kitchen clock yet again. 6:09. Fuck, Ben said aloud. Part 6. Sam was careful not to get too close to Bear's vehicle as they began tailing him. One thing they both noticed right away, Bear wasn't heading home. Where the fuck do you think he's going, Larry asked. Hard to tell. I guess it could be about anywhere. Looking at those pictures on Facebook, you'd think that he's the kind of guy who heads straight home to his loving family's arms. But then again, this guy is a serial killer, Sam said, matter of fact. They drove for the next 20 minutes. Bear didn't seem to have a destination, as a couple times they literally were right back to where they started. Something's wrong, Sam said, then added, Oh shit, he made us. Part 7. Bear sped through the red light on Orchid Boulevard, then took a hard right down Bryan Street, then a left on Burbank. Checking his rearview mirror, he could see no trace of the souped-up lowrider that had been tailing him. He decided to pull into the Home Depot parking lot several blocks ahead, positioning himself between two large pickup trucks. So, the night just got a little interesting, huh? Bear said softly. This was new territory, even for him. He now had an adversary to deal with. It didn't shake him, though. In fact, he found that he welcomed it. Now the night would be complete. His greatness would be confirmed. Maybe even witnessed so that his story could be told to the world. This is good. Sitting in his car, he almost expected to see the mysterious pickup pull up behind him, blocking him from escaping. But alas, it wasn't meant to be. He was right. These humans were nothing but idiots. No match for his intellect. Oh well, he thought. May as well hang out here for a while and go over the checklist. He opened the glove box and removed a barber's straight-edge razor, first item on the list. No, McCauley, whatever the fuck your name is, I didn't forget about my promise to you. Tonight, you will have your balls shoved in your mouth. Act 1, Scene 1, Bear said. He could hardly wait till 8 p.m. Part 8. Bear wasn't the only one anxious for the evening to begin. Mike McCauley stood in front of the mirror of the bathroom practicing. He had a straightforward script planned for the night's festivities, but he wanted to make sure it was perfect. After all, this was just a kickoff of what he had in store for the names on his enemy list. He wanted Richards to die a horrible death. He deserved it, after all, for what he did to him. But afterwards, there would be others, and they had to die a same shitty death as well. McCauley pulled the knife from his coat pocket, exposed the blade, then made a cross-slashing motion in front of the mirror. He had practiced this move for the past 2 hours. Satisfied that it was flawless, he returned the knife into its set position. He walked out and checked the time. 7:30. Time to head to the Brewster building. Part 9. Fuck, Sam screamed in frustration as they continued to canvass the town of Canon, Ohio, looking for a certain Honda Civic. They spent the better part of 2 hours driving seemingly aimless in their pursuit of Bear. Initially, they suspected that Hastings was toying with them and he was probably heading home. They headed to his house first and staked it out from a distance for the better part of an hour. Nothing. Then they tried to cover a basic grid of the downtown area, hoping to spot the car parked along a street. While in the midst of the strategy, Larry said, It's getting dark, man. It's like 7:30. I think we're hosed. What do you think? Motherfuck. How the hell did I let him get away, man? I just fucked up. I can't believe it, Sam said incredulously. Don't beat yourself up, Sam. He got lucky, that's all. We at least put the fear of God in that fucker. He knows that people are onto him, I'm sure. He's not used to that. Don't worry, his days are numbered, Larry said, hoping his words were true. A guy like Bear, though, you couldn't tell. He's a true definition of a wild card. Damn. Okay, all right. One more pass through downtown area and I guess we're going to have to call it. Damn, Sam said. He spun the truck around towards Willard Avenue, which would lead them to the Canon's unremarkable downtown section. Most of the commerce disappeared there once the big box stores sprung up on the main highway. The only signs of life usually in central downtown was during an occasional festival or an anemic holiday parade. Whoa, Sam, look, back up. Look, over there on the side street. What's that, Maple? Look, there's a Honda Civic parked over there. See? Larry said excitedly. Sam stopped the truck and put it in the reverse. Now lined up with Maple Street, he headed slowly towards the parked car. It was a red Honda Civic. Good eye, my man. Sure looks like our boy. Check the plates, Sam said coolly. He was careful not to come to a complete stop, just in case Hastings was still in the vehicle. Yep, that's a winner, my friend. Look, nobody in the car, too. Let's get out, take a look around, Larry suggested. He wasn't sure what they would find, but that nagging feeling, called intuition, destiny, whatever, that drove him through this entire investigation was back again, and it told him he needed to stick around. Part 10. 20 minutes earlier. Bear stayed in the Home Depot parking lot until dusk. He even dozed off a few times at one point. During that little nap, he had a dream. Well, he'd call it a vision. That he was falling. It was strange, really. He didn't know how he began to fall. Was he pushed? Did he jump? He couldn't recall. It was more or less just him and nothingness around him. Nothingness around him just whizzing by as he fell further and further to a dark abyss. When he awoke, he actually felt a little unsettled. Not a feeling he had experienced often, if ever. He sat in the car for a few minutes, clearing his head from the strange dream. He decided not to read too much into it and focus back on the task at hand. After all, glory awaited him. Ben looked at his watch. Just past 7. Time to rock, he spoke. Bear pulled out of the Home Depot parking lot and began to implement his plan. He would head towards the Brewster building and park a couple blocks away. On foot, he would walk to the alley behind the building where the two shitheads would meet up. He spent some time earlier this week casing the area and settled on a back entrance door that he was able to shimmy open. It led to a maintenance room that was approximately 10 by 12 feet. The perfect size for what he planned for the boys. After killing them both, he would be able to stash the bodies near in a small room and retrieve them when it suited him. Now, there was one issue, but it actually made him giddy rather than worried him. If everything went according to plan this evening and he was able to put his family down as well, all bets would be off. He would be across the Canadian border by morning, leaving behind a bit of a mess. It's a shame I can't be here to witness a Canon City Keystone cops try to figure out what the fuck just happened in their shithole's town, he thought with a great deal of pleasure. Bear drove the Civic to a side street 2 blocks away from Brewster's and parked on Maple. He walked on the side streets carrying his work bag that he had packed to the Brewster building, careful not to be seen by local residents. Although if somebody did see him, what the fuck, he really didn't care. He found the fact that he was leaving town very liberating. What they discovered about him after tonight could only enhance his legend, he thought. That gave him a feeling that he couldn't quite put his finger on at first. Finally, though, it came to him. It made him feel proud. Crossing into the alley, Bear came into his chosen spot, the maintenance room, and opened the door with a screwdriver he brought. Once in the room, he closed the door and placed his work bag on an old metal bench in the room. First, he took out a small lithium battery-powered lantern and turned it to its lowest setting. He didn't want any light piercing the alley door frame in case it would tip off his location. Then he laid out the tools he would need for the enact part 1 of his 2-part acts of murder for the evening. Some of the items were what he called just-in-case things. The rope that was cut into 2 8-foot pieces was there just in case the opportunity arose that he would be able to torture one or both the boys before he slit their throats. Speaking of torture, he brought a couple of his favorite hand tools. He was particularly fond of his Craftsman large set of channel locks. He relished the memories he shared with that one. Good times. The sounds of his late subject screaming and pleading were pure gold for him. He brought a plastic drop cloth in case things got messy, which they would. But again, he wasn't particularly worried about leaving the evidence. With tonight's Act 1 featuring the slaying of 2 males, Bear's preferred method for killing was to bleed them out via the throat. For the women clients, he normally enjoyed beating, rape if he was in the mood, and finally strangling. But first on tonight's menu, 2 shitheads. They would feel the wrath of Bear's favorite instrument, that 1890 stainless steel straight-edge razor. He bought it at an estate sale a dozen years ago and fell in love with the unique craftsmanship of the instrument. He held the razor in front of the small light, admiring the simplicity yet beauty of the tool. He had used it on several occasions with a great deal of success and pleasure, and tonight would be no exception. Bear laid the razor down on the bench with the rest of his items. Checking his watch, he saw the time was near. Finally, at last, destiny. It was 7:30. Part 11. Ben stood in front of the hallway full-length mirror, checking himself one last time before he headed to the Brewster building. This is it, do or die time, he said aloud. He couldn't put his finger on it, but now that the actual time had arrived to deal with his nemesis, but he felt a level of calm. However this night ended up, he decided he would finally once and all be done with Mike McCauley. He didn't know exactly how he knew that, but he knew that that was true. He had retrieved the .22 caliber pistol out of the hiding place in his mom's room, along with a small holster. After carefully loading the gun, he strapped the weapon to his side. Wearing an oversized hoodie, Ben was able to conceal the pistol from sight. He couldn't deny that having a gun gave him a sense of security. He also couldn't deny that if he had to use it, he could and he would. If McCauley tries any shit with me tonight, well, too bad for him. I'm done with this prick. Hopefully Dan can reason with him, but that's just wishful thinking on his part. He's going to freak if he sees me shooting McCauley, but hopefully it won't come to that. Either way, this shit ends tonight, he thought. He checked himself one more time in the mirror. Looks good. Ben glanced up at the kitchen clock that had been torturing him all evening on the way out the door. It was 7:45. Part 12. Larry and Sam began their search, deciding to circle the immediate area first and work their way several blocks towards downtown. They weren't sure exactly what they hoped to find, but felt emboldened to continue their search. They turned up nothing for the first 15 minutes of their search, but they pressed on. He's got to be somewhere around here, don't you think, Larry asked Sam. I'm not sure, but man, it feels like it, Sam said, then continued. It's like this fucker gives off an energy, like a wave of evil or something. Larry couldn't agree more with his friend. Whatever they were both imagining, or not, there was a definite feeling of Hastings' presence in the area. Pop, pop, pop! What the fuck was that? Larry exclaimed, but he already knew the answer. They were gunshots, and they were close. Over there, that way, a block over, maybe two, let's go, Sam shouted. Part 13. 10 minutes before the gunshots. Ben could see Mike McCauley in the distance as he approached the Brewster building, a hulking silhouette of menace and danger awaiting his prey. As Ben neared, McCauley called his adversary out. Hey, Peckerhead, I'm surprised you had the balls to show up. Good decision, asswipe, otherwise I'd have to come and get you. Ben noted that McCauley sounded exactly like he did the other day in the school parking lot, like a lunatic. I'm here, let's get this over with, in the alley over there, Ben said with a great deal of calm. Unbeknownst to Mike McCauley, he wasn't the only one here in the moment who wasn't fucking around. I was thinking the same thing, motherfucker, McCauley said with a huge grin. His hands were in his pockets of his jacket, one firmly on the switchblade he planned to off Ben with. Ben's hands were also in his pocket. Well, one was in his pocket. His oversized hoodie hid the other hand, which rested squarely on the butt of his gun. As the two boys worked themselves out of the street view and deeper into the alley, Ben looked around, checking if he could see Dan. I don't see him anywhere. Maybe that's for the best. Things are about to get ugly here, I believe. Better Dan's not involved, Ben thought. He was at peace with his decision, determined to see it through, however it played out. So fucktard, where's my money, McCauley said. His plan was simple, get the money first, then take out Ben. I'm afraid I got some bad news for you. I'm not giving you any fucking money, Ben answered. He was totally ready for what came next. Well, he thought he was, but what came next was a surprise dose of pure insanity. Just as McCauley was about to show his hand with the blade, a door came flying open directly behind the two boys. Out came a vision of hell. Bear charged them both with the speed of a gazelle and the physicality of a charging rhino. Ben was completely blindsided by the sight of his supposed advocate looking nothing like the gentle giant who calls himself Dan. This was a wild beast unleashing its flurry on its targets. Ben began to see much more as Bear came at him first. He took Ben by the throat with his left hand and fired a booming right cross that rendered him immediately unconscious. Next, Bear set his sights on McCauley. Remember me? Bear snarled as he approached McCauley. Even in his own delusional state, Mike McCauley was terrified. He fumbled with his switchblade, finally freeing it from his pocket. Extending the blade, he weakly cried out, "Stand back, I'll use this thing, I swear." A huge grin appeared on Bear's face. This was going to be perfect. He pulled out his 1890 straight-edge barber razor and said, "Well then, let the games begin." Part 14. 3 minutes before the gunshots. Ben, you have to wake up. Ben, wake up. The vision called out to Ben. He couldn't wake himself to consciousness yet, so the voice called out again, this time with more urgency. Wake up, Ben, wake up. This time, Ben was reacting. His vision was clearing. He was regaining consciousness, his head pounding like a kettle drum. What he saw in front of him now was a combination of pure horror and an unexplainable gift from heaven or someplace. He awoke slumped up against a row of garbage cans. 10 feet away, he witnessed the horror of a sickening sight of a man he knew as Dan taking the life of Mike McCauley in the most despicable manner. But he also saw something wondrous. It was his father, standing between him and Dan. Ben rubbed his eyes and looked again. No doubt, it was his dad. How? What? I don't understand, was all Ben could muster when this surreal scene played out in front of him. Son, you have to stop him. You have to use your gun and stop him. Now, Ben, now. His father's voice pleaded. Now, Ben, he has to be stopped. And in an instant, he was gone. Bear, satisfied with his work at McCauley, now turned his attention to Ben. He had plans for this one. They involved a certain visit to that maintenance room where his tools of the trade awaited. What Bear didn't know was that there was something awaited him too, and it came in a package of a 16-year-old, four-eyed, bullied kid by the name of Ben Richards. Pop, pop, pop. Part 15. Larry and Sam ran towards the gunshots they heard a few minutes ago. As they neared, they heard the crying out of what sounded like a teenage boy. Help, help, anyone help, the voice pleaded. There, down in the alley. The voice is coming from over there, Sam shouted. They ran down the block and turned into the alley. What they saw was horrific blood, and lots of it. Bear had done unspeakable things to Mike McCauley. The kid was nearly bleeding out, completely bleeded out. There was also more blood further away from the body, what appeared to be more or less a trail. There was also a kid on all fours with a gash of his own, bleeding from his head. Larry recognized the kid almost immediately. It was that Richards kid from the downtown pickle penny, and he was delirious. He went that way. You got to stop me. He went that way, Ben screamed. Who are you talking about, Larry asked. Dan, he killed McCauley. He tried to kill me. Dan, he's a big guy with a beard. You have to stop him, Ben cried out. Sam looked at Larry and said, here, take the keys. Head back to the truck. If he heads back, try to stop him. I'm going to follow this blood here. Call it in. Get somebody over here to take care of this kid. Sam, no, it's too dangerous. Stay with the kid. I'll call it. I'll go get the truck, Larry pleaded. Larry, just do what I say. Now get back to that truck. Guard his car. Call it in. Now, just do it, Sam ordered, and then he was off. Shit. Okay, listen, Ben, isn't it? Stay here. I'll have the cops here in 5 minutes. What was that noise that we heard a couple minutes ago, Larry asked. Ben pulled up his hoodie and displayed his holstered pistol and said, I got him, but I didn't stop him. Larry looked at the pistol around Ben's waist. It certainly raised some questions, but they would have to wait. Sit tight, help's on the way. But Ben, if Dan turns up before help arrives, finish the job. Part 16. Bear couldn't believe what just happened. That kid, that little fucker shot him twice. Shit, now they thought about it, that kid fired all 3 rounds. The first one just missed him in the face. Bear felt the bullet pass through his thick beard, just grazing his chin. The next one caught his arm. He could deal with that one. The last shot was the one that got his attention. Ben shot him in the left side of his chest. A large caliber weapon would have possibly ended the evening right then and there, but the small caliber bullet missed everything but Bear's lung. He was able to continue with the night's festivities, albeit with some major discomfort. Bear could feel that his lungs beginning to fill with blood, making it difficult to breathe. In that moment, and not looking to get shot again, he decided his next best move was to head home for the following act of the evening. The kid would have to wait for another time. Bear vowed then and there that he would take care of young Ben somehow in the near future. But he was having a tough night, and everyone knows that there's no place like home after a tough night. Don't worry, honey. I didn't forget about you and the kids. Daddy's coming home, Bear thought, his mood ever buoyant. Part 17. Larry doubled back to the truck. He called the station en route to the vehicle, alerting them to the crime scene behind the Brewster building. He also requested backup by Bear's car, just in case. As he rounded the corner on Maple Street, his heart stopped. Bear was entering the car, and for a man who'd just been shot multiple times, he looked pretty damn healthy to Larry. Shit, Larry yelped, then sped to the truck, the pickup. He had to lay in the pursuit himself. He couldn't let Bear slip away. Bear didn't seem to notice Larry as he got behind the wheel of the Civic. He quickly took off, not knowing Larry was close behind. It didn't take Larry long to realize where Bear was heading, his house, and it was less than 3 minutes away. Officer requests backup, 162 Bonneville Street. Suspect armed and dangerous, Larry blurted out on his phone, then hung up. Things were happening fast. He didn't have time to explain the situation in detail. He just needed help. Bear pulled in the driveway first at breakneck speed. He literally flew out the car door and raced into the house. It was a moment of truth for Larry. Go after him or wait for backup. For reasons he didn't even understand himself, he chose the first one and went in after Bear. When he entered the house, he immediately heard a scream along with what sounded like small children crying. In the kitchen, Bear had his wife by the throat, pinned on the tile floor. He was simultaneously choking her with one hand and beating her with the other. To Larry's utter shock, he heard Bear growling like, well, a bear. Hastings was a completely unhinged lunatic in action. "Stop, please stop," Larry yelled. It did absolutely nothing to deter the assault. He was killing her. The kids were now going completely crazy, witnessing their father attack their mom. The older one of the two jumped on the father's back and was quickly thrown off with a tremendous force by Bear's free hand. Larry had no choice. He had to act. Then it hit him. He had brought along that stun gun. Freeing from his belt holster, he fired it up and put it behind Ben's ear. The effect was immediate. Bear lurched back in shock, releasing Becky from his iron grip. He then turned his attention and rage towards the source, Larry. As Bear now faced Larry, he could see where the kid had shot him. It appeared that he had two wounds. One looked to be on the forearm, the other one on the left side of his chest. That one probably saved the kid's life, as it looked like it had punctured Bear's lung, driving him off. In spite of his injuries, though, Bear was still a handful, more than Larry could handle in a physical match. The two now faced each other. Larry had a death grip on his stun gun and wished it was a taser, or better yet, that .38 police special. To his amazement, Bear began to laugh and then spoke. "You fools. You pathetic fools. You know what's going to happen to you now, don't you? First, I'm going to kill you, Officer Clusterfuck. You're done. Then my beautiful wife, Miss Goody fucking Two Shoes, and then..." Those were the last words Bear ever spoke. Becky Hastings, a.k.a. Miss Goody fucking Two Shoes, blood dripping from her mouth and nose, planted a 13-inch Westhoff chef's knife squarely in the back of her now late husband, Robert Bear Hastings, piercing his heart. It was a knife of great quality, and she had gotten a good deal when she bought it. She even had a coupon. Epilogue. 8 weeks later. "I like it, man. I really do. Congratulations, brother. You deserve this," Sam said, admiring the freshly painted sign hanging over the front entrance door of Larry's new business endeavor. Parkinsons and Associates, private investigation agency. "Man, your buddy did a great job on that sign. Thanks," Larry said, then added, "Now all I gotta do is get someone to hire me." "Now, we know that's some bullshit there already, don't we? You're a fucking star, man. You're gonna do just fine," Sam said. "Yeah, I hope so. You know how it is, though, with people. They forget after a while, you know," Larry answered, then continued. "I mean, I could have never figured this part out, you know, starting a business. That Richards kid and Becky Hastings, they set up a Kickstarter account online for me after I quit the force. And now here we are. Ain't that some shit?" "Oh, man, the look on Terrence's face after you fired off an impressive list of reasons why he's a true asshole. I mean, that's legendary, man," Sam said, laughing. "Yeah, well, there were some times when I regret it, you know, but that's just because I became, you know, unemployed rather quickly there. But when you started to tell me what a fuck up I was after all we went through, I said, fuck it and fuck you. You know what? It felt good," Larry said with a grin. "Yeah, he acted like I expected at first, you know, blaming us for everything that went wrong, like that McCauley kid's death. What he didn't put in the equation at the time was that the 4 other people who would have died that night, 3 of them kids, if we weren't there, you know," Sam said, then continued. "But funny how his ass puckered up after the governor gave him that call. And then we had that flood down there by the Ohio River banks 2 weeks later. Damn, man, all those people they found there after that first body became exposed. Even our girl, Shelley Banks, man, it's just a damn shame. Shelley got him back, though. She wasn't as decomposed as bad as the others. Still had some DNA on her after that piece of shit raped her. It was like she reached up from the grave and said, 'Fuck you,'" Sam said, shaking his head. "Pure fucking evil. They gotta have a special place in hell. Maybe like the Hitler room or something for people like Hastings to end up in. I don't know, but I don't ever want to run into something like that again. I'll just be happy chasing down cheating husbands and shit like that," Larry said. "So how's that Hastings woman? What's her name? Becky. How's she holding up?" Sam asked. "Well, I gotta say, she's one of the bravest people I know. Her and that kid Ben, shit, like this would have ruined most people for life if something like that happened to them. But both of them are pushing forward, you know. Becky's going to be working in the office here. I think she's going to be great, man. I mean, she's super organized. I think people, well, most people see her as a victim in this whole tragedy. I mean, this asshole Bear fooled a lot of people, like everyone, you know, his friends, co-workers, everyone, even this pastor. He was just a truly scary person who lived amongst us. You've seen it too, right? So anyways, I'm making the business a family affair of sorts. Mickey's been doing great lately, and with her street smarts, I'm going to use her in the business. I see where she can be a real asset. She's excited too, and she needs something like this. I think she'll be good. And the kid Ben, you know, he's something else, man. Big things come in a small package with this one. So he's going to be on the payroll part-time anyways, somehow, the kid's going to be, got potential. You know, Sam, I already said this, but anytime, you know, it would be an honor to have you as partner again, Larry said. He was having that feeling again, the one where he might start crying. Both men had to admit a case like this one they just went through together creates a bond that will last forever. Yeah, thanks, man. Might come a day too, you know, but I guess something good came out of this for me too, Sam said. I heard, man, congratulations. And you're going to be one of the best damn detectives Canon, Ohio PD's ever had. Hands down, Larry said sincerely. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Besides, think of it this way. You now have an anonymous source to use when you're cracking those big cases coming your way, Sam said with a grin. Yeah, well, and trust me, yeah. And I'm going to be using those sources often. By the way, that can work both ways. Sometimes, you know, you might need a little favor here and there on a case. Let's just say I won't have the same number of constraints that, say, a police detective might have, Larry said with a sly smile. My brother, I like where this is heading.